ready to deal with this, and I just don't think they have the positioning to be aware of it, but it may not matter. Raffin gets the quad kill spray down, gets the ace on top of it.
Are you ready for mind-blowing CrossFire action? The second season is here, and you better put your helmet on. A massive prize pool and spots to the regional finals are at stake. Starting from June the 1st, 8 ambitious teams will have 7 weekends, fully packed with intense fights. Who will top the leaderboard and secure spots for the playoffs?
Man, we have only one goal: win all matches.
We will do our best to secure the playoffs.
And who will be eliminated?
The last season wasn't easy for us, but we remain positive and we want to get the best show for our fans.
It's time to break the ice for us and show what we're truly capable of.
Tune in on the 1st of June and support your favorites.
Hello everybody and welcome back. It's that time, season 2 of the CrossFire West League for 2024. I'm ZZXQ, and of course joining me on the desk today is Laz. How you feeling about the new season?
Man, I'm really excited. We had ourselves a good season 1, and now we're here for next season. So yeah, I'm actually really excited, and I think we get a lot to talk about here today because there's been a bit of a roster shuffle happening as well here, Kyle.
Yeah, it's always exciting to see what teams are preparing coming into a new season. We've got new teams on the block, teams relegated out, roster swaps, you know, that classic shuffle to try and get those extra players on your team you think you may need to kind of conquer and get to the top. But of course, the number 1 team coming in, no roster changes from them. 3BL, the defending champions coming into this season. They looked super flawless to close out season 1. I'm curious to see if they can do it back to back, but as I look at the field they're up against, I feel like this is going to be a really tough season for all of these teams.
Yeah, it really is, right? I mean, like, this is kind of a good little bit of a standing up again, just of all the teams that are here. And like you said, you know, before we dive into the specifics of, you know, each team, I think the biggest thing to obviously talk about, and kind of the elephant in the room, I guess, in a good way, is it Swamp Gaming, right? I mean, this is a team that's like an NA-based team. Like, you know them all quite well. So I'm actually looking really forward to seeing a new team like this coming in. There's some really good players on this roster, but that does mean some other teams have been, you know, relegated out essentially. So it's kind of a bit of a mix-up, but I'm actually really excited to see what we can come out of this.
Yeah, it's been 4 seasons without an NA team in the league at all, so it's great to see one back in the mix. They are taking the place of 36 Demons who got relegated out after a really tough break in the previous season this year, so I'm hopeful Swamp Gaming can kind of elevate here as they come into a very difficult group of teams to deal with, just because, honestly, when you look at the top 4, especially from last season, it'd be hard-pressed to say any one of them is going to be an easy time as a newcomer, even with a strong team from NA behind them.
Definitely, and I mean, that's the, you know, the biggest hot topic right now is they are going to be taking on Lazarus, and that's a really exciting matchup too. So we get to see this NA-based team that has made it into this spot now here for the league to, you know, take on a team that, you know, had a bit of an interesting roster shuffle. And I mean, they have pretty much a core pretty much intact, but 40 looks like he has actually kind of retired or stopped playing for the time being. So it means that Vise is kind of back in here as well. So that's what I was kind of talking about here with the mix-up. But I think this is going to be the best matchup in the first one that we get to see here. It is going to be Swamp, you know, taking on a team like this where, you know, in my perception, like, they've been kind of up and down a lot. They always seem to start their season slow, and then they come, you know, kicking down the door.
Yeah, I mean, looking at the rest of the schedule for today, I'm excited to see kind of LCK hopefully reinvigorated as well. They had a tough break, I'd say, at the end of the season. I think a lot of people expected them to make the Season 1 final, and unKnights kind of swept them at the last minute and surprised everybody, making themselves that number 2 team in Season 1. So I'm hoping they get a little bit of a redemption here to kick off the season as well, since I know they're kind of hungry after a bittersweet finish to Season 1.
Yeah, no, they really are, right? I mean, that's the thing. Like, it always feels like, you know, Lazarus are a team that, like I said, they start really slow and then they come in and they do really good work in that like middle, late portion of the season. But it was kind of like when you brought me in, you know, a couple seasons ago, it was the same thing, and we got a little bit of a difference from them last season, but it just wasn't enough. And I kind of thought they were going to be this team that should have made it. And considering just who's on that roster, right? I mean, there's so many different players that we've talked about. Just having a little bit of a shuffle, that's a pretty big deal. And then kind of with Swamp, like, I'll kind of let you take the wheel on this more. I mean, the only name that I know just from experience is Famous, and yeah, there's probably a reason for that.
Yeah, I mean, Famous is definitely no stranger to this one. I think he's going to be the strongest player on this team and definitely the biggest threat, but also I think Josh is a really strong player historically as well. He's been kind of that second player in the pocket for this team who's always fragging and always providing a lot of value. And on top of that, you have veterans like Kai's and Brando coming in on this lineup, but both of these guys have more than 5 years of experience playing at that pro level and have a lot of good history with these players as well, making several world championships. So I feel like this is a really strong team in the making, but it can be tough just knowing everybody else in this group isn't going to be from their region, and they are going to have to do that cross-region play every single match they're up against.
Yeah, and again, just we've talked a lot about the first map too, or the first match, I should say, pretty in depth here. And I think the one thing that might be an interesting topic here, Kyle, is I think there has been some pretty big roster adjustments, for teams like Anubis, which I feel like they were kind of a team where I really emphasized last season with yourself and Neo and things like that about they were a team that was so scary in the first season that they could do really cool things. They were really aggressive. They kind of set a really different pace, and then it just seemed like they never could get the pieces together. They couldn't really figure out, being in sync. But it does look like they've kind of made, a little bit of an adjustment with their roster. And also, again, that might just be enough for them to maybe have a different result than what we saw last season.
Yeah, I think one of the strongest moves I saw coming into this season is Anubis picking up Master. I think that's a really smart move for them. Master for TBI last season was arguably their strongest player throughout the entire season. So having him come into the mix, I think, could be one of the missing pieces. But also Anubis still, I think, are going through some growing pains after 2 seasons ago losing Slayer. So that's also a big player to no longer have in the mix for a couple seasons. And I feel like even now, there still isn't a clear front runner to fill that void because Slayer is just one of the strongest young players in this league.
He is, right? I mean, he was kind of the guy to really look out for, and he was always somebody that I was really excited to watch because he could just be the difference maker. He could put all those numbers on the scoreboard when he needed to. He was able to find the openings when you needed. So he was kind of the old Reliance. So I think the fact that we have, Design and Master kind of coming into this effect is not a bad one, right? I mean, they both came from TBI last season, but at the same time, it's like, is it going to be enough though, right? Because you've lost some serious firepower. Like, you relied on a consistent factor from somebody like Slayer. That's going to make a big difference, and I agree with you. I think they're going to have some growing pains here, but I think that's what makes this, this season really exciting as well, is that we have seen that bit of a mix-up in some of these teams, whereas some other teams have pretty much been the exact same, right? Like, I think essentially we were both kind of talking about, like, GV did have a roster change, but they kept a core 4, which is pretty interesting. But, we get to see 7 back into the realm here, which that could be a little bit interesting with this one.
I think so as well. I think 7 coming back automatically makes this team a top 4 team in my mind, and potentially even a finalist contender, because the last time he was leading this team, they won a championship. So I feel like looking at what they could do this season, they're going to have to be playing their A game, but they're definitely a team in my mind that can be in that finals at the end of the day, because 3BL, I feel like they need some stronger teams to try and challenge them, but 7 coming back and kind of reigniting GV, I think is going to make an interesting mix, because I feel like Encore kind of had a disappointing performance without 7 last season.
Yeah, they really did. Like, again, they were kind of a team where, they were still like doing well in the beginning, and then it kind of felt like there was just something kind of slowing them down, right? And they couldn't just get the same results that we typically put them on, right? Like, I think we usually put them as like a top 3, probably arguably top 4 team. Like, I would say, like, I think guaranteed, right? So I think the fact that they were really, really struggling was not the best sight for them. So I think you kind of go back to like adding someone like 7. I mean, I think we were both kind of talking about this before, is like, I'm assuming he's coming back as an IGL. So that might, kind of change up the way that it's going to be. But we'll have to wait and see, because again, I'm getting excited for this game, Kyle. I really am. Like, I think this Lazarus and Swamp game is going to be really good, and I'm actually just excited for the boys in NA just to see what they can do and bring some NA pride into this.
Yeah, I'm really hopeful NA is going to have a great season, but I also look at the other teams and know that is going to be a tough task to fulfill, especially starting off against Lazarus, who at the beginning of last season, we kind of counted them out. They had a really, really bad start, but then later on in the season, they almost pushed their way all the way up to the top 4, just barely missing out on a playoff spot, and that Lazarus looked pretty good, but you now have to pair that with losing 40, who in my mind is one of the stronger players that Lazarus has ever had. You've got Vise coming back into the mix, and in my opinion, this is one of the roster swaps that does feel like a slight downgrade, just knowing 40's kind of retired there, taking a back foot, and I feel like Vise didn't necessarily look the best on 36 Demons either.
Yeah, man, I'm so glad you bring that up because look, like, I like Vise. Like, when you brought me into Crossfire, I was able to see what he could do, but I just feel like this last season was not really his best effect, right? I mean, I know he was on a different team, and I know it wasn't the greatest team, and they got pushed out a little bit, but there wasn't ever like these big rounds, these big moments that we kind of saw like him kind of showcase himself, right? So I'm excited to see that he's back in this team, but I think he's got a lot to prove here, and I'm kind of putting him in a little bit of a spotlight, and I'm got some high expectations to see what he can do to maybe reinvent himself or maybe just find a way to be kind of more vintage Vise, right? And I think this match is going to be the perfect setup for him because he's going to be playing an NA team, which, like we said, it's been a minute, man. It's been an absolute minute since NA's been here, so I think this is, again, a really, really good matchup to start off this day.
Yeah, definitely an ideal first matchup. It looks like we are going to take a few moments, though, as these teams prepare, so we're going to go ahead and throw it to a quick break, but when we return, it's going to be NA making their debut back into the scene here. spotted one. There's another right on top of you there, Sloxy.
When HPZ is just doing what he's doing.
Has to get at least one. Good for one. Good for two. Green's good for three.
But again, he can't find more than one, but it's HPZ!
All right, we are back and just about ready for our first matchup of the day. It is going to be Lazarus taking on the NA hopefuls of Swamp. So I am curious to see what they bring to the table, just knowing they did make it out of Open with a pretty good record. They looked really solid in that one, and there were some strong contenders. You had past relegated teams as well in Open with them. They were able to come out on top, and you know, that's also an environment where they had to play against a lot of European and Egyptian teams successfully, so they're at least used to the flow of having to play in those other regions consistently in these head-to-heads. Usually it's going to be one map in the NA servers, one in the EU servers, so it's a lot to deal with when they have to go over and play in the other servers, but if anyone could do it, this is definitely the team to do it.
Yeah, definitely. And I think, you know, the one point you kind of alluded to a little bit was, you know, the player, probably one of the most noticeable players to kind of watch is Famous. So it is going to be interesting to see what him and his team can do. And as you can see here, the vetoes are coming into a full effect here. So the picks and bans, and it actually looks like it is going to be Ankara to start things off. And then Decider to be Port. And I mean, no surprise there. I feel like these were kind of the hot picks, you know, from season 1. So I think from Ankara, this is going to be an interesting pick that comes in from Swamp. It looks like they're the ones that initiated this pick. And honestly, I don't know if I mind this, but like I said, it's more of a kind of a question mark for me because I've never been able to see this NA team come into full effect, but a map like this, I'm definitely down.
Yeah, I think it's a good choice for them. The NA team does have a little bit of an interesting map pool that I'm hoping we get to see more of later in the season. They actually love Mexico in sub-base, which is very uncommon for the rest of the teams in this league. I think almost everyone else is going to ban out Mexico pretty much all season long, but for me, I love to see that map as well, so I hope we get to see a little bit more of it later in the season from these guys, because historically it's one of their strongest maps out of their entire pool. Eagle Eye 2.0, though, I think is probably going to be the lowest picked this entire season. I feel like teams just aren't happy with it as a map, and it's just really small as well, so it's just kind of an aim duel, really like almost deathmatchy type of vibe in that one, so I don't think we'll see too much of it coming out. But for this one, I think Ankara is a good starting pick for Swamp. But for Lazarus, this is also a pretty strong map on their side as well. We've seen them historically perform really well. They've had some good upsets on it. And I think a lot back to HDZ specifically on this map is a pretty big threat with that Om in hand. And that's where I'm most curious to see how Swamp is going to deal with him, because I feel like Kai's, he's going to have to get his feet wet very quickly in this league as a sniper, because that's one of the hardest components to go head-to-head with many of these teams in.
Well, exactly, right? I mean, and that's the kind of the point we were kind of talking about, is like having a new team like Swamp kind of coming in. They haven't been here for a hot minute, so they're going to have to go against some big dogs, right? And like you said, I think HDZ, I was really excited to see him on this team from last season. I was like, okay, this is a good pickup. Like, this was a bit of a curveball for me, but I was excited. And he did have some really good moments last season where he came into a big effect with the Yalm, and I think that's really, really important. But I think it's going to be interesting to see how that's going to pan out for him to start off the season. You know, is he feeling pretty good, or is he feeling maybe a little rusty right now? Who knows, right? But like I said, and you kind of mentioned as well, is I think this is, you know, going to be important for this Swamp Gaming team, just because they have to be the ones that set the pace. They're going to have to be the ones that kind of make a bit of a statement here, and they don't kind of just, you know, turtle in and just, you know, take defeat. So I'm going to be excited, and this isn't like a big map here for the Yalm, but I mean, it definitely could be a big, you know, influence when it needs to, but we'll have to see how creative Swamp are going to be with some of these NA strats.
It's going to be a tough opening match, I think, either way here. Both teams kind of trying to set the pace for their season. I'd say they're both kind of middle-of-the-road teams currently in my mind as well, so this is really anyone's for the taking going into this series. I am curious if this is going to be the NA or the EU map of this series, since I know that does have some advantages and disadvantages either way as well, just knowing who has that home server advantage, especially with the NA teams. There's a lot more of a difference there on the line in having that home server. But this first round, it is going to be Swamp Gaming already putting a ton of pressure onto this bomb site, but Minute gets the first pick right away onto Loons. Just no fear. Famous gets the follow-up as well. Brando already good for a third, and Lazarus, they almost seem like they just weren't ready in this one.
Yeah, man, it doesn't look like it at all, and now they're just trying to get themselves back into a little bit of a fighting form here, but Swamp had themselves in a great position. Mina coming in, HDZ, we talked a lot about him. He's able to find a connection, though, and so far in this round, he's been able to find two, but now this is about an ace clutch that he has to come through on. Famous, you know, we talked a lot about him here on the desk. He comes up big with a headshot, and Swamp, they're going to get things started with a nice 1-0 to get the pace moving. I talked about this, Kyle. They want to be a pacemaker, and I'm liking it so far.
Yeah, it's a really tough start, though, on the other end of it as well. Lazarus, they were just not prepared at all on that hold. Not a whole lot of trades set up as well, but Swamp, they're a team that knows how to be aggressive, and Lazarus has to be a little bit more prepared for that. I am also interested with Lazarus as well. I wasn't actually expecting Niels to be the 5th coming in this season. I was assuming it was going to be Manison, so another surprise there on the roster side as well. Maybe Niels is coming in as that IGL. He historically used to be the IGL for Lazarus back in the day when he was a main starter. So if that is the starter they bring in this season, that could be helpful later on. But right now, it's going to come down to how they can adapt quickly. But I do like this play call from Swamp Gaming in round number 2, putting a lot of early round pressure in the first, but now kind of waiting to see what Lazarus will do to react in the second. And already it gets them a pick in the hands of Kais.
Yeah, and I honestly love this, though, right? Like, I think when we see, you know, teams going for, you know, the offense, they need to be able to find that first initiation, right? They have to be able to ones to win that opening duel, get the pick, and then at least, you know, for the GR side, it makes it just so much more difficult. So now Lazarus have to really try to find themselves something. NLS does try to get a little bit more aggressive here from the side hole. Not going to be able to get any damage really done, but at least it's made some presence known. Swamp again just kind of posting up, just really playing a standard default setup right now, like really not exploring too much, kind of relying heavily on Kais, you know, just finding that opening engagement. And it's the one that Lazarus, you can see they're now put 3 different players here in this A site, kind of just vacating the B site for now. And even Swamp, they've actually kind of changed up their game plan a little bit, and LS will find that first engagement now, so we're back in an even playing field, and now Mina trying everything they can to get something started. It's a little bit greasy, but now it's Lazarus. They're starting to kick things up a little bit of a notch, and just like that, it's just down to Brando.
Yeah, a bit overzealous in the mid-round there. Coming out from Swamp, it's going to punish them. A lot of individual picks just not working out in their favor. Ties this one up early on. But honestly, for Swamp Gaming, I feel like if they had maybe just grouped up, that could have gone a lot better. But you could tell a lot of almost like ego challenging after that first round.
Okay. Well, we talked about the OMS going off, and I mean, Kai does start it off, which is great, but you know, when it's going kind of, you know, sniper against sniper, it does work out nicely here for the side of HDZ to win that engagement, but it is back to the 4-4. And I agree with you. I think, you know, Swamper being a little bit overzealous, they're just trying to get a little bit cheeky with it, probably getting really excited. They started things off with the first round, but you know, things get pushed back into gear a little bit. Vi's coming in with a nice swing. He actually does connect some good damage against Famous. And now just going for full spam damage again. Just a little bit of tenderizing, nothing much. But these Lazarus players, they're the ones that are getting quite wounded. Both Vi's and Loons, they're both in critical HP right now. So this is a great, again, position for Swamp to potentially find themselves a second round. HDZ trying everything he can. He is playing aggressive, and that's a good start already. Looking for a little bit more with this Zom. Swamp just posted up on this. He's trying everything he can. HDZ just missing the shots. He's got no more bullets in the chamber. Uh-oh, this can't be good. And now it's just Josh and Famous. They need to come alive, and Josh comes in for a swing. He's trying his best. Back to the 3-2. Madison trying to see what he can find. Just posted up. The HP's low, but Famous comes in for a drive-by. Kyle, things are changing.
Yeah, I mean, Famous and Josh, it's now a really winnable situation. Vi's and Loons very low on HP for the remainder of this one. Famous and Josh not too much better when it comes to that, but it's going to be the shot-for-shot difference. I think that might play to their advantage because Josh and Famous, probably the 2 best shots on this Swamp Gaming lineup, up in it for the clutch. They do have the C4 in hand as well, starting to work their way towards this B bomb site plant, but it is going to be Loons in that little pocket to try and catch them off guard. Gets the shot as well onto Famous, trying to cross onto the plant. And now Josh, only 15 seconds on the clock, has to force the plant, but Vise is already right behind him, and he's got no idea. Tries to flick around. It's not going to matter, though. The pinch comes through, and Lazarus take the lead.
Yeah, that was a really nice play from Lazarus too, right? I mean, the fact that, you know, they kind of split things off with a 1-on-1, it's always a little bit risky, but I think they were able to kind of, you know, pincer into that moment and just kind of sandwich them in. So that was a really, really nice play, and it was kind of like you had to go for one engagement in the front, then you had somebody in the back, and that's kind of the coordination we talked about, right? That's what we were kind of mentioning a little bit about, talking about the experience of Lazarus and them just being at the CFWL, and now it's for Swamp to get themselves kind of back into a little bit of momentum to finally get their footing, because like you said, they played in the open. Now they, you know, things are changing. The competition's quite different, and like we said, that competition is going to be HDZ to find that opening duel.
Yeah, HDZ definitely the big threat here for Lazarus in this match so far, up to 6 kills already in the first half, making it pretty difficult for Swamp to hold any early round advantage. This time it's Brando down and out. And you can see now Kai's trying to poke his way around for some sort of pick to answer back with, but HDZ has a pretty good off angle on this upper B wall to try and catch him off guard. Famous as well, poking around the middle of the map, spots Loons on the shoulder peak, but unfortunately no chance to take that shot. You can see them slightly leaning towards this A bomb side, but Lazarus, they have this one completely red.
Yeah, this is a perfect read. Lazarus are ready to go. They have 3 players locked in on this. So Swamp, they're kind of going into the mousetrap, right? Like they could smell the cheese. They're like, yeah, okay, we're going to go for this. We're just, you know, I'm persuaded. I want to know what's here. But now finally a little bit of a lean. Loons does lead, but it's going to be NLS. Comes up massive, puts himself for the triple kill, locks it down. And like we said, cheese is just too good, and the mousetrap is going to lock them in, and now Kai's by himself, coming alive here for a 1-on-4 with 45 seconds remaining. I don't like these odds, but again, anything's possible, but Lazarus, they just do a great read and a great shutdown.
Yeah, right now, Swamp Gaming not looking too great on the mid-round picks. It's been kind of all Lazarus ever since that opening round went against them. Kai's here. He does have the Om in hand, has a chance to maybe get a one-on-one against Loons. Misses the shot, though, and now the punish is right there. And of course, it's going to be HDZ picking up kill number 7, and that is the threat they're going to have to deal with. Looking back at this replay, Nails, wouldn't believe this guy's been pretty much out for the last 2 or 3 seasons with a play like that.
Oh, man. Yeah, it's definitely good to see him back, and I mean he was kind of in and out a little bit last season, but like you said, I mean it's going to be interesting. But and for NLS, I should be saying, I mean he's always impressing me, always kind of pops up when he needs to, but we'll have to see what Swamp want to do with this now. And actually, instead of kind of just defaulting on this, they actually are just committed to mid, so that right now they're just going to post up, they're going to go for this fight. Vise is the one player that is technically the closest by, just being on the top ground here. Kais is going to be able to win that engagement. Okay, so that, or the sniper off is going to go for the 1-on-1 now, back and forth. Vise now in a bit of a tough position, has given away his spot here, but at least Swamp, they have themselves the site. They got the lurk coming in from Brando. Is he going to be able to have this timing, though? They might not expect him to be here in this position, Kyle.
That's a nice little wraparound onto Madison. Brando gets the first kill. Looking for that second onto Loons. It's going to be Josh going for the wide swing as Brando goes down on that lurk, but still Vise has to be taken down, but look at the headshot there from Vise. Able to find one, make it a second one tap as well onto Kai's. Takes him off the map. Famous, though, still holds on with Minna to get the round.
Oh boy, okay. All right, they don't, Swamp Gaming, they don't allow Lazarus to get too much of a big lead in the 1-round differential here. I love that work that comes in, and the post plant looked really, really good, honestly. Like, I love the aggression that they were putting onto this. They were trying to just keep a committed swing on this. They weren't just playing super passive and giving up that space for Lazarus. Instead, they were trying to bring the fight to them. So it pans out well. And now we're still seeing that HDZ, again, is kind of the lead fragger so far in the server, sitting at a 7-3, which is just kind of expected in some degree, right? I mean, the guy's just a menace with the Om, but Where does he want to go with this? Post it up in just mid door, just waiting things out, or on B door. Now we can see Swamp. They're kind of just, again, committing through mid, just kind of creeping themselves through underpass here. This is going to be an interesting play because now they're switching things up a little bit, and they're going to just try to go right into this B site. HDZ now gets a bit of an inkling on it, posted up in the site, waiting. The flash is coming through. Loons is able to help him out for the time. The rifles are starting to sing. Vice finds himself that double, as well as Brando now, leaving it to a 2-on-3. That advantage still, though, for Lazarus.
Yeah, really good rotation coming in from Lazarus to shut things down. Unfortunately, they weren't ready for that flank of Brando, who netted 2 over to Swamp. But now Vise, this is a huge patience play coming out from him. He's able to get 1, taking down famous Brando. He may have found 3 in the round, but he needs them all to secure it here for Swamp Gaming. He does have the C4 in hand to work with, going to be working his way slowly back towards this B bomb site, but Manison and Niels, they've got the right idea here. The 2v1, the double swing will get the job done.
Man, that was really close, though. I mean, honestly, the way I love that they play together kind of as a unit, but the same thing is, like, I was kind of thinking there was a potential for, like, maybe a good spray down on the double, but not going to be the effect. That's a good thing. So now Lazarus put themselves in a 4-2 position. This is the start we needed to see. And now they're even getting more aggressive. NLS, look at how fast he's just going to run up on this. He's going to go through stairs. He want to put a little bit more pressure onto this one, keeping Swamp a little bit on the guessing game. And now they've lost Famous, so they lost a heavy hitter, and that's a big, big deal.
Yeah, already Lazarus, they've got exactly what they need to close out this round. 5-on-3 situation. C4 kind of stuck outside of B long, and Brando, you can see he's eager to try and find a way to answer back, but it just doesn't seem to be working out. But actually on the repeat, he is able to take down Manison. Looking for more is going to be Niels, who gets that late trade onto Brando. But now Kais and Josh, they've got a lot of heavy lifting to do to take back this round. You can see Niels creeping back up towards B. Josh, good for the first at the very least, but Vise and Loons are already on the back of this bomb site. They're going to be challenging them on the cross right away, though. Vise almost able to connect there. Loons right there for the 1-2 punch. They'll get it done.
Yeah, this is looking really, really polished right now, right? Again, like we were just saying, like everybody's kind of, this is the first match of the day. This is, to see who wants to set things off nicely. And I do love that pace coming in from Lazarus, right? That last round was a cool little bit of a highlight that we just got to see. NLS just getting really, really aggressive on the stairway, just kind of, again, finding a moment here to change things up and kind of, just being that microaggression, which I really, really love when you're on that defensive side, just because, again, it can cause so much of a difference, right? So when you're IGLing, when you're on the offense, you're kind of like, okay, like this is what we want to do. This is the setups we want. But when somebody kind of mixes it up and they like push on you, it just kind of gets you all flabbergasted, right? But I think this is now, we got a little bit of a tech issue, or I think it might be a technical, I'm not too sure, but this is a moment here for Swamp. I think they can just kind of regroup themselves and kind of take this in their advantage to whatever they can.
Yeah, they really need to. It's already starting to look a little bit grim for them. I feel like now looking back at that first round, it almost just feels like Lazarus wasn't fully awake yet in this one. But ever since then, they've felt like the dominant team by a mile in this matchup. So I feel like Swamp Gaming really needs to rethink their approach. Their mid-round especially seems a little bit sloppier. They're giving up a lot of picks over to Lazarus, though it is many thanks to HDZ for that. HDZ in these mid-rounds is finding everything that Lazarus needs. On top of that, you have Niels starting to come to life as well and making this a very difficult one. And honestly, it's a pleasant surprise because coming into today, I wasn't expecting Niels to be in that spot. I was expecting Jin to still be on this roster since he was a starter for the last 2 seasons. I'm not sure if this is a permanent change, but I'm liking what we're seeing from him so far being back in here.
Yeah, no, I'm glad you bring that up, man, because again, like, I was kind of just quickly mentioning that, it was nice to see Niels kind of like in, I think, for season 1, we got to see him kind of in and out a little bit, didn't get a lot of playing time, but it was an interesting move, right? And I think for him to kind of be on this roster now, like, there were some really good glimpses we got to see in season 1, but I'm kind of glad to see this. But like you said, it's going to be interesting if this is going to be the move or the roster in full effect, right? And it kind of seems like it is, but we don't know yet for sure. But I do like that, there has been that little little bit of a mix-up to kind of make things a little bit more interesting for all these teams. But so far, I've been pretty happy with Lazarus's performance. I mean, they seem to be reacting really well. Their reads have been really, really effective, as you know, in effect here too. So they've kind of essentially, you know, read the attack coming in from Swamp, which I think that's a big thing when you're playing on the GR side. You just want to have a good inkling, and it just seems like the IGLing right now is on par.
Yeah, and I think that could be a factor in maybe Niels being in the mix here, since they did lose 40. Niels historically was an IGL in the past for this team, so maybe he's bringing those elements back into the mix, because I always felt that when Lazarus took a back foot step there in the last couple of seasons, that's one of the things they were missing, was those key strategies that they used to have in the past that really elevated them as a team, because I've always felt like Lazarus, they're not necessarily one of those aim-based teams like a GV or an LCK. They're more a strategic core team. That's how they're going to find those wins, kind of out positioning and finding those best ways to take rounds on the GR side. So I'm hopeful we see more of that, but also Swamp Gaming, I think for them, this is kind of some growing pains of just being reintroduced to the league as well, since it's definitely a different ball game for them here. It's not the open teams they were used to playing the last couple of seasons, and you can already tell it's a little bit of a rude awakening on their side of things.
Yeah, it really is, right? Like, they got the first opening round and things were looking pretty decent, and then it was kind of a little bit of that reality check came back in, and Lazarus started getting themselves some consecutive rounds, you know, essentially, and now they're kind of getting themselves back a little bit better. But like we said in the beginning of this, right, we said this is definitely going to be a lot of growing pains, a lot of opportunity for Swamp, you know, to figure out what they need to do to kind of raise to the level of the competition. And that's always kind of the biggest note here for any teams that kind of make it up through the open, they get themselves back in this league. I mean, you always have a little bit of a realization like, hey, look, the competition is really fierce and we have to like kind of mix things up. But I think, you know, for this roster and kind of players like Famous that has been around for a long time, it's going to be a good way for having like a veteran to kind of explain, you know, the system and just kind of adjusting when they need to. But this, like I said, I feel like a broken record, but this is the best matchup that I think they probably could have had, or one of the best matchups, just because it's that middle tier team typically in the beginning of the seasons where Lazarus kind of always seem a little bit slow in the start. But right now, I mean, they look dominant.
Yeah, I feel like it's looking a lot like what we saw at the end of the last season from Lazarus, a team that's kind of hungry to prove themselves, and they're already showing it here in this opening match. But at the same time, for Lazarus, I feel like there are some things they can be improving on. This is definitely not a team that I would say, looking at their schedule, is one of the stronger teams they're up against. So I feel like they do have a lot of room to grow in what we're seeing, especially in these start of round plays. It feels like if Lazarus is going to lose a round, it's usually within those first 20 or 30 seconds of them making a mistake of over-peaking alone. We saw it happen in the first couple of rounds there, where they actually lose the opening aim duel, but then a player like HDZ or Niels is able to claw back individually to win that round. So I'm hoping they keep things a little bit more tethered. We see a little bit more trade setups on the table, but Swamp Gaming coming out of the pause, they seem pretty eager to just go for it towards the say bomb site.
Yeah, I kind of like this though. Again, like I think, you know, the little bit of a timeout that happened here. So I think for Swamp, like I think just them kind of going back to the old faithful, playing together could be good, but Madison, nice little bit of a jiggle, gets himself started, but the trade comes in. Josh able to get something started a little bit here. And actually another uncharacteristic miss coming in from HDZ is now actually kind of essentially just opened up this site. And even now Kai's just kind of playing back, lurking, takes down Buys as well. This is a nice little bit of a switch up. Again, just grouped up as a unit, the brute force. They get themselves in this bomb site, now leaving it to Loons to see if he can be able to come up with a clutch, and he will not. So we're going to sit at a 5-3 scoreline. And honestly, I love that, you know, it's a simplistic thing to do, but it pays off wonders.
Yeah, really solid execution, and this is what Swamp Gaming needs to do a lot more of when they go for these split picks. They don't have a whole lot of success as a team, but when they have a full execution, they look really solid in how they take control over these bomb sites. So I'm hopeful they continue down this path, and it seems to be kind of just running it back in this final round of the half for them. Niels gets the early spot, though. A chance to fall off. He's going to be able to get out pretty much unpunished, but the counter flash is going to be a little bit devastating here. Niels able to pick up two. Madison finds another. Brando able to find one before going down, but not quite enough in this situation. Famous, the last alive, a 1 versus 4. Not going to be in the cards today. Lazarus closes out a 6-3 half.
Oh, man. Okay. Well, I mean, that's a nice way for Lazarus to get themselves back feeling a little bit better, you know, right? I mean, I said Swamp, they come in, they look good, they kind of get something moving a little bit, but Yeah, either way, I think, the fact that they're able to finish off the half with a 6-3 is a really nice little bit of a cherry on top. And honestly, not too surprising the scoreline. I was kind of maybe thinking it could have been this, or maybe just a slight bit difference, maybe 1 or 2, maybe towards for Swamp. But again, I think that, we're sitting in a 6-3 is really, really interesting. And now it's going to be more interesting to see what, Swamp are going to do on switching sides now, right? Like how effective is this team going to be? And I think, it's probably more the difficult side because you have to play with that communication. You have to be really synchronized, and you just got to make sure you're on the same page, and that can never always be the same thing. Whereas, these highlights are kind of showing us that Lazarus, they definitely were on the same page.
Yeah, I mean, like what I was saying, ever since that first round, Lazarus has been on point with what they're doing as a team. You can tell all of the players individually are really stepping up as well. Every single player kind of had their shining moment on the side of Lazarus. Meanwhile, for Swamp, just didn't feel like there was a lot of cohesion in many of these rounds. They would maybe get an open pick, then you've got a lot of suffering in that mid round trying to get those 1v1 aim duels to go their way. So I'm hoping Swamp plays a little bit more as a team going into the GR side of this map. You're really going to need that to be effective here, but also Lazarus is the type of team you can't be afraid to be aggressive against them on the GR side as well. I know a lot of teams, when they come into this league, they kind of struggle to be aggressive on their defensive halves, but as we've seen at the top half of this league, being strategically aggressive on the GR side is kind of the name of the game.
No, it absolutely is. It absolutely is. I mean, that's the thing. The GR side, like, I think, the old premise used to be, and you can tell me if I'm wrong, but I feel like everybody's like, when you're playing on the BL side, it's tough, right? Because you have to, the plan of attack, the way you execute into a site, the way you get yourselves into it. But I feel like the GR side, I think still shows a lot of ability to have that communication, the right setups, the right timing, making sure your rotates are there. Like, I almost think it's harder in itself, right? Because it's easy to lose control of a bomb site. Like, if the team's able to get themselves in and they sweep it easily with no trades or nobody close on by, I mean, it can be over pretty quick, right? So that's where I was kind of saying, like, for me, like, I think Swamp, like, this is going to be an interesting view just to see how well they play on this GR side, if it's going to be a little bit better, maybe the same, or maybe even worse.
Yeah, the GR side of this map, I would definitely say, is the more difficult one just because of how large this map is. If you lose control of one side of the map, the rotations take quite a bit of time and can really have that work against you. So for Lazarus, it's all about securing that opening pick. If they can keep doing that in the second half, this should be a fairly simple first map for them to close out. Getting 4 rounds on the BL side is pretty standard here. This map usually leans 5-4 in favor of that BL side. So I definitely expect them to have the advantage here, but for Swamp, this is a chance to maybe play a little bit more reserved, a little bit more patient. They don't feel like they have to make the first move, at least on this side of the map.
Well, let's see what's going to come out of this. And again, a little bit of damage, but again, nothing massive. And even Lazarus is grouped up. They're ready to go for this A site. They just want to go for it. Josh is kind of sitting here inside hole. If I'm not mistaken, that was going to be, I was going to say he's probably going to smoke off main right now. That's going to come in from Famous, so good timing now. And Josh, there's a lot of pressure for him. He might be able to come for the back lines. He's coming in for a spray. It's a little bit labored. He's not able to get anything moving on it. Famous only able to find himself that one. And like we talked about, just like that, Swamp, they had a bit of a read on it with 2 players ready to go, but they lose that site, leaving it now just down to 2. And this is not an easy retake. I mean, you have 4 different players to go against. Utility is still flying through. And Kai's right now trying to see what he can do. But again, he's just blinded. And he's got the Alm. But again, there's only 21 seconds. They have to be able to find themselves something here. Now they have to hit these shots. Not going to be happening. It's a swing and a miss. And now it's all down to Mina. Not able to get it done. And Lazarus will maintain this lead even further.
Yeah, for Swamp, just a tough time on the hold. Only getting a 1-for-3 exchange on the initial push. And this is where they've suffered. The trade's not looking good for Swamp Gaming in this opening map for themselves, and Lazarus just really good at taking full advantage of that. You combine that with every single person on the Lazarus roster kind of just popping off in the way they need to as well. It makes it a tough one to think Swamp Gaming is going to find their way out of. This time they do change it up a little bit, sending 3 towards that B side of the map, leaving the GR spawn pretty much open for the taking. This is where Lazarus being a little bit more patient could pay off here, just filtering that information that there's nobody on the top of the A bomb site, but a nice little cheeky setup here from Swamp Gaming. 2 players in the vent potentially to shut down Vise, but Vise, how is he able to get away with that? No trade happens, and it's a free pick.
Oh man, I was thinking that too. I was like, look, okay, I'm glad you said it. I was like, the double player here. I'm like, okay, sure, this might be an instant trade. And I don't know how Vise does it, but a smooth criminal, man. He gets himself in there, he gets himself out, and just, punch in, punch out in the office, right? And now they find themselves in this advantage where they find the opening engagement. And it just makes it even harder now. And that's what I talked about, right? This is, when I was going off on my little podcast moment here, where it's like, for being on the GR side, this is where you get in a bit of a sticky situation. Now that, they're going to be splitting this off with a 2-2. So they've essentially given up mid, having one player which is just going to be in the back skirts of B, just lurking through mid now. Now they're even going to switch it up again. They're getting a little bit paranoid. And Lazarus, they're just going to take it slow and steady here. Up through B doors. Now making for the plan of attack here to potentially just split into B, but they got some time to work with, and this makes it even worse right now for Swamp because they're on the guessing game.
Yeah, now it's going to put a lot of pressure onto both Minna and Kai's here. One of them has to respond quickly to this push, otherwise they lose site control, but Kai is able to take down the lurk of Niels right away. But now Minna has to find a way to hold on to this site. He's all alone as Kai's goes down, misses the connection onto Manison, and now he has to just try and frag out here. It's only going to be a 1-for-1, not going to be enough, and now it is all on to Famous. 1 versus 3 starts it off with a nice headshot, but still has a lot more work to do in this one.
Boy, oh boy, does he ever. 30 seconds ago, he's just fully blind. You can just see he's like, hey, I need to see. I don't know what to do here. And now the time is ticking, right? I mean, he's got a nade still in his hand. It's available in the pocket. No more utility available here from Lazarus. It's all just going to be guns. But the time is going down quickly. Famous needs to be able to find this engagement. Spots one of the players, still expecting somebody to come from the high ground. Now it's going to be a little bit of a cat and mouse. And Lazarus, again, show us that coordination as a group. They make things look pretty easy. Famous can't get anything started, unfortunately. And man, oh man, that was just a great round that we got to see from them. And again, I still can't believe we saw that pick coming in from Vise. Like, I just absolutely can't believe he got away with that. That is just getting away with murder.
Yeah, that right there is just Swamp Gaming not being ready for those trades when they need them, because even trading Vise makes that a much better round already for Swamp to try and close out in their favor. But now they've got to hold off a full push onto the A-bomb side. It may be Famous and Josh with the 2v5 situation, but so far it's going to be a 2-for-1 trade. But Manison quickly finishes things off there. Colton Hand runs them both down. Minna stuck on the back wall, but the pinch is already coming through. It is going to be a double rotation here. Minna and Brando working their way on the flank. And it is going to be just a slow play now as the pinch comes to life. But HDZ, I mean, it's just Colts all day on the side of Lazarus, but it pays off for 3 kills. Vi is able to make it a 4th. And now Kai's is all alone, spots the barrel of HDZ, but in this 1v3, there's just no way out of it. 4 Colt kills gets the round for Lazarus.
Oh man, yeah, again, and this is where, I talked about the coordination being on the GR side and how much that makes a big difference. And, even that retake, it didn't look really clean, right? It was quite greasy, like, a player went in by themselves, lost that gunfight. So again, just that coordination is just a little bit off tune right now. They're still figuring things out, like we said, but now Lazarus on the brink here to get things done, and they're looking really, really good. Manison has just had a field day so far since we switched over to the second half, sitting at a 6-0 if I'm not mistaken. So this is a cool thing to see from him, because I talked a lot about him this previous season and said he was such an exciting player because he really kind of kickstarted Lazarus, I thought. Like, he came in, I think you and I were, essentially on the desk for that whole previous season, even before season 1, and we were talking about, look, like, he came in late, and you could already see there was like such a big improvement for Lazarus too. So it's good to see Manison still coming in full effect like this.
Yeah, Manison, really a strong player on the BL side, and that's always something Lazarus has needed, because some of these players historically outside of him haven't been the best when it comes to entry fragging. So I feel like he's been a really positive addition, especially on this side of the map for this team. And He could be the reason they close it out here. It's already a 9-3 game. Swamp Gaming yet to find themselves around on the GR side, and they might not even have a chance here. Already they've lost Kai's and Famous in the round. Niels and HDZ are a bit low on HP, but it may not matter with the advantage they now have across this map. You can see Niels taking control of that B bomb site slowly, only leaving Minna on the other side to hold it from the GR spawn, and it's pretty much going to be a full retake situation now for Swamp Gaming to deal with.
Yeah, this is not easy at all, right? I mean, this is where they have to be able to find something, and already now Vise is able to get things started, and it's looking a lot better. And already it's just coming apart, and Brando now needs to be the player that needs to keep them alive into this. Otherwise, Lazarus are going to have themselves a magnificent start here for the first map. And now it's all down to one player. A player to see if he can come alive. Full HP, but again, no utility comes in for the gunfight. Not going to happen. And Lazarus, they are going to get things done. Not a lot of excitement shown on the faces here of them. And, you know, again, like I talked about, punch in, punch out for them. And they get things with a 10-3 to start off the opening season. And not a bad showing from them at all. They looked pretty clean.
Yeah, definitely a great start, but I mean, you can see it on the faces of them. They know the job's not done just yet. They've got to try and make it a 2-0 start. Just knowing, I feel like a lot of teams are looking at Swamp Gaming, especially if they consider themselves a top 4 contender, as a must-beat team in this season for themselves. So they definitely know what's on the horizon, and this is a match where if you want to take down the LCKs and the 3BLs of this league, you've got to be able to 2-0 a Swamp Gaming.
You do, right? I mean, I think, you know, we didn't really get to talk about expectations, but I think, again, it's the same thing where I think for Lazarus, like you said, right, it's kind of repeating it a little bit here, but it is, the expectation is for them to find this 2-0, right? I think if Swamp's able to split things off with a 1-1, that would have been pretty huge, right? Just for them to get some points on the board, to get themselves, you know, a nice little bit of start for the season, but they lost their map pick, right? So I think this is now where it starts to get a little bit scary for them. Like, it wasn't a really close game. There was a couple decently close rounds, but I think Lazarus, once we got past, you know, like 4 or 5, we definitely saw a big improvement, and I think that was a really good thing to see, right? They kind of looked like they were, you know, warming up the engine a little bit, and then as soon as they were purring, man, it was a smooth drive, right? And I think for Swamp, it got a little bit mucky.
Yeah, I feel like Swamp is going to have to show us a lot more in this second map. I'm hopeful that the second map is maybe the one that's on the NA servers. Maybe that plays into their advantage a little bit more. If this was the EU map, I think the scoreline makes a bit more sense. But if this was an NA map, that makes the next map that much scarier for them as well, knowing it could be an EU finale after going down 10-3. That's another mind game I think a team like Swamp is going to have to deal with throughout the season. If you lose that NA map and play it first, you have to kind of regroup even more going into that situation of being on the EU servers and having to win a second map situation.
Yeah, right. I mean, that's the thing. Like, they kind of were banking on this a lot, so I think this is gonna. For me, I'm not really sure how to feel for Swamp right now, but I mean, that's kind of the other thing too, is when you're in a situation where, like, the cards are against you, the deck's against you, that's where you can be scary, right? So I mean, not to say it's going to be definitely a long road. It's going to be a hard road here for the second match, or second map I should say, but at the same time, like, you never know, right? Maybe the expectations, they'll just relieve that pressure. Maybe they'll play a little bit differently. That's the thing with like a new team like this. You're kind of still figuring out how their cohesion is, but either way, we see on some of these highlights, we got to, you know, get some good picks. We got some good initiation started here for Swamp, but you know, I think we just got to see, you know, Lazarus really showing us some of their teamwork and a lot of the adjustments they've had, and it's just a great sight to see right now. And this, yeah, that round just still blows me away that he got away with that. That's just absolutely insane. But I'm looking forward for Report to be the deciding factor here, if this is a 2-0 or a 1-1.
Yeah, I feel like Port, even though it wasn't necessarily their pick, could actually be a stronger map for Swamp. Just historically it has been, so I'm hopeful they can maybe bounce back, because they're certainly going to need it here after a 10-3 loss. Looking at the overall scores, kind of the MVP in the making seems to be maybe either Loons or Vise in this one, but I mean, across the board, everyone pretty much played lights out in the way they needed to for this team. You had shining moments from pretty much every individual on this team, which is honestly something we haven't been able to say about Lazarus in quite some time, so it's great to see.
Yeah, exactly, right? I think even like a little bit surprising for me, you know, I think Loon's kind of sitting himself at a 2.0 KD was pretty important. Like, I mean, I feel like he's one of those players that kind of is up and down, and he's kind of the guy that, you know, gets the frags he needs to. But, you know, Vise, honestly, like, I think that was a really good showcase for him because, you know, like we talked about, it was like, look, like he was on 36 Demons. It was not the best showing for them. They, you know, they got relegated out. So it just wasn't a good sight. But now that he's kind of back in this roster, he, you know, was a top fragger. He was sitting himself at a 2.33, so I love that, right? And everybody had good stats, but, you know, Famous kind of sitting himself at that 1.0, even, you know, despite the scoreline, not too bad. And like we said, I mean, there wasn't a whole lot they could work with. Like, they were constantly in the struggle, just getting themselves out of bad situations over and over again. But either way, I still think I was happy to see Kai's. Like, I mean, I think, you know, finding some engagements, winning some of those duels with the Om, that was kind of critical. And honestly, I'm glad to see that, you know, it wasn't just a blunder. It actually had some good moments.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of positives still they can take away for Swamp Gaming. And at the end of the day, they've got the first one out of the way. Maybe those first round jitters are gone now going into map number 2. I mean, you could see in the stats, the 2 weakest performers for Swamp Gaming were also the 2 players who have never been in this league before, that being Josh and Minna. So for me, that's kind of a telltale sign that maybe they're just having some adjustments these 2 players have to make to be comfortable in this league, because outside of it, they're very strong players on this team and can put up the same frags that we see from someone like Famous. But you've got to get comfortable within this environment, because the teams are going to be playing a little bit differently. They're not going to be looking at you as the threat you were in that open league, and it does require that time to adapt and to adjust to the new expectations they're up against.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, you know, the biggest thing is here too for Swamp, like you kind of just mentioned too, is the fact, you know, the consideration about, like, when you're a team that comes through the open, like you said, the competition is quite different. You know, the level's going to be a little bit different here. Now you're playing in the big leagues, right? Now you're playing some of these really, really good teams. But I think that might be a good kickstart, right? Like, Swamp are now going to have to go, okay, look, we have to change things up. We have to kind of look at the way we played this game. They can go back, watch the videos, you know, play back on what went well, what didn't go well. And that's what I think is always not a bad thing for any team, because those first couple of games are going to be really, really important for you to kind of just, again, build yourself that system, kind of change things up when they need to. So I think all things considered, honestly, it's not a bad sight here for Swamp. But like I said, I'm going to be curious if they're going to be able to get themselves a little bit more rounds in this second match, just to see if they can get themselves a little bit more of that confidence built.
Yeah, not only that, too, as we've seen throughout the league's history, is that round differential later on can play a huge factor if you are able to get things figured out kind of around that halfway mark in the season and start building. If you don't have enough round differential, that climb back becomes that much harder. So even if they don't pull off a win here, if they can get closer to that 10-8, 10-7 margin, they at least have that chance to recover a little bit more safely later on in the season. So maybe as time comes, they'll be able to develop and get that done. But we are going to go ahead and take a break. I believe we have a Lazarus video during that break as well. So I'm curious to see their thoughts and kind of how they've formed coming into this new season with this new lineup. But we'll see you on the other side for map number 2.
Hello everyone, I'm Loons, I'm playing for Lazarus. Our performance in the first half of the last season was not that great, but luckily in the second half we came back, but at the end it was not enough to reach the playoffs. We realized that every team puts a lot of work into the game, and if you don't do the same, you won't be able to compete in this league. Most of our team members remain the same. We only picked up Vice from Demons. We needed a replacement for 40's position, and Vice was really suitable in the short period of time we had. MKZ we picked up because he played the league before, and that's a good choice for a substitute. We had many weaknesses in the last season, and we still have some things we need to work on and which needs to be fixed. We made some adjustments which can make a difference for the second season. I know Swamp Gaming, they're really good friends of mine. I'm happy they made it to the CF West League. They have strong skill, and I'm excited to see how they perform. I believe our chances are better this season. The competition is probably harder this season, but we will show our best. There was the moment moment when we secured place 5 at the last match day of the first season. That was probably our highlight. We are looking forward the most probably to play against 3BL again, and our desired opponent is Anubis Gaming.
One. There's another right on top of you there, Sloxy.
Just doing what he's doing.
Has to get at least one. Good for one. Good for two. Creeds. Good for three.
But again, he can't find more than one, but it's HCT!
All right, we are back here and ready for map number 2 of this series. If you missed the first, it was a pretty big win for Lazarus to kick things off in their season against Swamp Gaming, but hopeful we see a closer one here now going into port for the second map. But Laz, are you a Swamp believer? Can they do it and pull this one to a 1-1?
Oh, you put me on the spot, right? I mean, look, I'm going to be honest. Like, yes, I do want to see, like, there's that little bit of NA bias for me, right? I'm like, look, I want to see NA do some good things. I want to see them just be a contender. This makes me really excited that we have an NA team. I've never been able to see one here for the CFWL, so it makes me excited. So I think for me, I'm always going to have that slight little bit of a, hope, ambition to say these guys can do it. But, the one thing I wanted to pick your brain on a little bit was that video we got to see with Loons. I actually really liked it because I think it was really interesting that he made a couple interesting points. Like I like that he admits the season previous wasn't the greatest. They knew they had a lot of faults. They knew they had a lot of weaknesses. And the other thing is they wanted to make a ton of improvements. So I'm glad he's just kind of being, a bit of a realist that way, not just kind of being like, we got unlucky. It's like, no, we had a bad season. We got to figure it out. And the one thing I also thought was really interesting for me too is they said they really want to play 3BL, which is arguably one of the best teams probably in this league. But their desired opponent was Anubis. And I think for me, that was a bit of an eye-opener just because Anubis have been scary, but I don't know if there's maybe some other deeper reason that I might not know.
I think honestly, just when you look at the rosters on paper, that might be one of the more comfortable teams to be facing off against in this season. I feel like Swamp Gaming, even though they looked a little bit weaker in this one, when they hit their stride, I would actually put them a cut above this current Anubis roster. Maybe TBI is in that same boat, I'd say, alongside Anubis. I'd say both of them are pretty comparable, but as we get ready for port, I'm definitely expecting a stronger Swamp Gaming. I feel like a lot of that first map just felt like strategically they weren't on the same page. They weren't comfortable in this environment yet, but if they can get their feet wet quickly and they're starting to feel a little bit more confidence, I feel like we're going to see a much better map here.
Yeah, potentially, right? And now Swamp again going to be playing on the BL side, and we're going to have to see what they're going to be able to find. And not an easy map, right? I mean, this is definitely, in my opinion, one of the more tougher maps, just because again there is some good executes. You can get yourself into the the B site and things like that, or the A, of course, but it's definitely going to be a lot harder. And we didn't get to see a lot happening here from Ankara, but maybe things can be a little bit different now. But they are just going to again post up. They're being very turtled for being on the attack, and they're just kind of waiting, expecting some kind of aggression coming in from Lazarus. But, the thing is, from Lazarus, they're kind of just playing a nice, a 1-2-2 setup. So kind of just leaving it to a little bit different than normal. But, again, that engagement still is coming into a little bit more favor right now from Lazarus. They're doing some good damage, just finding themselves a little bit here and there. And Vise is kind of, toying with the idea to swing this mid. And, oh my goodness, guys, comes in big with the collat. They double swing it. They tried to find some kind of an opening in B main, and Swamp, they finally get a little bit of a horseshoe.
Yeah, I mean, what a huge way to kick off map number 2. Now they can pretty much go wherever they'd like to and only have to deal with one player in their way. And you can see Brando starting to get a feel for where these defenders might be playing at, clears out the lower B tunnels, but he's still eager to put that pressure onto the backside of mid. HDZ playing on the other side of it. A nice pop flash over the top. It's going to get him that information at the very least. But here comes the rest of Swamp trying to force their way onto B, but Vise gets the triple kill spray down. Nobody able to shut him down. The rotation already there, but Vise, he's not even done just yet. Throws the counter flash here. Loons comes in for the backup, and now it is all on to Kais. He's got 4 in the round, looking for the full swing for his team. Spots HDZ. Misses the follow-up shot, though, and HDZ saves the day for Lazarus.
Oh my dear goodness, man. And the fact was too, like you said, I mean, he was able to find himself, oh, that's so filthy. But he was able to find himself again, like in a situation where he was able to find 4 duels. Like, so he was almost able to be the hero they needed. And there was so much we talked about on the desk saying, look, like I wonder how Kais is going to do, a player to kind of maybe potentially look out for. And now he's really kickstarted nicely in terms of the frags, right? I mean, he's been able to put himself the only player on the board right now for Swamp, almost able to find that round. And just, you know, fortunately for Lazarus, they had HDZ in the right place in the right time, and they get themselves in the opening round start. But man, that was getting close. And I love to see somebody like this, you know, kind of just getting a little bit more unleashed. We'll see if Kais might be able to have himself a field day on this one. And once again, Swamp just kind of playing very slow, very passive in mid, just waiting things out to see if Loons or Vise want to swing on this bridge. But man, things are just getting more and more exciting to see what can come out of both these teams.
I mean, Kai's definitely a player that's very familiar with this league. I believe his actual last team in this league was when he played 3 seasons ago before Awesome joined GV. So he has a good experience playing against these European teams at this level, and he's definitely showing it in this one. But this time around, in round number 2, HDZ puts the punish onto him. Loons as well gets the shot through the wall onto Brando, and already it's looking a little bit worse for wear in round number 2 for Swamp Gaming.
Yeah, not looking great. Definitely not looking great. And this is the thing, right? Like, they're not able to find these trades, and they're kind of losing the players really quickly. And again, look at, they haven't even moved a muscle, right? They're still stuck in the back of mid. Like, now they're finally going to get themselves on long A, making a decision, but now the time is against them, right? There's 36 seconds, and Vise looking to see if he can have himself another little bit of a highlight reel, but he will only get the one and done. And now Josh and Minna, now the last players remaining. The HP is so low, it's so critical. They have to frag out, but it's just not meant to be. Lazarus, once again, will shut things down and getting themselves on a 2-0. And again, it's good to see that Vise is kind of kickstarting this as well. He was kind of somebody, you know, where he was leading the charge on the previous map, was sitting at that 2.33 KD, and he's kind of maintaining it. He wants to make a statement right now.
I don't blame him either, because last season, this was the team he was cut from. I think he's got a fire coming into the season to prove he belongs on this roster and he can show it. So it's going to be Loons getting the opener this time. The Lazarus holding on as a unit. Who's just going to check that corner, though? How does Madison not see that coming? Josh gets a free 2-piece out of that one. Famous able to find another, and things quickly turn around in favor of Swamp Gaming. Loons playing that corner box, but Famous is prepared for that one, and now it's HDZ all alone, 1 versus 3. We usually don't see HDZ as the last alive for this team, but he's got a chance to prove himself here.
Oh, he definitely does, right? I mean, now he's by himself. They still don't know where he is. As soon as the shot's made, yeah, now the jig's up. Now they're going to know. Kai's coming in from the left-hand side to see what he can be able to find. HDZ just kind of, you know, maneuvering himself around this, just trying to, you know, fake them out a little bit. Good nade could come in. It's going to land on a Josh. Will take him out, so all of a sudden it's turned down to the 1v1, but finally Kais gets himself in the better position, comes in from the low ground. HDZ was expecting the tower fight, and my goodness, it comes down to the wire again to get themselves into this game. And love these highlights coming in, just because, again, Famous was able to find himself some good openers, but man, HDZ, we talked about he's not much of a clutcher. We don't get to see him in those clutch situations, but boy, oh boy, was he ever close.
Yeah, very close round. I think a lot of it actually comes down to the fact in that corner, Madison couldn't trade on Josh, who wasn't even initially looking at him. That surprised me so much in that round. But Madison just having some trouble from that corner pocket outside of the B-bomb site. But now Lazarus, they still have a chance to hold on to this lead and make it a 3-1 game for themselves. But Josh and Kai's really starting to step up, and Kai's already finds himself not 1 but 2 kills in mid to kick off the round, and you love to see it here for Swamp Gaming.
Yeah, this is kind of a nice little bit of a, reinventing themselves a little bit, finding themselves a better groove, because this is the thing I was giving some criticism on, right? Is they're losing those opening fights. They couldn't find trades, and now look at them. They're putting themselves in a situation where it's a 5-on-3. Vice needs to come alive here in the low ground, but he's only able to get this one spray. Madison trying everything possible to be able to find something back here. The bomb is going to go down. It's down to the critical HP of Niels. And he's still surviving, but he will fall to his death. And okay, we're back to a tie game all of a sudden in Swamp. They've been able to get themselves out of these mucky waters.
Yeah, I mean, right now, a lot of that credit is Kai's 8-2 in the opening 4 rounds of this map. He is really making it difficult for anyone on Lazarus to go for an early peek onto both mid-bridge and B-long. This time, though, Niels goes for the double swing with Madison, and they'll take Kai's out of the picture early, and this is where we're going to see a critical moment for Swamp Gaming. Can they secure a round in this map without Kai's leading the charge?
Yeah, this is important, and I'm glad you brought that up, right? Because, I mean, he is the player that is just going on a bit of a field day right now, sitting at that 8-3. So with him removed, now it's going to be a big question. Who wants to kind of step up? Who's going to, get the bootstraps ready to go? And now they're kind of sitting back. When they lose that first engagement, it seems like this is where it kind of falls apart for them. And now Minna actually going to be leading here with the Yalm as well. Trying to see what they can find. Creeping through. Just jiggling, waiting. But again, nobody's going to be home. Lazarus just waiting up. A 2-1-2 coming in from their defensive side. And Swamp just kind of clearing up all options here. Just making sure there's no lingering players. Just kind of, posted up. Famous. If he can get this timing, this could be huge. If he can be able to get across Loons, that would be really, really important. But like we said, Loons is very well aware of their playstyle, right? I mean, he talked about it. They're all friends, and now Niels is going to be able to kickstart off nicely to take down Minna. So that's going to be the Alm removed again. The executes coming in. Swamp trying everything they can, but Lazarus, they've been able to come in. They just decimate them and get themselves back in a lead.
Yeah, great response there on the rotation. Swamp Gaming as well, being a little bit telegraphed on the push, but it also just goes to show you how impactful Kai's has been in this one. They don't have him to get the entries. They can't secure the round. So now Kai's, he's going to have a lot more weight on his shoulders now coming into round 6 to try and find that impact before going down, because the 2 rounds he's gone down early on have been almost unwinnable for Swamp Gaming. You've got Brando 0-5, you've got Minna 1-5, so things not looking the best when it comes to those entry fraggers. They really need to pop off here, but on the other side of things, everybody really playing the way they need to on the Lazarus side. HDZ though misses the opener, and now it's going to be Vias trying to swoop in to help deal with that, but Swamp Gaming, they decide to back off.
Yeah, look at how fast we see Lazarus just like bombarding with utility, right? Like they just throw all the flashes, all the nades, everybody's reacting, and actually for Swamp, it's a nice little bit of a fake, right? They're just like trying to bait them out, get rid of that utility so they can just kind of go for the firefight. So I do like this. Now we're seeing a little bit of these adjustments coming in from the BL side here of Swamp. Posted up again, just waiting, anticipating some kind of aggression. Again, Bies is pushing up, so he is getting himself already deep and long. He might be able to get this timing, and he does. And Minna gets demolished here, and now at least a trade to come back through. This is a little bit of a better note here for Swamp, but also it's a 4-4, making this defense getting split apart slowly and surely. Now relying back on a potential. Oh, they're going to double up on mid here too. They got a bit of an inkling that this might be a bit of a mid-pinch, maybe a split into the site. The bomb is kind of on the outskirts of long A, so it does look like Swamp kind of want to go for this split attack. So again, Lazarus have themselves a great read on this situation.
Kai's, though, right in it for another. Able to secure his 9th kill of this map. Brando looking for the follow-up onto HDZ. He knows there was a second player in mid. He's going to be ready for Madison on the off angle. Brando with a nice headshot looking for the double. He's going to find it. HDZ goes down. Niels now stuck on the rotation here. 1 versus 4 retake on his hands, and he already has a player trying to wrap behind him that he has to deal with as well. It's going to be Famous sneaking underneath. And already it's a tie game here. And on the BL side, 3-3 usually feels pretty good.
Yeah, this is nice. This is a big improvement, right? Like it really does seem like, Ankara was kind of a bit of a write-off, but I feel like we're seeing Swamp just playing a lot more calm, a lot more collected on this. It seems like like we said, maybe the first game jitters were into effect, and this is looking like a really different team right now. Like, they seem like they're able to find these fights. They're getting some good momentum built at times. Lazarus aren't just, having, these consecutive rounds in a row now. But we'll see if they want to try to maybe make a little bit of a difference. Even Vise has already pushed himself in a strong position here, so he has a lot of good real estate. Taking advantage of this, because I think, Lazarus have been able to get the read of, look, Swamp, they're just playing back. They're not doing much with this. We can be a little bit more aggressive on the map control, and honestly, I like that I'm seeing Lazarus experiment with this.
Now, though, it's a lot of pressure for Niels, the only player holding on to the B tunnels, and he's got 4. Working in his direction, Famous quickly able to get the shutdown. Manison trying to rotate in. Kai's, though, ready for that late peek from the A connector from Vise, and now they've got all of the intel they need to maybe hold on to this one. Minna gets the first on the site entry as well, but the quick flank, they've got to be ready for it. Manison right on their heels, but it may not matter. Josh already pushes down 1. Manison needs the quad kill. Not going to happen. Good for 2, but it is Swamp in the lead now.
Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Okay. Now Swamp are making things a little bit more interesting here. They're putting themselves in the lead. Everybody's starting to frag out. Everybody's starting to look a little bit more of a well-oiled machine, and love to see it, right? I mean, this is the biggest thing. Like Lazarus, I think, they had that big confidence booster winning that first map. They looked really good. Now they're realizing, okay, hang on. These guys are, they've switched things up. They're acting a little bit differently, but still plenty of Crossfire to go. But again, this is such a big improvement. HDZ is going to win that off, which is going to go into effect, takes down Kai. So again, that's a big player to lose here for Swamp Gaming. Now we're starting to see a little bit of these players picking up the socks, but again, who's going to be able to do that? Famous is still on the server. He's still alive, so he's going to be able to lead the ship, but where is that direction going to go?
It's going to be a tough one here. Swamp looking for that opening towards the A bomb site. They've got 3 players posted up here looking for that entry, but HDZ very difficult to deal with on that A top position. They're going to go ahead and flash him out, but Vise still in position to help hold the cross from the front side of the bridge. The side of Swamp, they're pretty much fully hesitating on this one, throwing a lot of utility, but not actually going for the peak here, just trying to bait out a player to maybe overcommit to the fight.
Yeah, the nades are starting to come through as well, and again, Brando is the one that is kind of holding the bomb as well, so it just kind of, again, needs to stay alive. Can't be caught in the worst position here, but now Swamp, they're going to go right through mid. They're just going to come barreling in to see what they can do, but Vise comes in massive with 3, just shuts it down, putting himself potentially for the 4th, and yes, he will. Just coming in, a menace in the server, bringing it back to a 4-4, and what a way for this to go, Kyle. This is just a game I was not expecting to see these results, but man, oh man, I love to see Vise just finding his groove once again and making that statement.
Yeah, Lazarus all throughout this half has really had a lot of good pressure plays on this midsection. It's really tough for Swamp to feel like they can go for a mid pinch here after pretty much every time they've attempted it. It's kind of came through with a backfire against them. So for Swamp in this final round, I'm expecting more of a standard site execution out of them. But of course, at the same time, they're going to be looking for that pick in the hands of Kai's. He's been the difference maker in most rounds they've won, and they really need him to find those picks in order to secure this, because a 5-4 half on the BL side of Port is actually a really good look to go into their GR side with, and I definitely think, based on what we've seen so far, this is likely the NA server map as well, which gives even more advantages on that GR side.
Yeah, exactly. That's such a good point. It really, really is. So I'm going to be curious to see how well they can take advantage of it, right? I mean, and already now it's a 4-4, and it's not to say, like I said, I feel like it's just been more. Lazarus have still been playing a stellar game. They kept themselves into this, but now they're going to have to, it's a bit of mind games too, right? Because again, we talked about like the Loons video, and he was saying like, look, like I know these guys, we're all friends, and that's the thing, right? You kind of start to know like little tendencies of those players. So that's really, really important to see. And now it's kind of, again, like I said, the big mind game just to see. But you know, Famous now getting ready here for the execute. They just want to, you know, barrel into this B site, and they're just going to send it.
It's going to be a tough one to break through. You've got Madison and Niels trying to hold down the fort. It's going to be Niels one and done, but Madison from the pit position able to at least get one for the moment. Still looking for more, but Famous and Kai's, they're actually going to hold on here, finding one apiece. HDZ going to go down as well. It's Vise all alone, 1 versus 3. He has been the key player for his team so far on the GR side of this map, but right now he needs a huge play to win this half.
Yeah, he has to come up big. And he's got, you know, he's got plenty of time here. Bomb's going to go down, but again, he has to do something big, but his swing comes in, and Swamp, they're going to get themselves a nice little bit of a lead. They're going to get that 5-4 into effect for them, and they come in, man. They kick down the door pretty nicely here, and Lazarus are getting a little bit of that wake-up call. And like I said, this is where I was curious if the first game was going to kind of switch things up for Swamp, and it really did, right? Like, this is where they got rid of the jitters, and now they're starting to look like a pretty decent team and contender.
Yeah, and thinking back to the bans and picks as well, this actually makes a lot more sense in my mind. I was really confused at the start when I saw Ankara as the pick, but I actually think they picked the worst map first, knowing it was on the EU server, and now they have Port as a chance to close it out on NA. So I actually think this was a smart move by them, leaving what should be the better map for themselves as their opponent's pick, as actually the map they wanted to play.
Yeah. It's all about those mind games, baby. That's what we were talking about. But yeah, I love this. And this gives a good advantage here for Swamp. And like we said, too, like I think, you know, we talk about the different servers and pings and things like that. And that's not an easy thing to do, right? And I mean, Swamp definitely had to go through it before in the first map. But now Lazarus, again, have to probably, you know, get a little bit of taste of that to see what it's really, really like as well. So it definitely makes it a little bit more of an adjustment for these teams, especially against an NA squad. And there it is. Mina once again finds the perfect timing, literally the perfect timing to take down HDZ. He removed the scope, was just about to retreat, and then you see Mina just go for a massive swing. So we're back to an even playing field here with the 4-4. Kaz comes in with the all, makes the first connection as well, takes down Niels. Flash is coming in, raining from the sky. Madison trying to do what he can, but now it's Brando here from the heavens with the rifle to be able to come alive, potentially waiting things out. It's wounded players, but now it's come down to the 2v2. It's a greasy spray, but it is going to work out, leaving it just down to Vise, a heavy player so far with the bomb on his back. He could try to retreat out of this, maybe. And he gets taken out, and Swamp now going to maintain a lead even more.
Yeah, a bit scrappy there, but you know what? It gets the job done. I was a little bit worried for Brando a couple moments there. Surprised he lives in that round, but he still gets 3 kills out of that position. And more importantly, a 2-round lead as well along with it. And Swamp Gaming having that lead, knowing you've only got GR side rounds in front of you, is a great feeling. And Famous, he sneaks up mid as well, takes down Niels, and continues to keep that control in the hands of Swamp Gaming. But the late trade at least going to be there for now.
Yeah, the trade does come back in, so Niels is going to get removed, and he's actually one of the players that's kind of sitting on that, you know, third placement here for the frags. It's getting really, really close here from Lazarus. It's actually quite spread apart. Vise is still leading it, of course, with 11 on his side. And Kai's kind of sitting at that 12 mark, but now being the 4-4, Lazarus kind of, again, just waiting things out, posted up, expecting some aggression maybe, just waiting to see. I like that Swamp, honestly, like they don't go for it anymore. Like I think now that it's kind of, you know, the 4-4, they're just going to play a little bit more disciplined. They put a little bit more attention going for the 1-2-1, leaving it for Kai's just kind of playing A tower by himself. Everybody else is kind of watching through mid. But this is where Kai's, this could be a big moment for him. You can already see Lazarus, they got their eyes set on this. Flash is coming in, a good pop flash coming in. He goes for the swing, but he actually gets removed from this equation. Now they've been able to solve a little bit for X, and now they get themselves in the site, leaving it just down to Josh and Mina by themselves. They're in a big retake situation.
It's going to be really tough now for Josh and Mina on this one. You can see Josh already going down there. Vise tapping away, gets the job done, hitting shots all day long here. 13 kills for him in this matchup, but It's kind of the price you've got to pay if you're Swamp Gaming. If you leave Kai's alone to frag out and he doesn't, it just becomes such a hard round to win back, knowing how critical he's been in this matchup.
Well, things are getting back to a closer game. 5-6. Still the advantage right now for Swamp. And waiting things out a little bit differently here from the GR side here from Swamp. Kind of having Minna just kind of playing again, just in mid-cubby, waiting things out. Deep in connector, again, just having the support of Josh just kind of spotting through B main. Which I think that's actually Madison just kind of, again, just playing very, very passive. A little bit of a spam attempt coming in from both these teams. Not much damage being inflicted. A little bit here and there. Neil seems to be the one that's taking the worst of it. Nade thrown from tower. Not going to be able to make any sort of connection. So now Lazarus in a bit of a 3-2 setup. Still posted up, though. Lots of time left on the clock. Josh in a power position, though. I mean, he isn't that aggressive one. So, I mean, he has to be able to, at minimum, find one. He has to get something here. If he doesn't get a duel, this is going to be a problem, right? So now he does. He comes to the trade, but it's just not enough. Madison comes alive. He gets the 2, and now they're going to barrel into the site. Brando's coming in to see if he's going to be able to stop anything. But now Lazarus, look at this composure we see from them. They've put themselves in a 3-on-1, leaving it just down to an Alm here to come for the clutch.
Yeah, guys, it's going to be a tough one, even knowing how impactful he's been. Lazarus, not a team that usually gives up a 1v1 for free in this type of situation, so he knows he has to be ready for it. But there it is. The triple swing gets the job done. Lazarus able to secure themselves a nice round, and with Madison coming to life on this BL side, it becomes a much different game because it felt like in the first half, Madison was not very present, but this guy, you put him on the BL, he just knows how to entry.
Yeah, he definitely does, right? Yeah, we were talking about him, you know, on the first map for Ankara, and he was looking pretty good and starting things off and was putting up some decent numbers. This now seems to be a little bit different, like you said. Being on the BL side, finding himself a little bit more openings, finding a little bit more of that comfort zone, but okay, we talk about comfort zone, and Niels has been able to get some little bit of short control here, but Famous actually has been aggressive here as well. Now it's going to be a question of Niels is going to expect this. I love this, a little bit of aggression coming in from Famous, just kind of, again, waiting things out, playing a nice little bit of an off angle. And he might still commit to it. Oh, he's actually going to push down, and he spots Madison. So now he needs to get out of this. He needs to be able to find this duel, and he actually wins it somehow, but Neil's just not expecting it. And now Swamp again find themselves in an early player advantage.
Yeah, just a great play there from Famous, baiting out the peak on the A connector player, almost having a chance to take down Madison there as well, and making that smart decision to fake the fall off. But now he's repositioned back into the same spot to try and toy with them once again, and this is where he's a really difficult player to deal with on the GR side. He's not afraid to push out and take these fights alone, and it's going to pay off again. He takes down Madison, playing by himself on that A-long position. The C4 as well, down in the BL spawn, so Swamp Gaming, they've got a lot of advantage in this round. You can tell Vise is hungry to get that shot, but Famous again tapping his way to 3 kills in this round, makes it a 5-on-1 as Brando takes HDZ down as well.
Yeah, and it's all down to Loons, and he's going to have to come up big, right? I mean, he's able to find something here. Takes down Minna, but now again, he's got 4 other players to go against. Does have the bomb in his back, but again, he's only got 29 seconds to work with, so he has to be able to find these duels. And instead of going for the plant, he's just going to try to find some aggression. He wants to find some duels. Okay, he will find another one, leaving it to 3 players. 17 seconds now remain, and you can see Swamp, they're on the wrong place right now, so Loons does have himself a little bit of a chance here, but he's going to have to get this bomb down quickly. Gets in the sight. Plant's gonna have enough time. Now it's all about, you know, him hitting these shots. His position's given away, and he has the numbers against him. But Josh maybe made it a little bit interesting, but he gets himself the headshot. And Swamp once again will put themselves back in a lead by 1.
Still anybody's for the taking, but Swamp Gaming is slowly working their way up towards that finish line. A lot of it's going to come down to what Lazarus has in the tank to respond here. They've got a lot of firepower on their team, but they've kind of struggled in these 1v1 aim duels. I would love to see a more aggressive play as a team. If you give these 1v1s over to players like Famous and Kai's, they can take those all day long, and you can tell they're feeling a lot more comfortable on the NA servers in the second map in taking those battles.
Yeah, it really just has like switched up the way they're playing, right? Like they just seem so much better able to hit these shots, finding themselves better openings. It really just has kind of, you know, painted a whole new picture for these guys. So that'll be an interesting thing to see later in the season as well. I mean, again, this is only the beginning, man. So we get to see a ton coming in from this team, and just the fact of, you know, them being an A, they're gonna always have that the ping differences and things like that. But this is a good note for them. Lazarus now. Again, the bomb's kind of in the back skirts here, but I like that they're fighting for this B main control. Now they're kind of, again, just, you know, going as a unit, getting that control. Now they can peel off, leaving Madison there by himself. Now they can switch things up a little bit differently. This is a nice note. So now they're going to kind of maybe split things off a little bit differently. Bomb's going to get picked up. Now they're going to re-aggress for this B main control again. Josh just here on the different ground. He's on the high position. This is not a bad spot. We haven't seen him been able to play on this. I feel like I haven't seen anybody play in this spot for a long, long time, and he might be able to catch them off guard. This could be a really big highlight for him. This is a critical moment for him right now. And it's a moment to see who's going to be able to. Yeah, all right.
A bit of a scrappy one there. I feel like Josh didn't quite have the impact I was expecting, but you know who has? Brando picking up 3, looking for a 4th, but they've got to be careful not to hand this one to Loons, because Loons, he's ready to take it. Finds himself a huge headshot onto Kai's untraded, and now Brando, with only about 20 HP, has to take this fight against Loons with 6, but Loons almost connects through the box there, gets the shots, 1 versus 3, somehow takes it away.
Oh, such a mistake coming in, and Swamp, man, again, they get a bit overzealous, they get too excited, and they just kind of throw it away. Like you said, Brando came alive with a triple, just allows Loons to get a triple of his own with a clutch factor. And there was only, what, like less than 10 seconds remaining in Brando. I mean, a tough position to be in, but again, just a tough pill to swallow in that one. It looked like they had it in the bag, and it fumbled right at the last moment. Now Kai's going to get tested a little bit early now. Niels is already aggressive. He's already put on some good pressure into this. Look at how fast he wants to go for this. Waiting things out, tucked away, but Madison just going to come in, sweep the rug under. And now Lazarus, they're going to use that clutch. They're going to come in with a full stride and leave it to Josh. And this is an absolute speed run in this round. They're trying to get this thing done. They've had enough of this, Kyle, and they finally get back into a lead.
Yeah, really tough one there for Swamp Gaming. They were not ready for that aggression, and it seems to be kind of a consistent issue. If they're able to pressure Kai's fast enough, the response just isn't there from Swamp Gaming to retake that A bomb side. And if Lazarus is keen on that, they might just go for it again here. You can see 3 grouped up outside of A long. You've got Niels lurking towards that A connector position. The C4, though, still in the hands of HDZ outside of B. But Swamp Gaming at least playing this one a little bit differently. You can see Famous playing back up on that forward position, but has to be careful on this fight against Niels. Both players going to do a little bit of damage, but then back off and reset. So now it's up to Lazarus to decide if they want to recommit back into this A.
Yeah, things just get slowed down a little bit more. I mean, we saw, you know, Lazarus again just kind of going fast, aggressive. And now they just kind of pump the brake. They're like, look, we're just going to wait things out. Nice nade coming in from Tower that lands right onto Niels. He's taken so much damage already. So he's getting wounded. But now Mina's already pushed all the way up. And this is where we, you know, again, Lazarus, we're kind of expecting full aggression coming in. Mina just kind of being posted up here. But are they going to be able to check this? Do they want to clear this? And okay, they do. But Mina actually going to be able to win this fight. He's coming in for a spray, but he runs out of bullets. Oh, no, not enough ammo in the chamber. Gets himself caught. He can't be able to find the multitude of kills, and now Niels is coming in from the back. He might be able to catch these guys off guard. Josh has no idea. Peekaboo, Niels is here, and now Brando has to come something big again. He's been able to find a triple, maybe, but he gets himself a double at least. Back to the 2-2.
And now it's anybody's round for the taking. It's Famous and Kai's left for Swamp, and Kai's already starts it off with a kill. Loon's able to get the bomb planted, but the 2v1 going in favor of Swamp Gaming. We're right back at a tie. 2 rounds left in regulation. One of these teams has to win them back-to-back. Otherwise, the potential for overtime looking pretty high here.
Man, the fact that we're, back and forth, and it's good to see. And now Lazarus, again, they're going to kick things up a little bit more of a notch. They're going to just rush into B main. They're just going to try again to see if this aggression can pan out well for them. Josh not able to find anything, but Minna now trying to see what he can do. He comes in, gets himself that double. Now Lazarus are losing the numbers. Kai's now able to find a connection here with the as well. And Lazarus, this aggression, it backfires on them entirely. Brando tries to even re-aggress as well, coming in just to make a little bit of a sandwich. Doesn't work out. Now they're just going for another swing here together. The buddy system will pan out, leaving it to Loons by himself. On the 1-on-3, it's been done before, but again, man, this is asking a lot here for the same player to come into the clutch factor, but at least he's got the bomb to work with.
For Loons, this would be a massive round to somehow take away from Swamp Gaming, because if Swamp wins this, there's a very strong chance they could find the 10-8 in regulation. But Loons, he's already got 18 kills in this map, multiple clutches under his belt, but this is a lot of pressure to try and find another one. And you can see the read from Swamp Gaming is almost picture perfect as well. All 3 players posted up on the back of this B bomb site. The nade, though, might actually finish off Kai's. It's a good start if he could, but no, unfortunately, it's not there. But the wall bang is from Famous to seal the deal on round number 9.
Okay. It's coming down to the critical rounds, right? And it's exciting notes here coming in for any NA fans that are up nice and early to watch Swamp. They're on the brink, potentially finding themselves on a split here for the 1-on-1, getting themselves on the board. But again, you can never count Lazarus out. They're a team that, they seem to thrive in the pressure moments, right? We talked about them like in late season when, they're down in the deficits, then they start to come alive. Same thing can happen here. Potentially to push things to overtime. But now you can see Swamp, again, a little bit more composure coming into this round. They're really just wanting to wait things out. They're going to go for a 2-1-2 setup. Back to a standard. Lazarus aren't going to even hit the foot on the gas. They're just praying for a little bit of an early pick, but it's not going to be granted to them, and the tension's building up now.
Yeah, a lot of this round is going to come down to that patience from Swamp Gaming. Are they going to go for the aggressive early round, though? Yes, they are. Famous gets a little bit too greedy on the A connector pick, goes down to Niels early on. He's done that one a couple times, and you could tell this time Niels was a little bit more prepared to react here. So now Swamp Gaming, they're playing this one from a man disadvantage to try and close out the map. And Lazarus, they're going to go back to what they like to do when the pressure is on. They always like to go for these late B hits when the pressure is at its max, and this is really going to be up to Josh alone potentially on this one.
Yeah, and unfortunately, Josh, he hasn't been able to find himself in, strong positions right now, right? I mean, he is kind of sitting in that 8 and 15. He hasn't been able to find those highlights like we talked about, even when he had that boost on the B side. I thought he might have been able to do a bit of big work, but now him being the anchor here, this is a lot of responsibility, right? He's going to have to hold things off. He's got the flash ready to go, spots this player, flash is coming in. Now he just needs to stay alive. He needs to wait for his team, but he's going for a swing. He's trying to be a difference maker. He's able to take one player, and the bomb's going to be retrieved here. 23 seconds remaining. This advantage now is no more an advantage. Kai's coming in. He's got the He's going to get removed. It's all down to Brando, but not a chance. Why not? We're going to push this thing a little bit further and further, Kyle.
Yeah, really good retake there, attempt from Swamp Gaming. Unfortunately, just the timing not on their side. They got a little bit too anxious, and that was enough for Lazarus to force this one all the way into OT. And this is where I get a little bit nervous now for Swamp Gaming. I felt like it was theirs to close in regulation, but when you start to think of the pressure of going now into overtime, I actually kind of lean a little bit more in favor of Lazarus.
Oh, things have switched up here for you, I see. And I mean, you know, that's not a bad point, right? Because I think we talked a lot about the experience. We said that Lazarus have the one up on this because they have been playing in this league. They're very well tuned for it. They know the competition. They've been through pretty much every single situation you can be in. But that's where Swamp are kind of on the other side of it, where they're a team where they're still adapting to the competition. They're still figuring themselves out. It's a new team that's all together. So I do agree with you, actually. Like, I think Lazarus definitely have an advantage here in the situation for overtime, just given their experience and them just being in these situations. But honestly, I've just been more impressed, you know, time and time again here from Swamp, the fact that they kind of keep themselves contending in this game. It's not really like one team's had a big lead over the other. It seems like these rounds have been very back and forth, and that's what also makes it a little bit scary here too. But now the pressure is on, and that's a question if Swamp can handle it.
Yeah, and that's where I have the big question mark on them going into this overtime situation. I felt like in regulation, the BL side was very reliant on Kai's doing that heavy lifting, and doing that under the extra pressure of overtime for just one player is going to be really difficult. So I feel like if Swamp wants to win this, it has to be more of a team effort to find those entries on the BL side here in overtime.
Yeah, right. And I think, you know, Lazarus, I was pretty impressed with the way they played on their BL side too. For me, like I was kind of wondering how it would be a little bit with this adjustment, but like you said, I think Vise was having himself a really good start in the start of this map, and I thought that was good. Not really as much on the BL side. I felt like it kind of seemed like it was slowing down a little bit. The steam was definitely running out, but either way, we're about to find out now. It's going to be Swamp that are going to be here on the BL side, and now Lazarus back for the GR, and this is a question if they're going to, you know, do anything a little bit different, find themselves a little bit different of a pace, or if they want to kind of just do something back to the old faithful. But even Swamp now throwing a little bit of a fake, just bombarding with, you know, utility, just trying to catch these rotates. But Niels is going to be able to find the sniper, takes him down with a pistol nonetheless here too, and now Swamp down in the numbers once again.
Yeah, this is a tough one already for Swamp, losing Kai's, but Madison actually, I think, got spotted here. He definitely did. Minna, he's going in for the fight here. They spotted him just barely on the shoulder of that peak. Minna should know there's a player in this corner. Perfect read. They take him down all alone and isolated. Loon's not able to find anything from the lower B window, and now there's a chance to win this round back after all for Swamp Gaming.
Yeah, the one thing I love too is the fact, like, it's the fact that Swamp, if they've lost the first player, it kind of felt like that was the end point, right? Like, it seemed like that was going to be the nail of the coffin, or the thorn in the side. But the fact they've been able to, in this second map, getting themselves back into, you know, equalized situations is huge. But not going to be equalized that much more. Okay, yes, it is. HDZ, I thought maybe that was going to be enough to get themselves back into it, but Famous gets a great trade right back immediate. Now Brando just kind of baiting shots a little bit, keeping Vise there. He's wounded. He's like, again, limping himself in this A site right now. Swamp have a great position in this. Again, Niels and Vise both in critical HP situations. But there's a question of what Swamp want to do with this, because again, they only have 30 seconds. They have to make a decision. Vise gets aggressive, so now that might be the key to this site. And now they got to make something move here with this 20-second mark remaining. They're going to be able to get the bomb through. They should be able to get this plant across, but it's all about the post plant. This is now where the HP is switched over, and Swamp, they're the ones in the red. They need to be able to find these shots. Brando's able to come in with the swing, and Loons again in a clutch situation to keep Lazarus in a lead position. It's just not going to happen. Swamp come out somehow, in some way.
Huge round there, especially from Brando. There were so many moments I thought surely he was finally going to go down in that round, but getting that shot onto Vise, then with 7 HP, securing a second kill without going down into the round. Absolutely massive now for Swamp Gaming to start off their overtime presence, because they've broken through that hurdle of having to rely on Kai's for these entries. They didn't need him to get a single kill, and they still win the round. That is a lot more confidence this team now has, especially because Kai's is right back in the mix as well, getting that kill on the Niels.
Yeah, now it's, like you said, it's now even Swamp being able to find themselves the opening duel, and that's huge, right? It seems like, it always feels like it's Lazarus that kind of start that off, and then Swamp either get the trade back or they don't, right? And now even Kais is able to take down HDZ, so Lazarus are getting picked apart here by one. And now this is where, again, they're in a great position. They have the numbers. And in my opinion, I would love to see them just kind of, again, commit to, you know, an area for an execute as a unit. Like, I think them going on the outskirts and having somebody being by themselves makes things a little bit more dangerous. A good nade is going to come into effect. Kai's is wounded here, but now they're just going to try to barrel into the site. Vise gets taken out. He's trying to reposition himself, and boy, oh boy, I talked about that key. It looks like Swamp, they want to keep this key for themselves here at the A site. They have the 5-on-2. Finally, something a little bit here from Lazarus, but it might be a little too late.
Yeah, right now, Madison and Loons, they need a miracle of a play, but that nade is a great start here. It's all on to Madison now, as we do see Kai's going down in that trade from the nade, but with only 20 seconds, Madison, he's gonna have to move a little bit quicker than this if he wants to find the kills, but it's not gonna matter. Swamp Gaming 2-0 so far in overtime, and it's on the BL side. You couldn't really ask for a better position in this overtime so far out of them. If they can get a 3-0 on the BL side, it feels pretty much done at that point.
Yeah, it really does, right? I mean, that's such a good point, right? If they're going to be able to get a nice little bit of a sweep here with a 3-0, like that's just going to be massive, right? So we'll see. And Kai's is going to come up big, and HTZ, like, it looked like he was aiming a bit high, kind of expecting some kind of a different position, but again, Kai's comes up big, finds himself a great position and a great moment here. Now they're able to get things started nicely. Niels gets caught at the worst time in the worst place. It looked like he had his utility out. He was trying to do something just to push back. And we talked about that 3-0, Kyle, and it might come into effect here now.
Yeah, it seems pretty likely at this point, but we do see a few solo plays that could be punishing Brando. Going to be one of those players who gets caught alone, gives up the 1v1. Still a 4-on-3 situation, though, as the rest of Swamp Gaming works their way into the A bomb site. Vise goes down without a kill, but Madison still alive here with Loons to try and hold the line. Famous and Josh trying to sneak across here. You can see Loons, he is stuck in the GR spawn. Madison now again all alone in a 1-on-3.
Yeah, he's trying everything he can. He's just not going to be able to find it. And Swamp do put themselves in a great position, gets that 3-0. And man, oh man, what a way for them to get themselves back into this, right? I mean, we're sitting at a 12-9, and this is impressive. I mean, I was kind of worried, and I think we both were alluding to this, is like overtime. We thought the advantage could be here for Lazarus. But I'm impressed to see that Swamp, like, it really didn't faze them at all. Like, it looks like their head is in the right place, and they're kind of just taking this round by round. And now we're even talking about them just taking this whole thing, right? So they are definitely making things, you know, very interesting and more problematic right now from Lazarus.
Yeah, I think a lot of it just comes down to that first round, winning it without Kai's getting any kills on the board. I think just gave them that extra bit of confidence they needed to show themselves they could get it done even on that harder side of the map. So now going to the GR, only knowing they need one round, this should be an easy map for them to close out, but they can't afford to think that way until they actually get across the line here, because the scary situation they have to deal with is if somehow this does go to a 12-12, Lazarus plays the golden round on the GR side, and you don't want to be in that situation. So right now, I feel like Swamp Gaming, they just need one solid round here. All they have to do is keep their composure, don't get overly aggressive by themselves, and this should be a win.
Well, we're about to find out. And now it's going to be Minna gets aggressive with the arm, not able to find it, and Swamp do switch it up, but look at Niels, man. He just comes in with a 1-2 combination, finds himself 2, doesn't take any sort of damage at all. Lazarus again setting a different tone in this. They get aggressive. Swamp weren't expecting it. They weren't ready for it. And now we're talking about a 5-on-3 in favor for Lazarus to keep themselves alive in this game. Famous does get something started. Able to take down the head of Vise. But is it going to be enough? Is it going to be enough for them to find something here with the remaining seconds of 24, leaving it to Kai's by himself? This might be too much of a tall task for him, and honestly, an impressive take coming in from Lazarus to start things off for this piece of overtime.
Guys, there's no time on the clock here. It's going to be going to another round, but I really like the tone Lazarus is setting here because they're showing that they are not ready to go down without a fight, and that is exactly how you set the tone here for your BL side in overtime. Knowing you've come off a 3-0 loss, there's really nothing to lose by playing a little bit more assertive in that opening round, and if anything, it's going to make them second guess now on the side of Swamp Gaming about how they want to play the rest of this half. So I really like that raw aggression to kick off the half from Lazarus.
Yeah, I really do too. I think that was a really, really good call, and it's actually been very effective earlier on too. Not even just the overtimes, but when Lazarus kind of go, look, let's go up to fifth gear here. Let's try something a little bit different. That's when they do well. And now Minna comes in. Josh finally gets himself a little bit of something, but again, these trades coming back into effect here. The 3-3, the spray coming in from Brando does some big damage, but it's not going to be the kill. Now Lazarus going to push up. Look at Famous. Famous is in a great position. He's able to take down the bomb carrier. He's hungry and he wants to get a little bit more. And Swamp, they're going to get things moving here and they get it done. What an impressive showing from them here on map number 2.
Yeah, really just full redemption on this second map. It was a rough start to the series, but a fantastic way to close it here, going 4-1 in the overtime to close it out. And honestly, a lot more than I expected from this team after the way they started their day. So now they're a real contender in my mind to be very competitive this season. If you can already come in after 4 seasons not playing at this level and be competitive with a team that was 5th place at the end of it all and even take a map off of them, I think they're right in the conversation already, and I hope they continue to show us even more.
Yeah, they really are, right? I mean, like, this is where we were saying, like, I think the expectations on paper was like Lazarus to come in with a 2-0. It was maybe more the question how close these games could be, but man, color me impressed, right? I mean, I know I'm going to get flamed here in the chat about, this guy's NA bias, man. This guy loves NA, but like, look, we got to be excited, right? We haven't seen NA here for a hot minute, but the fact they're able to take a team like Lazarus, a pretty good contender that's been in this league, and honestly, taking it overtime, they made overtime look really, really easy. They only lost 1 round in it. That's super impressive, man. Like, they look like they just found themselves a totally different stride. It looked like a whole new team in this second map, and that's what made me so happy to see, because I was worried that was going to be a negative effect, what happened on Akara, but they kind of just brushed it off, man, and it was just dirt off the shoulder.
Yeah, now moving forward, the question is, can they do this to the next team in front of them? Because if it is going to be Swamp Gaming kind of pulling these 1-1s and winning those NA server maps, it's going to shake up our whole season here, because everyone also has to play them on NA as well. So it is going to be a tough series, I think, either way for a team to not have a 1-1 out of. So I think a lot of win conditions for this season might be the teams who can find a way to 2-0 over Swamp and beat them on their NA server.
Yeah, it's definitely going to mix things up a lot, right? And I think that's where we said, like, I think it's going to be they're definitely going to be the dark horse team, right? Like, the team that is the big underdog. And that's now, I think, some of these teams that are probably watching going, okay, hang on a second, like, Swamp can play. Like, these guys can compete. These guys can take down a pretty decent opponent like this. Definitely raises a couple eyebrows, right? And we have some great highlights that are going to come in just to demonstrate from both these teams what they were able to do. But again, honestly, I still was really happy to see Lazarus, with all things considered. Like, they still were able to bounce back into the game. They made things really interesting. I still love the calling that came in from both these teams. I think the, aggression from Lazarus looked a lot more coordinated. It looked a lot more effective than what we normally have seen. So I think we're starting to see a lot of improvements from Lazarus, despite them going a 1-1. But man, it just makes me more and more excited. Like Loon said, this season, or is going to feel pretty competitive. Everything is going to be cutthroat.
Yeah, and if anything, on Lazarus' side of things, one thing that was proven to me for sure, and hopefully to the rest of Lazarus, Vise belongs on this team. He played amazing all day long, and he really showed
Absolutely.
He had that fire to prove to these guys why he deserves to be back on the starting of this lineup, because honestly, he saved them a lot of times from them looking a lot worse for wear on this second map, and even in the first, he was top fragging pretty consistently throughout that one.
He really was, and I'm so glad you bring that up, because again, I think he was kind of a big thing for me too, right? Like, I think we were both kind of talking about this in the desk, right? We're like, look, he really just didn't have a great role on 36 Demons. You know, he got out of that team. Now he's back to an old team. You know, you made the comment about he has to make a statement, and I think he really did, right? I mean, yes, it doesn't go out for a 2-0 for them, but he came in pretty big with, you know, top fragging for a long period of time. He was able to find these multi-kill rounds, which I felt like I never got to see for so long. So honestly, it does make me excited because I think he's getting his footing back into familiar territory with this roster, but it's good to see that he kind of took that as like a big motivation thing just to get himself back into contention, and it only makes it better, right? Like, let's not forget, this is the first matches of the whole season, and the fact that we're seeing him pop off like this, it only makes it more exciting.
Yeah, the big question now is that consistency moving forward, but looking at the overall performance, I'm sure we're going to see Kai's as probably the MVP of this one. He was so impactful on this second map, though I would give Brando a pretty big shout out because I felt like in that overtime he really stepped up to make sure Swamp was able to close this one out.
Yeah, Brando is really important, and again, a really good point you bring up because you know, it's not like he's necessarily like the top KD or whatever it is, but he put himself in great positions where he was able to find those doubles, even a couple times with the triple kills as well. So I think that's a really important thing, right? And then you can kind of see like a little bit more here with the overtimes, but man, it was just a totally different situation where Kai's, yeah, should be the MVP, had the best stats overall, like a 1.64 is pretty insane, and then the fact of, you know, sitting at a 1.0 KR as well. But honestly, still pretty decent, all things considered here for Lazarus. Loon's actually sitting himself in a pretty good position here as well, and he is going to be kind of that higher player, and yeah, makes it really, really interesting. I was actually really impressed with Loons today, and just considering this is what, you know, I wanted to see from Lazarus was a little bit more firepower and a little bit more depth in the strategy, and I think we're starting to get it.
Yeah, Lazarus, the roster changes have paid off, I think. This team is looking like a really solid contender moving forward. And, you know, a lot of teams would be like, hey, it's not great you took a 1-1 here, but actually, all things considered, I actually think this is a really strong performance because taking Lazarus taking these guys on Swamp to 9 rounds, a lot of teams on the NA server might not be able to even take it that far. So I feel like if you're Lazarus, you're feeling pretty good knowing this went down to just that overtime decision to ultimately close this one out, because the NA server is a lot harder than it may seem for these EU teams to actually win a map on.
Yeah, exactly, right. It does give a pretty good advantage here for Swamp in some degree, but that also is the other side of the coin, right? Is like when they have to play on the EU servers and things like that, it doesn't make it easy for them either. So it's kind of, again, it's a very equal situation, but again, I think these other opponents in the league are going to have to get used to that as well, and that's not always an easy thing to do, right? So I'm going to be more excited to see how teams react to this, and I'm actually going to be curious how these teams kind of took this first, you know, series of the day, you know, in consideration for their review and kind of anti-stratting and all that stuff for preparation. But now with this being done, it does mean that we get ourselves a pretty interesting matchup, and I don't know how you feel, Kyle, but honestly, this is, to me, probably one of the best matchups of the day. I mean, the fact that we are going to be talking about, you know, LCK playing against GV, this to me is my favorite match, just because I think LCK are such a big team to talk about, just because of the players they have, and they had a really good season last season, but also GV are kind of in that hot seat where they need to perform, and we have to see how well they're going to react now with 7 coming back in.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting one, and probably one of the biggest matches we have of the day. I believe it's our only top 4 head-to-head from last season's rankings, so a very strong implication if one of those teams can win it 2-0. But we are going to take a quick break, and when we return, it is going to be the return of 7. Can GV reclaim their throne, or will LCK have another strong season? Find out shortly. As soon as you think you've spotted one, there's another right on top of you there, Spoxy.
When HDG is just doing what he's doing.
Has to get at least one. Good for 1, good for 2. Green's good for 3.
But again, you can't find more than one, but it's HDG!
spotted one. There's another right on top of you there, Spoxy.
Just doing what he's doing.
Has to get at least one. Good for one. Good for two. Creed's good for three.
But again, he can't find more than one, but it's HCK!
All right, we are back and ready for our second matchup of the season. Hard to believe it's only the second matchup of the day, but that first one really went the distance here, ending in overtime with a 1-1 split between Lazarus and Swamp. But now we get into the real meat of it here, our first top four matchup head-to-head of the season, and it's going to be LCK versus GV. Laz, I'm curious your thoughts in who you might even think has an advantage going into this one.
Man, you know, it's tough. Like, you know, if I'm going to be honest, like I do kind of have my favoritism a little bit here, or my lean, I would say, probably with LCK, just because we've seen a lot with this roster, right? Like, I mean, I think Spoxy is the first player I always talk about. I mean, he's such a young talent, somebody that always just impresses me. Flex is another big player on this team that I always love to see, just like such a clutch factor, such a good lurker. So I'm kind of going to go with LCK on this, but I am excited to see what GV can do. But I'm wondering to see, you know, with Seven back on the throne or back in the reins here, if that can kind of get things a little bit better gear for these guys.
Yeah, I've got to believe that Seven being back is definitely a positive here. Nothing against Min. I think Min was actually a really solid performer, but it just comes down to this team needing that strategic leader, and that felt missing a little bit in the previous season, even though they still had that same firepower effect you expect from this lineup. But Seven, he's got that extra edge of experience, and looking at the map pool as well, I think we are going to see a very competitive one on our hands. Black Widow historically very strong for both of these teams, but for GV especially, I think it's a great one to put Seven back into the mix, specifically because he's more of a hit and miss player. But if he can play well and be that strategic element they were missing, it could be huge. But Flex fearlessly takes the opening pick along on to FaZe, and that is a bold statement to kick it off for LCK.
Yeah, it really is. And I mean, again, the other thing that, you know, I got to talk about Flex and like him being a lurk and him kind of just, you know, being some good impact. I think it was really interesting to see LCK actually double alming, right? Like, I thought that was a really unique little bit of a stance that they wanted to go for. It was actually a pretty effective tool here from the previous season, but we'll have to see now. I mean, players are starting to fall apart a little bit here. Back to the 4-4. Flex getting re-aggressed here on this catwalk, just looking for something. GV have now kind of just, again, pumped the brakes a little bit. Bomb still in the back and middle, waiting things out. Flex will be able to find himself another frag, takes down Creeds. So that's a strong player that's been removed here. Flex even getting some extra information from Awesome going for the peak. Is he going to be able to get out of this? He will. Does retrieve the bomb. And now the question is if GV want to go, because again, they're kind of stuck in mid. Looks like they're going to try to maybe go for this little bit of an A take, having the one player at cat and the two going down long.
Yeah, right now GV, they need to find this pick onto Spoxy, who's all alone on the A-bomb side. If they can't take him out quickly, the rotation should be enough for LCK to win the round. Here comes the swing. You can see Spoxy missing the connection. Snox with the follow-up, but Flex still finding these entries. Gets a third from down low. Make it a fourth. What a reaction shot onto Snox. Now Awesome is left all alone. Gets the C4 down at the very least, but he has to do everything in this round. But he has a chance. They all looked away for a moment. Lionclaw, thankfully, there to seal the deal.
Yeah, really, really nice work coming in from Flex. And I guess, you know, maybe he heard me. Maybe something got him going a little bit there, because the fact that he's able to find himself 4 frags in that round, honestly, just kickstarting it off really, really nicely. And that's what I was kind of saying before about LCK, right? Like, they've been mixing things up. I mean, Spoxy is the player to watch here with the sniper. But again, I love that Flex is kind of that secondary Alm player that really likes to maneuver around with it, and he gets pretty aggressive, right? Like, I feel like he's that kind of like shotgun Alm that you see. He just gets up close personal, finds engagements, lets Spoxy kind of play more of the passive setups, And maybe we'll even see this right now. Spoxy, the player here, just in the back of Van here in A site. Now it's GV just going to run on in. Dezane able to start things off nicely with the double. FaZe gets himself a little bit of a consolation, but now it's Creeds being able to get it as well. Okay, things are getting mixed up here. Back to a 3-3. LCK here on the back skirts, going for the retake now. Bomb's still not going to be planted. GV don't have it in their control yet, but this is a good moment for LCK. They can use this to their advantage, burn the clock a little bit, get themselves in different positions, and now it's a question of GV are ready for it.
Yeah, right now a lot of that pressure is going to be on to Flex to try and find an opening with this Om in hand, but Awesome spots the barrel early, gets the pre-fire onto him. Now Raffin has to try and answer. It's a 1v1 now. Raffin versus FaZe for the round, but FaZe is very low on HP. Raffin gets the double kill and secures this one for LCK. The round's very, very close, but LCK getting the better of them.
Yeah, nicely done coming in right now from LCK. And again, I love this from GV though. Like again, the first round was not too much of, an effort from them, not able to find too much connections, but that second round definitely made it right down to the wire with the 1-1. Now Spoxy getting a little bit more aggressive here, deep in catwalk, spawning things out in middle, but instead GV just kind of began making a bit of a fake down long A. Trying to just get them on the rotates, catching them a little bit more here, see if they can get this timing, and look at how fast LCK react to it, right? I mean, again, they have the 3 players committed. Now they're going to have the rotate coming back in for Flex. He's just going to watch mid doors. And GV, honestly just pumped the brakes. They threw in the e-brake and they're like, look, we're not even moving. We're just going to hang back. We're going to see if anybody got overzealous. But instead, it's actually Dezane coming in from a long range fight, takes down 7. So now the IGL of GV is going to be removed for this equation to round 3.
Yeah, a really tough one now ahead for GV to try and hold on to, and this is tough too, considering it is a BL-sided map as well. 3-0 for LCK at the start does not look good for their chances here on map number 1, but a lot of that credit also has to go to LCK, just hitting all of these picks exactly how they need to. Flex up to a 5-2 scoreline here, showing what he can really do with that Om in hand. Spoxy, though, going to be put to the test once again. He's been actually pretty quiet so far in this opening map. If he could step up on top of it, LCK is pretty much in the best position possible to win this. And now he's going to meet it right there head on, takes down Creeds. Raffin going to be taken down to answer back, but it's still a 4-on-2.
Yeah, not an easy position right now for GV, and even Sox tries to get a little bit aggressive to see what he can get done, but not going to pan out well at all. And now Awesome, he is a player that can clutch. I mean, he is somebody that can do some pretty good work, and now he's given up his position entirely. Tries to get the shot through the window onto Flex. Decent nade will actually land him a secondary kill. And now Flex just playing a very aggressive angle, just out in the open. Not going to matter. The Om makes the connection, and LCK will maintain this lead with a 3-0. Looks like there might be a potential tactical, little bit of a situation coming in, and wouldn't surprise me in this situation, just considering that, again, GV, they're not really looking like they're contending right now. I mean, the second round was the closest, but these other 2 rounds have essentially kind of just been more of a wash in some degree.
Yeah, I mean, GV, they really have to rethink their approach here, and part of what I'm hoping they figure out during this pause is how they're going to deal with Flex, because this guy is not afraid to take any aim duel early on. He's just going to be right up in your face. On top of that, you've got the passive sniper of Spoxy to work about, and it's a tough ask, I think, to go up against if you're GV, especially when you have 7 having a bit of a tough time getting reacclimated. It seems so far he's not really connecting on the shots like he used to just yet, and FaZe as well, trying to deal with both of those snipers essentially alone in a lot of situations is not working out for them.
Yeah, it definitely isn't, right? I mean, this is where we were kind of talking about, it was a question about, and I didn't even get to ask you about who you thought maybe, had their, a bit of an edge in this game, I guess, on paper. And like I said, I think for me, that's where I was kind of just saying LCK was, the fact that they're pretty much the same as before is a good note, and whereas GV has made that little bit of a roster shuffle. But do you have any change of thoughts so far, just with what we've seen in the first 3 rounds?
Not really. I think I would have predicted either way LCK was going to win this one. GV, I think, is looking a little bit weaker than maybe what I anticipated, even still having that favor towards LCK. I feel like GV still has some work to do to come into full life for the season, because I do look at Seven being on this roster as an upgrade, and so far it doesn't really feel that way just yet. But when you have someone kind of come in who's been gone for 6 months, they not only have to get reacclimated, he's also coming in from that strategic way and shaking things up. So I'm sure that is going to take some time for them to get used to.
Yeah, it's always a tough thing, right? Like when you have a new player coming in, being the IGL, finding that strategic lens. I mean, it kind of reinvents the team, right? And changes the dynamic of the team. So it's not even just a player, like you said. I think that's just a strong point, because it's just the composure of the team. And right now, composure is looking like it's Flex finding himself here with the double. Now it's just Zane to get himself that 2-piece as well. And GV once again can't get anything connected. It's going to be a triple kill from Zane, comes in with a nice old swing. And now LCK are putting themselves at a 4-0. And I mean, this was a map where I agreed with you. I was thinking, okay, this is a decent map for GV to get things moving. But man, oh man, they are just stuck in the mud right now. They can't seem to get any sort of comfortability. And now even LCK, they're mixing things up a little bit. And Zane comes in for another double, once again, locking it down.
A great start to the round. Spoxy looking to try and help capitalize. Flex good for another. Flex, why not another double kill? Pretty much every round from him so far in this one. Spoxy closes it out, and we're already halfway to victory for LCK on map number 1 and GV. There is just no good response from them, and it's a bit worrisome because GV, I expected this to be a close match, even with LCK looking good, but this is looking like an LCK that's not even looking at GV. They're looking at that championship already.
Yeah, this is a team that really is exciting, right? And that's what we got to see in Season 1, and we were thinking, okay, look, this roster can bring a lot to it. They're not really a team that went through any of the big roster shuffles, really, for the most part, right? I mean, they were a team that essentially just kind of kept themselves consistent here, and that's always a good thing. But also, you know, considering how they played last season, I didn't really think there was much they had to change, right? I mean, that's a kind of a difference where we saw some of these other teams, whereas like GV, you know, they wanted to mix things up, but man, oh man, these alms just seem to be the difference maker right now. For the first two to make the connection, Raffin now comes in for the rifle. These guys don't even look like they're breaking a sweat right now, Kyle. They look like they're just hanging out. They're enjoying themselves, and even Flux is like, look, I got the bomb in mid control. I know exactly what's going on here.
Yeah, I mean, there's no reason to sweat here. If I'm Lion Claw in this situation, I'm like, save some for me, because the Alms are doing all the work right now. Between them and Zane, there's not really anything left to do if you're one of these more passive support players on the LCK lineup. So it's going to be interesting to see what GV can maybe do to answer back, but this map's already feeling pretty far gone.
Yeah, this just seems really, really different, right? Like, again, I can't take it away from LCK. Like, this has been very impressive, but it's not even like they're doing anything super flashy, right? It's not like they're, you know, being super aggro or anything like that. Like, yes, they've gone through mid a couple times to do things like that, but nothing like kind of ridiculous, right? It just seems like they're really just making good connections. GV just don't look like they have any sort of a system that they want to go for right now. And that's what we were kind of talking about, right? Like, maybe there's a lot of confusion. Could even be like, you know, again, like counter calling sometimes. And now when things are getting down and kind of dirty like this with a 6-0 and you haven't even had yourself a round on the board, this is where, again, I talk about like mental team strength. And this is where we'll have to see if GV can kind of shake it off a little bit, because this is never easy to play in, right? Like, when you're in this big of a deficit, that frustration starts to build up so quickly, no matter what level you are.
It's a tough spot to be in. I would have not wanted to be in this position if I was GV2, because I knew after LCK didn't make the finals, whoever met them first this season was going to have to feel that fury. And I almost feel bad for GV in that regard, because I feel like any team that ended up in LCK in this first round would have kind of faced the same situation, because this is a team that felt like they deserved to be in the finals, didn't make it, ended up in third place, which was kind of surprising. But now you can tell they're hungry to make sure things are different this time around, and they're already proving it here in map number 1. Zane again, a double kill hold on the catwalk, taking down Snox. An awesome flex right there for the trade on to Creeds as Zane goes down 7. He is stuck here in the corner. Flex, another double kill, make it a triple kill on the table for him, and it's still an uncontested lead.
Oh boy. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Okay, well, things are cooking a little bit over here for the LCK side. And yeah, you know, again, like you bring up such a good point, because again, they were the team that, you know, lost to unKnights. That was that 2-1, and a bit surprising in the fashion. And now we finally get a little bit of something coming in from GV. Finally, they get themselves a big advantage here. The 4-on-2, leaving it now to Spoxy. All of a sudden, they realize, let's just commit to a full rush. Let's just hit W and just see what happens. And you know what? It's going to work out. They finally get themselves on the board.
It's definitely a start here, but now they've got to show us they can follow it up with a little bit more. If they can at least make this a closer map, they might have that confidence back to take it into a potential for a 1-1 series on map number 2. Maybe even a closer map here could reignite something on map number 1, but it's still a 2-7.5 at best here, and it is going to be down to the 2-on-3. Raffin, though, again, holding on. It's going to be Snox trying to capitalize on this positioning advantage, and he's going to do that. Snox gets the round here, and at the very least, GV will close out with the final 2 of the half.
Yeah, that's going to be something, right? I mean, I think, you know, considering that LCK were able to start things off with essentially like a 7-0 is huge, right? So, I mean, that momentum's built. They've already solidified the first half for their favor. So it's great to see GV kind of getting themselves back into something and at least finding the double here to get a little bit of momentum maybe done. So if they can get the first round in the second half, this could raise a lot of questions too, right? But right now for GV, they're going to have to take it round by round, and finally we get to see them getting something done, which is really, really impressive. But again, this double I don't know if maybe GV weren't expecting it, but I felt like that was such a playmaker here for the first, what, 5-6 rounds?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like it's one thing to expect it when you're up against LCK, but the problem is when you're up against Flex, you never know what corner of the map he's going to appear from, because it seems like he's almost everywhere all at once, and that's what I think is so difficult about this team, because Spoxy's actually usually consistently in one zone just locking things down, but then you have Flex all over, and then players like Dezane and Raffin who can randomly push out and catch you off guard as well with those AKs. It makes it for a really tough team to deal with for anyone, especially on that BL side, because most teams, they're setting up traps and waiting for you to come to them. But LCK, I feel like they're always trying to take that early round initiative.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, you know, the thing is too, is I kind of like this statement coming in from LCK, because again, I feel like we've talked a lot about it, but it's important to know, right? Because last season, I mean, they were a team that were like essentially second place. They were right behind 3BL. They were sitting at, I think it was like a 9-1 record at one point. So like they were in a really dominant position. So the fact that playoffs kind of came in and they kind of blundered it to some degree, like I think they lost to unKnights with that 2-1, a team that was essentially fourth place that just made it in. That was a really big upset, honestly. So I think for LCK, like, they just want to get back into winning ways. They want to just dominate the season like they did before. And man, oh man, what a way to start it off with a 7-2. Now things are switched over, the first round of the second. Now GV here to see what they can find on the defensive side. And I mean, this is going to be a big test for them, because it wasn't looking impressive on the first, but now things have been built up in the building blocks, maybe can get something done. But once again, Flex starting things off with a nice opener, but he will get removed quickly. And now Spoxy trying to do a little bit more here with the pistol, trying to take down Creeds. It's just an absolute firefight, and Creeds is taking significant damage, can't seem to find anything, but he's going to hold ground. He's not even going to let go of this. Can the nade get it done? It will not. It's a bit too deep. And LCK, they're committing to this A-hit now.
Yeah, it's a good call here. They know Creeds is low and had to back off, which means if they can break through Awesome, it's pretty much a free sight. But Creeds sneaks with the backstab to take down Lion Claw. Awesome on the front line as well. Good for the double. Dezane, the last response now for LCK in this one. GV, they may have done it, but not just yet. Dezane able to find himself 2 Snox, thankfully there to save this one. And GV, they're up to 3 in a row.
Okay, things are starting to, like I said, things are starting to move a little bit. The motor wasn't running, couldn't get the spark going, and now maybe it is, right? I mean, it's been a little bit, you know, dicey, but who other than Flex to start things off nicely again? Snox here for the high ground. He's looking to see for more than one. It won't be done, but the trade's coming back and forth. A pistol here to a rifle fight, and Spoxy will win it. Now putting FaZe by himself. Little bit quiet so far in this first map, but He might be able to find something. This lurk here into the A site, it is going to be a one player. He's going for the fight. He could potentially find this. If he gets this, I mean, Flex might be able to hear him if he missteps on this one. LCK actually doing a nice little bit of a sneaky play where Flex again just goes on the backside here into B. They get that full control, making things even now harder for FaZe with the Alm in hand on a clutch scenario. Again, never impossible, but makes it definitely way more difficult. Now even going into a bit of a choke point, spawning out his information. The noise cue should be there. And even that aggression coming in from Dezane giving up a bit of a body. That could be a bit of a mistake. 66 HP, and Spoxy will put the nail to the coffin, and finally this reign of terror, we'll call it, for the 3 rounds of GV will come to an end here with an 8-3.
Yeah, unfortunately for GV, that momentum swing a little bit too late in this map to maybe get them across to a winnable position, but still, Snock's going to fire back in this round, taking down that aggression from Flex right away, and that's at least one thing they've started to adapt to now. You're not seeing every single round Flex getting those early double kills where they're getting caught off guard, and that in itself is a key learning you've got to have against this LCK team, because if you allow them that forward positioning, they're going to take it every single time they think they can. And Flex, he's the type of person that he's going to keep pressing that all game long, win or lose.
Yeah, he is, and that's kind of the thing about him, which is so fun to see, but again, it would be just so frustrating to play against, right? Because you just know that Flex is going to do something and tries to always be, you know, pushing the boundary a little bit more, and he's going to get taken out on this one, but again, LCK bringing it back. They take down the IGL. Creed's now looking to see, he's playing very aggressive. He's actually going to push for underpass, but look at this. Raffin does read him like a book, takes him out pretty nicely. And now they're able to find multis, and Dezane's got his back and taking down another player, leaving it just to Awesome and FaZe now by themselves. They're split apart from each other. Not an easy position right now for the defense because they need to be able to find something. Now with that kill on the FaZe, they should be able to take this as a unit. Raffin has himself a bit of a field day. If I'm not mistaken, that was a triple for him in that round. So a nice way to get things done. And we're at a 1 round difference here to get this thing done and closed here. Moving on to the second.
Yeah, it seems likely it should lean in that direction. GV may have had that little burst of momentum, but just not enough to overcome what LCK can do here as a team. It is going to be a nice 2K on A long, but it doesn't matter. LCK still win the fight for the A bomb side. Spoxy looks for the follow-up, but it's actually Creed's down low with the It's going to be good for 1, but the trade's still sitting nice and favorable for the side of LCK, but 7 has a chance to prove what he can do here. The return of 7 could be big with a clutch. He might actually have the nade to finish it, but Flex, he gets out just in time, and even with less than 10 HP Flex, he's still very scary in this situation to deal with.
Oh man, 100%. He is definitely a scary person to worry about right now. I mean, he's got 8 HP, yes, but again, he's one of those players that, like, mechanically, I just feel like he can just get himself out of any sticky situation. And now for 7, I mean, he's got the HP advantage. It's all about this shot, though, right? Like, Flex, again, playing a different position to spot many different angles. He spots them. But 7 doesn't take any damage. Now it's going to be a matter if he can hit the shot. And Flex, he's just doing everything he can. He's tenderizing him a little bit. Now the pistol's coming out for this. He's just burning the clock as much as possible. 15 seconds remain. 7 has to get moving here. Just scrambling to find him. Flex, he's playing mind games, waiting, and he comes for a swing, and he'll get it done. My goodness, LCK, you can never count them out on any situation, and they will get themselves the first map, and they're pretty excited. You can see a little bit of sigh of relief, and boy, oh boy, what a way to start things off.
Yeah, I mean, that's a huge win. I was not expecting that big of a first map from LCK. There was only 3 rounds from GV in the whole map, and they were all in just that one little sprint they had midway through. So for LCK, that is a huge boost of confidence. I'm feeling very confident this team's going to 2-0 at this point, unless GV make some major changes going into map number 2, because honestly, with GV bringing back 7, I had pretty high expectations for this team, and they've been pretty quiet so far.
Yeah, you know, honestly, I really want to just talk on that point you made, because I think that's such an important thing. Because yes, we're really excited to see Seven back. I think it's a great move. It made a lot of sense. Min was a good player on this team, but you know, obviously when you want to re-identify yourself and have a different strategic lens, it's always good to do that. But when you do that, it's a ton of work, right? Like Seven right now is building a system. He's building foundation. He wants these different roles. He wants different things that they had them previous season, right? That's not an easy thing to do. It's not an overnight change. It'll take some time. So I think for GV right now, we talked a lot about in the first game that we talked about here today for Swamp, right? We said, look, it's going to be a lot of bumps and bruises and a lot of learning. It's going to be the same thing here for GV. Yes, this is a team that has been together for a long period of time, a little bit of roster shuffles here and there. But again, when you bring in a player like this with a strategic lens, it changes the landscape, right? So they're going to have to kind of go through a little bit of the dirty parts here just to get themselves back into a contention that they want to be in.
Yeah, on top of that, I feel like this is just a tough one because LCK is also looking a little bit more polished as well. And this was a team that was already in the regular season a huge threat to every other team in the league. And a better looking LCK, I think, is scary for not just GV, but everybody seeing what they're able to do so far in this one. Because part of me wants to believe that GV's just having an off day, but this could also just be LCK hitting their peak as well.
Yeah, and again, like I kind of talked about this in the beginning, but for anybody that maybe is just, you know, missed it or just tuning in now, I mean, let's not forget, like 3BL were the dominant team last season, and then, you know, it was LCK that were sitting right behind. Like they only had one loss that whole season. Like the whole regular season, they were 9-1. So they were right behind 3BL. They were a top contending team. And now we get to see it here where I'm really glad to see that LCK kind of came in, made a statement, said, you know what, don't forget about us. We're still a little bit pissed about losing those playoffs the way we did. And they want to get right back to winning ways. So I think, you know, it is a combination of them hitting shots, but also just them kind of showing that domination that they did in the previous season. And unfortunately for GV, they were on the receiving end of it.
Yeah, for GV, it's going to take a lot, I think, to get into the mix with these other top 4 teams because the bar has been set incredibly high, I feel like, this season. When you look at the seasons that 3BL, unKnights, and LCK are coming off of, I feel like every team has to be ready to play their A game if they want a chance of beating any of those top 3 teams from last season, just because it felt like towards the end of that last season, there wasn't much competition outside of each other within that top 3.
No, exactly. And we can see the stats are coming in. And I mean, I don't think any surprise. Like, again, like I talked a lot about him. I said Flex, you know, and Spoxy for me. Flex put himself on an absolute tear, a 3.67 KD. Like, just let that sink in. Like, Lineclaw, like you said, he was kind of bored, right? He was a 0.57, and like, I'm not even going to call him out on that, right? Because again, when your team is firing on all cylinders and hitting these shots and just making plays like that, you could go like 0-20. You don't care. You're just like, yeah, sure. I don't care. We're winning. And that's what we saw here, right? And on the same end for GV, there was really no opportunity for these players to get any comfortability. So these stats all kind of line up the way it should be. And I think, if anything, it was just more impressive to see Flex just playing the way he is. And he just went on a tear this game.
Yeah, I feel like Flex, if he's going to keep playing like this, it's going to be an impossible series for GV to win. They've got to hope he takes at least one step back going into map number 2. Otherwise, it is going to be a tough situation for them. But for GV, at the same time, this is a team that knows how to adapt. They're not a team that consistently loses series 0-2. Even at their worst, this team normally can pull any series back to a 1-1. That's kind of their bread and butter. Is even when things look tough, this isn't a team that really relies a lot on momentum to decide their success.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, the thing that was kind of making me really excited about this matchup too is, you know, I talked a lot about, you know, how LCK in the previous season, like they were toe to toe with 3BL and they took a loss and it was against GV, right? They were previously known as Encore, but they lost sub-base at 10-7 and that was the only time they lost, and that was still a really close game. But now we're going to have to wait and see if, you know, the second map is going to be a little bit of a different story, because we are going to take a very short break, and now it's going to be a moment to see if GV can get themselves back into this to split it, or LCK can go on a domination here to start off for 2-0. We'll find out in just a little bit.
One, there's another right on top of you there, Spoxy. All right, we are here and back in action for map number 2 of this series. We're going to see if LCK can pull off a pretty big 2-0 to start off the season for themselves, or if GV have a greater fight left in themselves as we prepare for map number 2. If you missed it, map number 1, 10-3 in favor of LCK on Black Widow. A pretty bold statement to kick off the series, but I'm hopeful with GV being a team that has that history, that ability to adapt, that will at least see a much closer map number 2 here.
Yeah, and I think the fact that we're going to be switching things over to Compound, I think that's going to be, you know, we haven't seen it yet so far in the season. I mean, obviously it's the first matches of the day, but it's nice to have, we're getting a full bit of a widespread here with the map pool. Got Black Widow, that was a really quick one, the stamp here for LCK, but it is going to be the question for me if, you know, GV are going to be able to bounce back in this, right? Like I talk a lot about when you take a bit of a beating like that, it's all about the rebound, right? Like, can they just kind of ignore it? Start things all over again? I have no idea, but that's the thing, right? Like we said, there's so much different changes with one player, a leader coming in from GV. I'm going to be curious if they're going to switch things up from what they previously have done. They've had some mixed results on this, not to say it's a bad map for them, but I also think for LCK, this has proven to be a pretty decent showing for them. So I always love a good old Compound, and I think this is probably a good way to see if GV can find a little bit of comfort.
Yeah, they're definitely going to need it here. Otherwise, they're already kind of in that situation where they start off that season fighting from back of the pack. But this time it is going to be Spoxy and Flex who actually double push into mid with Alms. Not something you see every day here on Compound, and it really doesn't work out too well for them. A 2-for-1 exchange goes the way of GV. You can see Raffin trying to sneak his way in for that late pinch play. You can have Lion Claw maybe support that if you go for the swing, but it's still 4 players grouped up here and ready to go.
Raffin gets a little bit aggressive. Oh man, a labored spray coming in from Awesome, but he'll get it done. Finds a connection, so I like the attempt from LCK. Again, just trying to see if they can find a little bit of an opening just to bring things back to a better footing. But GV in a great position right now with a 4-on-2. Zane trying to get aggressive, catch FaZe off guard, and he does. So that's actually a very nice little bit of a one-on-one fight with that small opening. So yes, the player advantage is still in effect here for GV, but again, that doesn't mean anything here. Zane now gets himself in the B site. The rotate is actually perfect. Now he can tuck himself away in this. He does give some shots, so now they know it's all about if he can stay alive. He's able to find another frag. It's all about him playing cat and mouse, and he's able to find himself a triple in this, bringing it to the one-on-one. Bomb's still going to be in the hands, but it's going to be Snox. He'll get it done, and GV will finally get themselves a bit of a lifeline with an opener.
Yeah, a bit scary there after Zane almost won it back for LCK, but unfortunately just not in the cards there because Snox was able to hit the shots he needed to, especially in that final duel against Lion Claw. But right after that, the double Alms already have picks before we're even out of the replay because these guys just love to be aggressive on LCK. Flex finds another already 15 seconds in, and it's 3 Alm kills for LCK, a 4th kill going the way of Raffin, and Awesome already left alone.
Yeah, things are not looking so awesome right now. He's kind of, again, just kind of like, okay, guys, where's everybody? Well, like, what just happened here? Like, where's my team? And LCK, I mean, they don't let off. They want to make sure that they can make a statement. They have the bomb control too. So for Awesome, this is not a good position at all. I mean, this is about just seeing if you can find anything, and the openings are not looking good. And look at LCK even right now. 3 players just sitting in this site waiting. The nade lands on top of them. Oh man, more insult to injury, and we're right back at it with a tie game, and I love that reaction from LCK. They just seem to do really well with it. Looks like a little bit of a tech issue, I think, or maybe potentially attack, but either way, being a 1-on-1, not a bad state right now, but again, I love that LCK, they just kind of come back in full composure.
Yeah, that's the thing I was saying in map 1, you've always got to be ready for, even if they have a bad round, they're not going to change how they want to play this game, and a lot of teams have to take notice of that and be really ready for it, because most other teams, you start to lose that confidence if you're not winning the fights, but LCK, they just want to keep playing their game the way they've planned it, and I really like that about this team, and I think that's ultimately why they are one of the more consistent teams in this league as well. They don't let other teams dictate the pace they're going to take in a game, and it really tends to pay off pretty consistently.
Yeah, and a map like this too, like honestly, I actually, you know, I was kind of criticizing it a bit like last season, you know, and I was saying like the double Alms, like I thought from LCK, I was like, yeah, okay, like I thought it was a bit of a bold statement. I didn't know if it was always going to be the thing, but honestly, I've learned to love it. I think for LCK, it seems to be the right, ingredient for them. But on a map like this, I always get kind of excited to see that double LOM as well, because I think there's a lot of opportunity where they can find some pretty big engagements. So again, I'm wondering if that's going to be still the same case, if they're going to just maintain that, through and through, or if they might just kind of play it round by round to really see. But I think in this kind of a situation, at least GV look like they can get themselves back in a little bit of fight. But I think with this timeout right now, I'm curious, how much they're going to put that into their effect. And I think for LCK, like we said, I don't think they have to change much here, right? I think they could just play their game. The spotlight is really going to be on GV to see what they can do to ignore what happened before.
Yeah, a lot of that comes down to this first half as well. This is notoriously a pretty GR-sided map, so if GV can make this, a 4 or 5 round game for themselves going into the second half, I would feel really confident that they could pull off a second map win in this series. But if we only see, maybe 2 or 3 rounds in this half, it's going to be a really tough one for them to try and close out. And as we kind of saw in the first map, they didn't really have a whole lot of cohesion yet. It felt like things weren't quite pieced together in the way they needed it to be. But at least so far on map number 2, I get a stronger sense that they are a bit more prepared in what they want to do strategically on Compound. It's just going to be a matter of how they deal with this counter aggression from LCK, because as we've seen in the league, 3BL is really the only team that seems to be comfortable consistently dealing with the LCK playstyle.
Yeah, definitely. I think 3BL were such a cool team to see, right? I mean, they were such a dominant force, and I know we're not going to see them right now. We will get to catch them a little bit later here today, of course, but they were such a fun team to see because they were this full Egyptian team. They were boot camping together all the time. Like there was so much improvement that was just coming through and through, and they found themselves an undefeated season, which was really cool to see. I didn't think I've seen that for a long time as well, so that was a really big statement. And LCK were so close to doing the same thing, right? I mean, they were 9-1 obviously, but I mean, they had themselves an undefeated streak for a long period. But that's the thing here, right? I mean, I think GV were a team that kind of sitting themselves in a position even previously where, yeah, like they were a top contender, previously known as Encore. Like I think the last season they were sitting themselves in the 3rd place with some pretty big points, like 21, but it was just 1 point ahead of unKnights, so it was a bit of a grind. But like we said, I think this is going to be really interesting. It's hard not to ignore what Seven can do with this, because I always get curious with these kind of moves, and I know we've talked about it a lot, but I think it's for the right reason, just because, I thought Creeds did a pretty good job last season. Like he was somebody that I think he was calling the shots mainly, if I'm not mistaken, but I was impressed to see what they could do with what they had, right?
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, this roster's still been one of the most consistent playoff appearing teams for 2 or 3 years at this point. They always seem to find their way into the playoff picture. Even though last season it ended a little bit earlier for them, this is still a team I always imagine making themselves a spot in those playoffs. But they're also never a really, really dominant team in the group stages. They tend to have a lot of 1-1s to get to that position and usually end up with a 3 or 4 seed when it's all said and done leading into playoffs. So I'd love to see a little bit stronger of a performance from them in the regular season, but just so far it doesn't seem like we're going to get that same strength just yet out of this team. But also we're seeing a much stronger LCK than I anticipated as well, and a lot of that's thanks to what Flex has been able to do so far in this server, because he looked a little bit shaky towards the end of season 1, but he's definitely coming out swinging this time around.
Man, and I was actually going to say, like, look, God, I know you've been around for a long time. I saw GV were locked and loaded with 3 OMs. I was like, I've never seen that yet. I don't think I've really seen that unless it's a massive troll, but they kind of pull back on it. So I was like, okay, Christ is averted, and now it's going to be the rifles that are going to sing and open things up, rip the wound open. And now LCK, I talk about Spoxy's fully blind. He went for a blind shot. He was just hoping, praying he's being able to land something, but now Flex needs to come alive. He gets the pistol for the headshot, but takes some critical damage. Down to 34 HP. The timer of the bomb is going to go. He does have a little bit of utility here. Ready to throw it. Might be able to find this. Creeds and Snox kind of playing in the left and the right side here. Creed's waiting for it. And now the pistol may be able to find something. 7 bullets remaining in the chamber. They will get it done. And GV, with the long timeout, it is going to pan out well for them and get themselves in a lead position.
And not too bad of a start at all on this map for GV. looking really good on their executions and their mid-control plays, and LCK, they really want to take these fights with the Alms and mid early. It's still just not working out for them. Flex goes down to FaZe early in this one, and now they've got to play from a disadvantage, and this is where I've been critical of LCK in the past, is because they're unwilling to change the play style of having these lurks push aggressively early on in the round. When it's consistently not working, this is when this team tends to run into trouble, because they almost end up playing half of the map without Flex when he's not able to find these valuable kills.
Yeah, it is. I'm really glad you bring that up, right? Because again, Flex was such a difference maker. So with him getting moved, it's always kind of interesting to see, like, again, who wants to step up a little bit more for LCK. And I always get curious, right? Because it can be a mixed result, right? Like, I think Dezane was having himself a really good amount of work as well. Like, his stats were looking really good on the first map. But now, I mean, being down when you're on the GR side with the down in the numbers, it's always difficult, right? Because again, you kind of have to go for a bit of a gamble. You're trying so hard to, read this situation, and it's not always going to be the case. Creeds almost gets caught with his life here, and Raffin almost had the timing. So now he's going to back off a little bit. GV getting ready for the mid split potentially now. Dezane just kind of playing behind blocks, waiting things out, tucked away here. And now the flash is coming in. Spoxy trying his best to find a connection, but now it is all Dezane, right? He has to be able to find these. He's got the noise cue. Flash is coming in. He's able to find this too. He almost gets the third, but that should be enough here to get them started a little bit here. Now it's just even more wounded players from GV. They get in the sight, but at what cost? This has just cost them so much HP, and FaZe is down to the critical red.
Yeah, right now, not looking too good for GV FaZe. He does at least have an ARM to work with on the low HP, but the planning of this bomb is not going to be safe at all. The second they hear that plant start to happen, LCK, they can collapse and potentially catch this as a 3v1 with only one player having the gun out here. That's exactly what they're going to do, but Awesome able to find himself too. Raffin, though, could still turn it around, and he does 1v2 right after the play from Awesome. It looked like for a minute GV was going to seal the deal, but Raffin takes it right back.
Oh my goodness, man. What a way to go on this. But again, this is what I was hoping to see with GV, right? I think we both were. We were like, look, like, I mean, they get themselves a lead. They're still making this competitive. And I mean, LCK now having to put a little bit more fight into this one. Spoxy now trying to put a little bit more fight with this aggression. We're back to an equal game. And a very interesting setup from LCK. Actually, a very good read, because right now you can see GV. They're grouped up in B main. FaZe actually does win that engagement. So now this is, I think, the second or third time we've seen Flex getting taken out right away. So giving up that body right away for LCK puts him in a disadvantage again. And GV have been able to find a little bit of, finding the capitalization on it, which is a really good improvement than what we saw in map 1.
Yeah, I mean, right now, GV, they're already looking a lot better on this map, but they've got to keep that moving forward here. They can't afford to start making those same mistakes than what we saw in the Black Widow looked pretty bad against them. I mean, Flex, though, that's the big difference right now. He's getting shut down time after time. He's going to have to rethink his approach a bit in this one as well. If he can maintain a more passive presence, it might be really positive here on this map, because Compound is a really tough map to get counter-aggressive picks on. But Spoxy, he's still going to be that patient anchor they need here. Gets the kill onto FaZe, equalizes for the moment, and now the pressure is being felt off the mid smoke, and you can see Spoxy, the reposition, able to net himself another kill onto Awesome. Snox looking for that slow trade to go his way here, just toying with Spoxy behind the box, but Spoxy misses the shot. Lion Claw and Dezane follow it up nicely, though, and take away the round.
Yeah, that's a really nice little bit of movement, right? Like, again, I think for anybody that might not have caught that, I mean, I was going to say, like, I think I like that, Spoxy was playing aggressive, trying to get with Yom, but he had two players right behind him. So hit or miss, they're swinging. Like, they're going for the fight. They're able to get themselves back into, a little bit of contention. So I really like that. They're playing the big buddy system here. They're just trying to play the trade game. So that actually just pans out well for them. And they're mixing it up again, right? Like, this creativity that we're seeing from them is definitely twofold. I love to see this. And now they put themselves back in a lead with that 3-2 with the slight edge. But again, we're starting to see some improvements from GV. They're starting to look like they have a little bit more comfort on this map. on their GR or their BL side, sorry, is definitely looking like a little bit more improved. But now LCK are trying to, again, find their way to get that pressure put back on them so they get uncomfortable. And it's starting to look like it might come into effect, but I'm going to be curious what GV react to after this timeout again.
Yeah, and this is a 3-2 lead, though, still with LCK losing Flex pretty much start of every round. So it's still not a fantastic look for GV, but I am hopeful they can try and trend in the right direction as we continue forward. But I do start to worry if Flex is able to rethink his approach as well, playing a little bit safer, playing a little bit more passive in some of these situations. I think they'll have an even greater advantage going over to LCK if he's not going for these wide swings onto mid or B long by himself.
Yeah, again, it's such a good point you bring up because I think, you know, the thing that's always so fun about watching Flex play is, again, like the mechanics of what he does. His timing seem to always be pretty good, but there is times where he has those games where it's not going his way, right? And like the opponents are kind of reading him a little bit easier and they take him out right away. So when we see a situation where like LCK in this game, especially what you brought up here, is that he's getting taken out early on. I think it was 2 or 3 times in a row. It puts him already in a deficit. You're already losing one of your heavy fraggers on this team, somebody that can put up multitude numbers. So that's a pretty big deal, right? And I think, I like that we saw GV reacting to that better. They were kind of expecting more of, you know, getting a pick against Flex, and then let's move on a game plan. So it is a really cool improvement to see, but I'm hoping that Flex might be able to get himself back into this and just realize, okay, I got to switch something up so I'm not the first one down every, 10, 15, 20 seconds in the round.
Yeah, hopefully they're using this time to maybe make those adjustments, because just a few small changes to their setup, and I think LCK still has a really big half on their hands here. But for GV, I also like they've started to be a little bit more aggressive on these mid-control plays as well, and we're starting to see more of that cohesion we were hoping for out of this lineup on this second map, and it does give me a lot more hope towards what I was expecting from this team with 7 being back in the mix here. So on top of that, I think Snox individually has really started to step up in the second map as well. We're seeing some of that old flair from him back into the mix, and it's actually making for a pretty good start here for GV, all things considered. This is a GR-sided map, so if they can even go toe-to-toe and close this with a 1-round difference at the half, I actually feel pretty confident they'll win this one.
Yeah, and I think that's a good point. And talking about Snox, I mean, with that 10-3 scoreline, I mean, in the previous one, like, he was the one player, I think it was with FaZe, like, they were the only 2 players to put themselves at a 1.0 KD. So, yeah, I think for Snox to get himself a little bit of a groove, not bad. I mean, definitely a good thing to see. And, okay, things are not looking so bad right now, because we're going to go right back into this game. And again, it is that lead here coming in from LCK. Double Om's still going to be into effect right now for both Flex and, of course, Sploxy, but we'll have to see. And I'd like to see FaZe, and actually he does switch things up. He did have the Om, but actually he switches things over for the rifle, so I was kind of curious what he wants to do with it, but now they're going to go for a full rifle setup, so this makes it a little bit more interesting, which kind of makes me think this is going to be a full aggression and just kind of brute force once again into a site.
Yeah, GV really likes to execute as a team out of the middle of this map, and it wouldn't surprise me to see them do a lot of mid plays here for the remainder of this half, especially considering they're up against a double Om setup. It's harder for the double Oms to deal with that smoke and push pressure on mid, especially if the smokes are really well placed here from GV. And you can see so far right now, Spoxy, he's kind of just isolated here, not anything he can do from the back of the A bomb side. He has to fall off, play a little bit more reserve, but Dezane, he's going to catch them all to start it off. Spoxy able to find one on the trade, but GV, there is just no way into this bomb side. Spoxy shuts it down. Lion Claw there for the final kill, and that is a tough one to go up against.
Yeah, don't like those, like you got left, right, center, above, everything, you got so many different angles to clear, and yeah, there's no way 7 was getting anywhere near that site, but good reaction coming back in from LCK. Holding it down. Full aggression coming in from Raffin, actually, and Flex. Look at how fast he's been aggressive. Raffin starts things off here in B main. He's able to find that engagement. Flex is just on the other side of this, and Creed's, I don't know if he's going to expect it. And Line Claw, look at that. A little bit of a fake and a little bit of a shake and bake, and there we go. LCK now really trying to start things off. They want to just maintain the lead. They want to build themselves the first half in their favor. Still just going to put on the pressure point. Now leaving it all down to FaZe, a player that, again, hasn't been showing his full impact yet. A player that can definitely do it, right? but now he's on a 1-on-3 clutch. He does have the bomb in his hand, so he's got some time to work with, but what are his options going to be?
At least for the moment, he should have an opening to plant onto the A bomb site uncontested and set up accordingly. The real question is, will he go for the full clear first here? He's starting to maybe overthink it a little bit. If he goes into the B bomb site, there's 3 players right there and waiting for him, but he's going to go ahead and make the safe decision. Going to get this bomb planted, and he's planning for the mid tower as well. If he can sneak his way over there without getting caught, there is a chance he could have a really strong power position for the round, but he's going to have to take this fight. Unfortunately, he's not ready for all 3 LCK players to peek in for the trade, and LCK, that's going to be a 5-2 lead now, starting to lean really heavy in their direction, but I have to hand it to Flex specifically in this round because he was so much more patient than he's been all game long, waited for Lion Claw to peek first and guaranteed a trade rather than just swinging out alone.
Yeah, exactly. No, man, it's a good detail, right? It might seem like a small detail, but it is a big detail, right? Like, it has so much more impact, so much more effect, so it's important. Flex now, he's like, look, I was patient before, but I want to get hungry. I want to get some frags, starts things off at least. He gets himself something. Spoxy, though, gets another one. These are a lot of one-and-dones, and now Snox, somebody we talked a lot about, comes in swinging with the double. Raffin sprays it down, dropping the bomb, leaving it to a 1-on-1. Snox trying his best around the dumpster, and it's going to come into effect, and GV come in with a clutch situation to get themselves a third back in this some way and somehow.
Yeah, a lot of these late rounds are really coming down to Snox stepping up for GV to make sure they can find a way to win them. He seems to be the best equipped on this lineup to deal with the antics of LCK, but this time FaZe as well, getting another successful opening on to Flex, who is going to be shut down without a trade this time around. Raffin's still playing that corner pocket on the B bomb site. They've got to be aware of it, though. He's played it a couple rounds in a row. This time it's still going to be a kill before going down. Dezane, though, through the smoke, just takes them out from the flank, and they had no idea that was coming.
Oh boy, no they did not. So I mean, a 6-3 is definitely going to be a nice way to kind of finish things off a little bit here. So I mean, again, I'm really happy to see, like, this was a lot of questions on both these teams, right? I mean, we saw that LCK had such a dominant performance, you know, on Black Widow. It really didn't look like they had to break a sweat. I feel like this, you know, first half of this map, definitely they were getting a little bit more contested here. They had to, you know, be a little bit more thoughtful in their plays. And we got to see some really good highlights coming back from GV, where again, it felt like they were absent. And some of these highlights are, you know, showing us some really interesting points too, because even like Spoxy missing some, you know, uncharacteristic opportunities is a little bit thing to note as well. But that's where I'm wondering if, you know, the steam is starting to kind of ramp up a little bit more for LCK.
Yeah, I mean, LCK, even with Flex having some questionable moments where he got caught alone, they still pull a 6-3, which is why they have so much confidence as a team. I feel like even if he does go down, this is a team that's kind of just ready for that. When you have players like Raffin and Dezane who can flip around by themselves, you don't worry quite as much about Flex just doing whatever he wants to at the start of the round, because when it does work, you get the momentum on your side. And even in the situations where you're not finding those early picks from him, you have these other players that know they have to get 2 kills in a round, and they can do that.
They definitely can. All right, double OM going to be here right now for the time being of GV, both Seven and FaZe. And actually, FaZe will start things off nicely to take down Flex. And again, we talked a lot about him. He seems to be the first player, the sacrificial lamb in this situation, that he gets taken out right away. And even Lion Claw's taking pretty much half his HP as well. And now LCK kind of, again, going to have to go with the deficit. They have to find themselves something to bring things back to an equalized 4-4. But posted up in mid, keeping Spoxy aggressive here in mid. Just in tower, waiting things out. GV have a 3-player stack in this A site, and that seems to be where LCK are kind of putting their attention a little bit too. The bomb is going to go in the back, so they haven't committed the bomb there at least, but they're committing the numbers, to say the least.
Yeah, at this point, it is going to come down to LCK really needing to find that early entry, especially towards this A bomb site where they're leaning. They've got to deal with FaZe, though, holding on to the vent position. He's pretty much prepared if Raffin and Dezane go in for this peak, but it's just a slow play here. You've got to deal with Snox now as well, holding on to mid. With Awesome, there's essentially Every angle covered exactly how they need to for a trade here on the A bomb side, but LCK, they're going to have to take it anyway.
Yeah, now it's even FaZe has got a pretty good inkling on this. He's just waiting inside of heaven. Oh, the timing. Oh no, but the flash is going to come in. So now at least he can find something. No, he will not. Dezane able to take his head away. Okay. Things are getting a little bit more interesting now. Bomb's going to go down. The 4-4 coming through. Snox now coming through main. Spoxy, he hasn't been able to spot this. So he's let a player kind of slip through underneath them. This could be a bit of an issue. Dezane still holding a bit of a tight angle, but he's able to find at least one more before he goes down to the grave. GV come alive now. Spoxy needs to be able to find this clutch. Gives his presence known, but he just cannot delay it any longer. And GV will get themselves back in a great retake, especially with Awesome and Creeds finding 2 apiece.
Yeah, honestly, I feel like a lot of that just came down to a bit of an issue when it came to positioning from Spoxy. Everybody on site seemed to have the right idea from LCK, but Spoxy wasn't really able to find a good way to get that information, find those kills, add that value on the post plant, and for that, they are rewarded on the side of GV, but this time around, Flex, he gets away with the antics, and Spoxy right there, able to find another onto Creeds, leaving FaZe kind of stuck here, tucked away in the middle of the map. He hasn't been spotted just yet, but there's no clean exit strategy from this location.
No, and again, I love that GV, like, they try to mix it up a little bit, catch them off guard. They get really aggressive in mid, and they were trying to just, again, throw LCK off guard a little bit. Just see if they can get a quick and easy round. It doesn't work out for them, but now FaZe kind of, you know, the backpedal a little bit. He's able to find himself a couple kills. Snox trying everything he can in his ability to win these duels. He is going to win the one-on-one engagements. So all of a sudden, which was a big lead for LCK, it's kind of turned into this 2v1, and FaZe still alive. Comes in for a swing. He's able to double tap on the Flex. He doesn't expect that other player to be there, so now he's got a good information. But again, what does he want to do in this clutch? He's got 36 seconds. And it looks like he wants to go for the big flank here, Kyle. He's going to try to see what he's going to be able to find. And man, this is going to burn some time here.
It's a high risk, but with the he might be able to make this work. The problem is going to be Raffin in this position. It's not the best to take this fight from if he doesn't spot him early, and now Raffin has to go for the late swing. FaZe, he's able to do it. Finds a huge round for himself here. I believe getting 4 out of the 5 kills on the round, so huge statement from him to stay alive and single-handedly win that one.
Oh, man. Just a chaotic round, though. Like, honestly, like, it's pretty wild. Like I said, I love that GV were mixing things up. I love that they were playing aggressive. It looked like it wasn't even going to work out for them at all. I thought LCK were going to be able to have that round just because of numbers. And then, honestly, FaZe, like I said, look, he wasn't doing much. Like, I just felt like he was really quiet. He was just absent. And he comes alive, man. He's able to put himself in a multitude of frags. And he gets himself back in this game, a 1-round differential. So GV have really found themselves in a better position right now, which is so great to see. And now Flex again, just trying to be the opening piece. He wants to find that opening engagement. He's got the He's looking how aggressive he is. He spots Creeds. He's giving away his position. He just made a bit of a noise. But is he going to expect 7 to be this close? Does 7 even want to swing on this? And look at GB. They have 3 players committed to this, and they're going to swing, and they're going to win it.
Yeah, it's a bit of a tough one there. Flex just getting overzealous, but that's kind of the name of the game when he goes for the entries the way he does. He's always going to have that risk of getting caught early and giving up that opening pick to the other team. And this time, LCK, they have to try and pick up the pieces and carry it through in a 4-on-5. It is going to be a lot of pressure towards the A bomb site. Right now, it's a 3-man stack on it, so it's not going to be easy to break through either. Snox playing that forward pressure. You can see Raffin hoping he goes in for that peak, but GV playing this one pretty patient.
Yeah, I feel like Snox made a couple attempts here to get on this boost, and now he's actually just going to fall off on it. And now look at that, they're trying to pounce on him. They're going to take him out in LCK. They'll get themselves in this site pretty easily. They're able to find, again, a lot of opening engagements. Don't even lose a single player. A lot of damage, sure, but even Raffin's able to get a big spray down on the Creeds. Leaving it down to the IGL himself here, the mastermind, to see if he's going to be able to find something in a clutch scenario, but no. It's going to be too much of a tough equation to solve, and now we will see LCK again keeping this lead here with a 7-5. Can this be brought back is the question.
Definitely doable for GV if they keep punishing Flex on these aggressive plays. But the problem is, if you put too much attention to Flex, the rest of the team can capitalize on the other side of the map, and GV also has to be aware and prepared for that, because if Flex goes down, but you've given up another side or given up some intel that can still give them the round, it's still going to be LCK who find the better of those situations. Even without Flex, they're kind of just assuming he may or may not be in each and every round just because of how he plays. But this time, it's going to be the same situation. They've got him posted up in the tower alone, the rest of the team working their way into the B tunnels.
Yeah, I do like this, though. And again, I feel like there's a piece to me that's thinking like there is a little bit of an obvious point that, like, you know, that GV should be able to read that, like, you know, Flex, they always know that Flex is going to be lurking somewhere. He's kind of that first point of contact, but now he's a little bit of helped out or assist him, and finally Lion Claw does get that trade. I was worried it wasn't going to happen, but now we're starting to see Creeds. He's able to get himself that double, make it a triple. Why not? It's going to just be headshot galore here and leave it to Lion Claw, now needing to clutch, putting himself on the 1-on-3, leaving it to the 1-on-2. He doesn't have the bomb, but at least he's got himself some time. A minute on the clock. He's got some options to work with. It's a question of the positioning here from GV. Are they going to be overzealous? Are they going to give themselves away? He spots Snox. Creed's coming in for the top ground as well. And this is about Lion Claw just finding the perfect timing, but it's going to be Creed's that comes up massively right now for GV. They ain't done yet.
Yeah, a lot of that round just comes down to this hold on the B tunnels. That 3K, a massive turn in the favor of GV. So now LCK, they've got to find a way to respond, because even though they came into this half with the lead, the half score is 3-1 for GV here. They're looking a lot better on this GR side of the map. So LCK, they definitely have to find a way to answer back in this one. Snox already trying to sneak out of the B connector. He's got 7 right behind him, but they do still have Lion Claw on the other side of this pinch to maybe help out if things go wrong.
Yeah, now even LCK again, they're just going to group up on this, and we saw so many times in the previous season where, you know, teams would just group up mid, they just go for the old split, you know, they just kind of go on the right-hand side and just decide if they want to go through spawn or kind of just go through the choke point and B. But I'm liking that LCK are actually kind of committing this now. They have that 4-1 commitment. I like this. And again, Flex just doing his thing, lurking, maybe getting the timings. He might be able to find something, because FaZe is playing a bit of a different angle here. He's not even looking. He's not even entertaining long A right now. So if Flex can find this opening, this is going to be massive right now for the split. But even Snox, he's got the information, gives his position away. He's not able to hit anything done. And LCK, they take down 3 players, and it gets awesome to find himself only 1 as a consolation. Now he gets himself a second. Make it a third, why not? Looking for the ace clutch now in a situation here with 50 seconds remaining. Lion Claw just playing cat and mouse, but awesome! No way does he able to find something big like this with an ace, and GV are right back into a tie game.
Yeah, that is a devastating round to lose for LCK, but at the same time, it's just what GV needed to get right back into a winnable position here. Awesome. Getting so many isolated 1v1s there. You've got to wonder how that went down, but now LCK, there's going to be a big collision in the B tunnels. LCK getting the better of it so far. Lion Claw good for 2 before going down to make this one a 3-on-2 situation. The bomb now working its way into the back of the A bomb site. There's nobody on it. LCK should be able to set up here and have a nice post plan for themselves.
Oh man, they react so well to such a chaotic situation and somebody coming in with the first ace of the day. And now it's a question about the 3-on-2. 7 just coming in from spawn, and it looks like even FaZe now going to come through tower. This is not easy though, right? Like, they can't really play the trades very well. They only got 20 seconds to work with, so time is ticking. With Yom in hand as well, you have to be able to make these connections, and FaZe is kind of waiting for 7 to make a play, but instead he's going to go to the grave, and there we go. There we have it. And LCK, they don't want to give up a lead, right? I mean, they'll allow a tie, but they're going to get themselves an 8. And this thing is an absolute nail-biter once again.
Yeah, very, very close second map. LCK on the harder side to close out on as well, makes it that much more difficult, but it is still a winnable position for them to be in. They're going to have to deal this time, though, with these two players on A long. It's going to be Awesome and Snox pushed forward, but 7 again in this position against Flex. I don't like Flex leading into this too heavily, but at least this time he's got that support system behind him, which has been something he's been missing in the last couple of rounds. You can see him poking around early. He's trying to make 7 think he's alone. He wants to bait out this wide swing that 7 was able to successfully do just a couple rounds ago. So I like the strategy here from LCK to try and bait him out. It's going to work. They get the first kill. Flex looking for more here. Creed's trying to play this one patiently, but LCK not giving him much to work with.
Yeah, I think the biggest piece here is the fact that, like you said, like they were kind of making it for 7 to be the playmaker, but instead it's Flex now. He's got some little bit of backup with him here. He's still being a big distraction. Creed's in a bit of a tight spot, and not an easy one. Seeing if he can find himself. I think even Flex was able to get behind that box just in time. So again, they haven't been able to spot each other yet. This could even raise questions here for Creed to go, you know what, I'm just going to get out of here. Nobody's here, and there it is. Flex, right? That perfect timing again. When that lurk can just pan out, look at how nicely that works out. They've been able to find multitude of kills. No trade has been able to come through at all from GV. Not a single one. FaZe tries to make a connection, but it's going to be a flawless round here from LCK to get themselves on map point to close this thing out with a 2-0, and GV now need to push the distance of 2 to get to overtime.
Yeah, that's just a situation where when the Flex play works, it's almost a guaranteed round. And what is that flick over to FaZe? That was a crazy headshot to take down FaZe early, and that would be the potential nail in the coffin in this map. Already a 5-on-4. Awesome, going to be caught as well, pushing for that late trade. Snox is kind of stuck here on this connector position, has to try and fall off, but GV, they have already lost so much in this round.
Yeah, and again, it's just the fact of just seeing Flex getting himself. I love this little bit of a change up, right? We said so much about if he can get himself kickstarted, getting those opening picks or those opening duels. It just feels like everything changes, right? And that's what we're starting to see. He was like 1-3, 1-4 at one point, and now look at him. He's sitting in at 8-6 in a way better position than he was before. He's been able to finally get himself a little bit back in that groove, and now GV, their backs are on the boards. 7 with trigger discipline. He tries to re-aggress, but he's not able to. Flex giving away his position, but he's going for the arm fight, and he's going to be able to win this out, and this thing can be all over. It's all down to Creeds. Players are disconnecting. Everybody's just angry, frustrated, flustered maybe. I have no idea, but Creeds now needs to come alive on a 1-on-5 situation. It is not meant to be. And LCK, they are going to get it done here with a 2-0. A little bit of a labored work, but man, oh man, they get it done.
Yeah, a huge way to start the season. You can see some signs of relief on their side of things. It got a little bit closer for comfort on the second one than they probably would have liked. It almost looked like GV was going to flip the script going into the second half. They started off really strong, but then you get that flex factor to get you across the finish line, and that's exactly what they needed.
Yeah, honestly, I feel like, we talked a lot about Flex, and I mean, I think there's a good reason for it, right? I mean, we talked about Spoxy as one of those young players. He's able to make, really good picks. He's able to, find good connections, but it seems like, Flex has to be the one that kickstarts everything. He has to find that opening engagement, and when they win that opening engagement, it just looks like that, like they feel more comfortable. They know what they want to do. They're not really worried, and it almost kind of feels like when they lose Flex in that opening engagement, it almost kind of feels like that's where it's a little bit questionable, and that's actually very, very interesting to see. And maybe it's just the first day matches. Maybe they're just getting themselves back into a groove. I have no idea, but that kind of felt like that was a bit of a theme for me, where when he was absent in those couple rounds, when he was like 1-4 or whatever it was, it didn't feel like LCK were picking up rounds, right? Or if they did, it was right down to the wire. It was right down to those 1v1 situations.
Well, that's the scary thing about LCK, is it felt even when it was a 4-on-5, but you add that fifth into the equation, it's very, very one-sided, which still makes them look pretty scary moving forward for any team that's going to have to face off against them. And this is a team where I'm expecting GV to be a top 4 contender, and this was still a pretty confident 2-0 coming out from LCK, so it definitely puts a target on their backs as potentially that #1 team to start off the season. Obviously 3BL still in that conversation later on. We're going to see how they kick off their season, but in my mind it's still those two teams as those group stage leaders that are going to have a massive target on their back.
Yeah, and I mean, the biggest thing too is like we got to see, GV, a lot of the different players were able to find themselves some good opportunities. Like I said, there was that ace coming in from Awesome, which was great. That was the first one here, right, of the season, which was huge. And I mean, it just wasn't enough, right? But they put themselves in a better fight in this situation, which looked good because the first map was just, it was a wash. Like, let's be honest, it was a 10-3. They really weren't able to get anything started at all, and it just kind of fell apart, whereas this one felt like it was a lot more back and forth. There seemed to be a little bit more oomph in their game plan, which is great, but I think that's where it is a good moment here for GV. They go down, with no points, but at least they can kind of take something, a little bit of a learning lesson, and at least now they can go, look, like we can definitely compete. We don't have to stress about it. We're just going to have to work on Black Widow, but we'll see how things pan out. There's still plenty of games to go, right?
Yeah, I think that's the big takeaway from GV's end is even though the first map wasn't great, they had a very competitive second map, and the GV we saw on map number 2, I think that's a GV that beats these more middle-of-the-road, lower-ranking teams in the league and can confidently put themselves, I would say, at least comfortably in the middle of the pack conversation for the moment. And if they can make those extra improvements, maybe on the second go, start to beat these teams like the LCKs and the 3BLs that they're going to have a second chance against later on in the season.
Yeah, and again, I think, LCK and 3BL are, like you said, I think they're kind of the top teams, the teams to beat, and I mean, that's where it's going to be, with not a lot of roster shuffles or any at all. I mean, that's where it's, there's a bit more of that, expectation for them to perform at the same level they did before, and the competition's only just getting more fierce, right? So a lot of good little glimpses we saw from GV. I felt like the one thing that, was different than when the first season before was Creed's kind of felt like he wasn't really finding himself in those multitude of kills. Like, I felt like last season he was always playing a position where he was getting lots of decent numbers. This time it felt like he wasn't quite there, but again, that comes back to the whole conversation about their system's changing, their foundation is changing, and maybe that's just something we'll have to see, and the stats are going to also show us a little bit of that as well.
Yeah, I mean, looking at LCK, everybody above a 1.0 or higher on this second map. Zane definitely being one to lead the charge here and get things across, because he was kind of that shining star when Flex wasn't able to get the rounds. He was that guy finding the doubles, finding the triples, making sure even with those 4v5 starts against them that they could still take back these rounds. And because of Zane, they won several rounds where Flex wasn't even a factor at all.
Yeah, exactly, and I love seeing someone like Dezane putting himself at the the top fragger and kind of the highest numbers and things like that. And every single player essentially was, like you said, over a 1.0. But it's great to see because like him and Spoxy, putting over 2 is huge. And then the thing is, like on the other side of GV, like it's actually pretty well spread out here. Like 7 obviously being the IGL, you don't always expect your in-game leader to be like a big fragger. There's always a lot of micromanaging and watching what's happening and trying to lead the the direction of the ship here. But otherwise, it's pretty much spread out decently. Like Awesome again, like put himself at a 0.93. He was able to get some pretty big highlight reels here, but other than that, like it was kind of just everybody got these odd and sod rounds where they were able to find these triple kills, and I know Creeds was able to lock one down at the A site as well. But otherwise, I think it was despite them not having 1.0s, it was still a very decent showing with this scoreline.
Yeah, I'm still very hopeful for GV moving forward. In my mind, there's still a top 4 team. It's just that LCK is a cut above 3BL. They're in that same boat. I think both of those teams are probably only going to be meeting their match against each other in the regular season. Maybe unKnights, though, with the upsets in playoffs is in that conversation. We'll have to see how they show up in their first match later today. But looking at the key players here, no surprise to see Dezane earning it in this one. I mean, a 2.1 KD, consistently finding over that 1 kill per round. And honestly, when it comes to riflers, I feel like this guy has one of the strongest shots in the league.
Yeah, honestly, it's a good point, right? Because, I love that we see Dezane here, and like we said, I mean, his rifling has been really effective, and I feel like in the later portion of last season, he definitely started, really getting a lot more, heavy fragging and putting himself in better positions. And the thing is, too, like, even the match MVP of, someone like FaZe was really important, too, because I felt like we just weren't really seeing him, and we finally got to see those connections. But again, like, when you have a rifler like this, someone that's able to put up decent numbers and just being a consistent factor, that's what you need, man. That's what any team needs, and that's kind of the old reliance or the old consistent factor that I think for LCK is such a good thing.
Yeah, I mean, he's a huge factor. I mean, you look at the survival rate there. Every other round, he's not even being taken out of the picture. That's such a huge impact to have as a player, because Flex, he may be getting close to the same number of frags, but you'd be hard-pressed to believe Flex is going to survive to the end of any round in most situations, whereas Dezane, he's kind of that clutch factor this team needed, and he's really stepped up coming into this season, and I hope to see a lot more of this from him.
Yeah, me too, and that's a good point. You talk about the survival rate, the fact that he's able to put himself in great positions to stay himself alive, and just kind of being a late round player. That's really important, because like sometimes you got to be an anchor, and sometimes you just got to burn the clock, get those rotates in, especially when you're on the defensive side, right? But either way, that's an exciting way for us to get over 2 different series here for the day. Now we still have plenty more of action to come through, and just pulling up who we have next, I was going to say it is going to be TBI taking on 3BL, so that's going to be a tough one, right? I mean, there's a lot to talk about, but we are going to look through those matches, because we do have this one, plus Anubis taking on unKnights, and as you can see, the scoreboards are starting to update a little bit more here. And yeah, no surprise, LCK starting things off, but the question will be if 3BL can find themselves in winning strides as well.
Yeah, I mean, 3BL against TBI, in my opinion, that's kind of the number 1 versus the number 8 in my mind. If I had to seed these teams coming into the season, that's kind of where they would land here. So I feel like there's a lot to prove for TBI, but they showed a lot of promise in the season, and they made it back here from avoiding relegation for a reason, and I think it's because they do have a lot of strength at their core. Obviously, the big hit for them is, can they thrive in also losing Master coming into the season? That's the big question mark for me going into that match.
Yeah, and we knew that TBI were definitely going to be a team that we're going to go through a lot of structure changes, and different players, and just what were they going to do a little bit differently. It was inevitable. We knew that was going to happen. So I think the fact that they went through a bit of an overhaul like that is going to be really, really interesting. But I'm gonna be excited to see what they can do, right? And unfortunately for them, like you said, they are going to get tested against probably arguably the number 1 team, which I think they deserve that ranking going into this season. But we will find out after a little bit of a break, right? I mean, this is going to be the moment we'll let these players get themselves locked and loaded here in the server. So get whatever you need to go, and get ready to buckle in for this 3rd series of the day. We'll see you in just a little bit.
They're going to have to be ready to deal with this, and I just don't think they have the positioning to be aware of it, but it may not matter. Raffin gets the quad kill spray down, gets the ace on top of it.
Are you ready for mind-blowing crossfire action? The 2nd season is here, and you better put your helmet on. A massive prize pool and spots to the regional finals are at stake. Starting from June the 1st, 8 ambitious teams will have 7 weekends, fully packed with intense fights. Who will top the leaderboard and secure spots for the playoffs?
Man, we have only one goal: win all matches.
We will do our best to secure the playoffs.
And who will be eliminated?
The last season wasn't easy for us, but we remain positive, and we want to give the best show for our fans.
It's time to break the ice fast and show what we're truly capable of.
Tune in on the 1st of June and support your favorites.
All right, we are back here and ready for our third matchup of the day. This time it's going to be 3BL taking on TBI. 3BL, all the same roster though, but TBI, some new faces in the mix, some changes coming up for them. We'll see if it's enough to maybe show some improvement in this season, because this is one of the teams that was kind of on the back burner pretty much all season long, and it's no easy task to start off against the reigning champions.
Yeah, I mean, this honestly just kind of feels like it's a lot of work cut out for these guys, right? I mean, and that's kind of been the biggest thing for them. But I think the one thing that will be interesting is, I mean, they've lost, quite a few players, like Design's out, Master's out. I think even Apps was one of the players as well. But I think even having someone like Beba back in the roster will be interesting, or kind of in this mix will be unique. I don't know too much about Dirty. Like, I see that Dirty is kind of on this roster as well. But honestly, like, again, it doesn't really surprise me. Like, we talked a lot about this. I think all of the, the talent here on the desk was talking about this last season. Like, look, TBI, unfortunately, like, they have some really good players. They just couldn't get, the puzzles to fit, or the pieces to fit the puzzle, I should say. And I think in this case, like, them having a bit of a revamp makes a lot of sense. But unfortunately, they do have to play arguably the best team in the league, the team that has just been dominating. So for them, it's the biggest test you got ahead of you here, and that's not a fun one to go through here, Kyle. If it was any matchup here today, not the best one.
It is a tough one, but I'm hopeful it'll be at least a close match on our hands, because there is a lot of potential in this TBI lineup. I feel like we consistently saw them, even though they didn't win a lot of matches, they actually had a lot of maps where they were very, very close to that. It just felt like they had a lot of trouble closing out when they had early lead advantages here. So I think Beva's a good player to have in the mix for this team. I also feel like Booker and Gainer are very strong players when they're hitting their peak as well. And you know what? Maybe they've got something special in store, but it is going to be a sub-base pick that kicks this one off as well, which I'm pretty excited about that.
Yeah, it's been a really nice day, right? I mean, again, just with like everybody kind of getting all the maps into full effect, I love this, because I think there was a point where I just felt like we were constantly watching Compound, or, just kind of watching, the basic maps. And I love seeing sub-base being in here. I love seeing just the mix and the variety. This is a good way to start the season. It's a nice way to get a little taste of everything. Let's get Mexico in there, Let's get that thrown in there. Maybe Eagle Eye. I know we talked about those aren't usually the picks, but either way, maybe we'll find out. But it is going to be Gainer. You talked about him finding himself when he can stride. He can get himself started, and yes, he will. He finds himself the opening 2, now putting them in a great position. 3BL down to essentially 2.5 men right now.
Yeah, it's a tough one. Gainer off to a really good start. Gets them the opening 2. Snake as well, 4 HP left to work with. As we can see, Slayer trying to poke around towards the B bomb side, but there's not a whole lot of opening to work with. Booker playing pretty patient. We've also got to deal with just the passive play of King on the other side of the side as well. Hopefully the Lurk can maybe get them something out of this one, though. You can see Snake creeping his way into the vent position when you've only got a couple HP left to work with. It's not a bad idea, but it is going to be Snare who actually finds the opening, takes down not one but 2 players here on the back of the B-bomb side. Booker able to secure one to answer back, but it's not quite enough. It's already a 2v1 turned against them.
Yeah, this is weird, right? I mean, this is where TBI were sitting in such a great position here with the numbers, and I mean, okay, like now they're going to get equalized a little bit here with the 1-on-1, but again, for TBI, I mean, this is a tough situation to be in, because again, they have the biggest advantage. They might even lose it, and Snare will get it done here in the 1v1. Up close and personal, gets himself the triple for that round. And this is what we talked about, man. Like, 3BL are such a dangerous team. No matter what situation they're in, they're always going to be able to pull up something, right? And I love that we saw they're down in the deficit. TBI was able to come out with a really good swing, kind of wounded them, but then all of a sudden 3BL, they get a knockout punch.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, it's why they're such a tough team to go up against, because any one of these players can be a one-man army when they need to be, and it makes you such a threatening team if you have that ability for everyone to potentially win in the clutch or when the numbers are against you. And for TBI, they're a team that hasn't really shown that in the past, so if they want to win, they've got to be able to capitalize on a round like that. You've got to be able to hold the advantage when you get it against a team like 3BL, because it's not going to happen that consistently.
No, it's definitely not. And just keeping the singular arm here from both these teams right now. Snare going to keep it for himself, and then of course they'll be over on the other side here for Dirty. And now Snare just kind of waiting to see what he can be able to find. Beva just trying his best to hold things down. Good flash comes in. Getting some reinforcements to come join as well. And 3BL just again waiting things out. They're a team notoriously known for just kind of, burning the clock, being really slow, really methodical. They did kind of mix things up last season, I should say, and now even when Beva gets a little bit cheeky, finds himself for that opening engagement, Snare's able to get himself back the trade right away, so it's back to the 4-4. 3BL just kind of waiting things out, still with 50 seconds remaining. It's not even going to make them sweat at all. It is an open A site, technically. King is now finally getting himself into this close, but now Gainer takes down Slayer, which is a pretty big pickup.
King, though, still has to survive on this bomb site. He's good for one. Looking for more off of that flash. Dirty comes from the top of site to help hold on to it, though, along with Booker. They'll secure a nice tie here, so this time they do get the advantage, and they're able to hold on to it.
Yeah, this is a really good highlight because, again, we talk a lot about when you're on that defense side, like there's so much reliance and value to staying alive in those kind of situations, because if you get taken out quickly, the rotates would have been coming through. It would have made it way easier for 3BL to get themselves in there. Now Gainer, I'm not too sure, like his positioning looked a little bit off. I think he was trying to debate if he wanted to go for a swing or a bit of a peek, but the timing gets against him. Slayer does get a little bit of redemption here now, finally getting himself a little bit of that vengeance, and now they get themselves the player advantage to start things off. And this is where we saw TBI before. It was Gainer before that was able to find, a bit of a trade frag to get themselves back to the 4-4. But now that he's removed, it's, do they want to try something aggressive? Do they want to just kind of more tuck and tail and post up in these sites? And it's kind of looking like that might be the case. Even King gets a little bit more aggressive now, and he finally actually will take out Totson. So we're back to a 4-4 just like that.
Not a bad position at all for TBI if they can hold on to this anchor, especially Dirty here. Has to try and stay alive as long as possible, but Booker is getting a little bit antsy. He's going to find the kill, though. Takes down Snare. Has to deal with the repeat. Dirty right there to hold on for him. And now it's already just one player alive. Dirty gets the double as well, and just like that, TBI, they're in the lead.
Okay, TBI putting themselves in a lead position, and again, they're just trying to set the tone a little bit here against the champs. They're not looking like they're getting phased right now by it, which is a great thing to see. And now Slayer is able to get himself back into fragging ways. He's getting himself another one. Look at how aggressive he's getting. He's trying to change that pace a little bit more. Dirty now, he's just going to get removed here with the nade. There's no shot for him at all, and now 3BL have been able to take things a little bit more control, but the bomb here needs to be able to survive, and Totson will. And now they're going to be able to find themselves back in this game with a 2-2. When things were looking a little hectic, they respond well.
Yeah, I mean, shot for shot, this game actually feels pretty even so far. It's just those little small things that 3BL has strategically that are able to get them these rounds. I mean, we saw it in the previous. It was just nade stacking their way into an open bomb site. There wasn't anything special they had to do this time. They're going through trades over towards the B bomb side, but it's actually going to be a pretty even exchange here. Totson down to about 30. Snare trying to find the follow-up on the flank here potentially, but they're actually just going to go for the safe plant over on the B bomb side. I like the call here. They can set up for the post plant. They've got a little bit of utility to work with as well, but Snare, he still has to find these connections.
Yeah, a lot of work cut out for him right now, and he isn't going to be able to find that solidification, taking down Beva as well. So now just down to King and Snare again, man, being lethal right now, sitting in 9 frags. And I mean, that's the thing that's so fun about Snare, right? Like we talked a lot about in the previous series about someone like Spoxy that is such a menace with the arm, right? Or even someone like Flex is, really, really consistent. But man, when Snare can hit his shots, like you just got to look out, man. It's not a fun thing to play against. And either way, it doesn't matter because, again, TBI, they find themselves in these positions where they win the opening engagement and they're taking advantage of it. But who other than Snare? Who other than Snare to be able to find another kill? And even now Horus comes in to find himself a little bit of action, gets the double, and it's just becoming a little bit of a problem. The dumpster fire is just getting worse and worse, and now Booker by himself in a massive clutch situation with a 1-on-3 with a wounded Horus. But again, he might be able to find something, and this is a lot riding on him here to come up with a massive clutch. He's only got 20 seconds, and he's got players above him and below him, and he's going to get removed, and Horus will find himself a triple.
Yeah, really good round there from Horus, stepping up now, and honestly, no better time to do it. Things were looking a little bit even, but now the separation is starting to show itself in this matchup when you've got everyone now fragging across the board on the side of 3BL. Meanwhile, TBI, they're still having a pretty decent time, it seems, in the early round, but it's these rotations and retakes where that strength of holding a roster for multiple seasons, you can really see the difference between these two teams.
Yeah, and I mean, this is the thing about 3BL that's always so fun to watch, right? The composure they have. I mean, no matter what, like I said, no matter what situation they're in, it just seems like they're able to respond well to it through all the chaos, the thick and thin. And even right now, I mean, they're putting themselves in a 4-2, but I've been impressed so far, Kyle. Like, honestly, I think TBI have, you know, been able to put up a good fight. It's looking like for a team that was pretty much the dead last team last season, that they, despite the scoreline, they've been making rounds close.
Yeah, honestly, it's pretty impressive to see that they've had each round at least be mostly competitive in their fight against 3BL so far, though it is starting to extend to get a little bit worse as it's gone on. You can see 3BL starting to hit their stride as well, which makes this a little bit more challenging, but all in all, these are still very down to the wire rounds, still a 3-on-3 situation, still a 2v2, now down to the 2v1. Beva left alone. Here comes the double swing. Beva has a chance. He just can't get that final bullet to connect, and unfortunately that is going to be what prevents them from winning the round. But again, it's just scraping by for 3BL. If it had been a little bit more aligned on those shots from Beva, that's not a 3BL round.
Yeah, man, it's actually like, again, like this is the thing, like when you have that high expectation or the team that, you know, is the team to beat, like it does add all that pressure, right? And like we said, I mean, yes, it's a 5-2 scoreline, but these have been some nitty gritty rounds, man. Like this has come down to the wire. So for a team like TBI, like they're putting themselves in great positions here, just going toe to toe right now. May not be the scoreline they're looking for, but at least they know, like, you know, it's one of those games so far, it's looking like they're just coming so close to a situation and they can maybe get the scoreline to be a little bit different. It's definitely a positive note so far, but still plenty of game to go. But now TBI are just going to pull back on this. They're not going to be super aggressive, even for 3BL, like right back to their old ways. Just sit back, wait, burn the time a little bit, just to experiment. And now, again, no damage has really been afflicted against 3BL. It's them actually that have been successful against Gainer.
Yeah, I mean, right now, 3BL, they've got a nice enough advantage. They can afford to go back to the slow game here, see if TBI is going to take a risk to try and find themselves around, and it might pay off here. You can see King getting a little bit anxious towards the A doors. Beva as well, thinking about maybe getting a little bit more aggressive towards A. He's going to go ahead and back off, though, and re-smoke the staircase. So now it's going to be up to 3BL to start making a move here. That looks like they're going to use this diversion from Snare to start working a late A. Snare is going to go down, but that is the fake they were looking for here. It's all about this execution onto the A bomb site. Beva, he's all alone on the back. Missile, he's caught off guard, and now the site is theirs. King just has to hide and wait for the right time to peek. It's a little bit too overzealous on the timing. Didn't have the support there from Gainer just yet, but now the utility should be enough to maybe find themselves a kill, make it a double there from Snake.
Oh my goodness.
Right from the top of it. Now Dirty's left alone.
Oh, man. Just worse aware, right? I mean, like, you're thinking, okay, maybe something will happen a little bit differently for TBI, and then the nades just rain terror with a double. And now it's just Dirty trying everything he can in such a difficult position to be in, and yeah, just not going to happen. A 6-2 scoreline, and I agree, man. Like, I think there was a lot riding on King in that position. Like, you could kind of see it on his face a little bit, like he was communicating something. I think maybe it was a miscomm or something, but that swing was just a bit, you know, too soon, right? A little premature, unfortunately, and it cost him that, you know, situation where he might have been able to find more. And look at it now. It's just Slayer coming in with a double kill. They are just taking this round so fast, so furious, and that's going to be a 7-2 as we transition here for the second half. And what a way for 3BL to kind of get through the thick and thin of everything.
Yeah, it almost feels like 3BL, they just needed those first 3 or 4 rounds to really just get back into the groove. But now that they're in the groove, TBI is having a tough time dealing with it. Still, they're able to have a decent amount of competitive rounds in that first half, but now as we go into the GR side, I'm starting to feel like that pull away is going to be the reality for 3BL, since the shots now are looking a little bit more crisp, especially when you look at Slayer hopping from, I think he started with only 3 kills in the first 5 rounds. Now he's 11-5.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, like you said, I think it was just like we said, today is the first matches, right, of the season. So again, you're kind of getting rid of the jitters, you're kind of getting rid of, the rust, if you want to call it that, right? You're kind of getting back into the groove of the season starting. So for 3BL, it's definitely a grind, despite them having a really good scoreline, but now they're sitting at a 7-2. Slayer just posted up here, gonna have a quick drink to see if he's gonna be able to gulp some big frags. He's able to find himself one with the assist of Totson right behind him. And now they just decimate here for TBI, and now into a 5-on-3. Totson just kind of toying with them. They're just finding these duels one by one, and now Beva's going to be able to find a little bit of a trade, I guess. But again, they don't have the bomb in their possession. They have a site control, sure, but it's not going to mean anything at all. And now Gainer just trying his best through every sort of situation. But man, oh man, this thing is just falling apart quickly, and 3BL put themselves on an 8th in again, very, very decent fashion.
Yeah, this is kind of what I was worrying about for TBI, is they've always been one of those teams that they've got the pieces, but they can't make them fit together every single time they need to, and 3BL is so good at picking apart even the smallest issues a team has, and now that's just all being turned on its head by every single player on this lineup. Booker at least able to find one, but it's already a 4-on-1 situation 20 seconds into the round, and even with that one kill, collapse is going to come through in 3BL. They're already seeing the light at the end of the tunnel.
Yeah, they really are. I mean, now it seems like they're kind of getting back into their comfort, and that's the thing about 3BL too, right? I mean, they always feel like a team that no matter who they're playing, they kind of just need to figure out, a little bit of how their opponents are playing, and then it just feels like they've kind of like, they're like processing and thinking and loading, and then they're fine, and then they can just play their game and adapt the way they need to. And now we're talking about map point here where it's a 9-2, and essentially they've been pretty much just going consecutively here with the rounds. Snake going to get a little bit tested here from Gainer, just a little bit of a bait. Big rotations coming in though here from 3BL. Maybe a little bit heavy on it. And now realizing, okay, that might be a bit of a fake. They might just try to pull back on this, and they will, but that's a bit of an interesting note here. They seem to be hot on the trigger. Now Horace trying to do what he can. He's able to at least find himself this one duel. Can he find more? He will not. And TBI, they'll get a trade.
It's going to be a little bit short-lived. Snake able to take down King there, but actually they answer back nicely. Gainer and Booker finding one apiece. Snare caught on the top of A, trying to take this fight and re-engage onto TBI, but unfortunately not going to find anything yet. Snare down to just 1 HP, somehow still alive. The question is for how much longer. Totson has to do a lot of work to save this one, but Snare with 1 HP, anything could take him out of the picture. Totson able to get the trade as Snare goes down to that nade, but Totson arm in hand, not something we see too often from him. I'm curious.
Yeah. He's trying to make things interesting, He's trying to show us he's got a little bit of skill set maybe, but not an easy one. Whoa, my goodness, he actually gets that bit of a flick, and that was nicely done. I didn't even know he was going to be able to land that, but not really going to matter in that situation. But, I mean, it comes down to, again, a bit of a grindy round, but either way, right down to the 1v1, TBI will keep themselves alive for the time being. Can they maintain it now? I mean, they have to find 6 rounds in a row to push OT, right? So, I mean, this is, again, not impossible odds. Not favorable, I'm going to say. I'm not a gambling man, but I was going to say not the odds you probably want, but maybe, just maybe. But now they're going to have to just, take this round by round, pace by pace here, frag by frag to see what they can do against the champs.
Yeah, sub-base just such a tough map to try and take out 3BL on. For them, it's a really, really strong map just because of how smooth they rotate, and because it is a smaller map, it plays more into their favor when it comes to taking these rounds down to the last couple of seconds. They seem to thrive in that environment more than any other team I've seen in this league. And for TBI, it's just tough to deal with here. They're not quite sure where they want to execute, because anytime they're met with the resistance on the other side, it just doesn't seem like they have a plan to deal with it, and they try and back off a little bit too much.
A little bit of a poking here coming in from Gainer. And again, 3BL, I mean, man, they're just kind of like jumping around. They're like just toying with their food a little bit right now. At this point, it kind of feels like. And Gainer will go down, so they're not able to win that first opening engagement. Snare going to get the smoke against him. He actually does miss the shot, just barely, though. Now they're going to press on forward. And it's just over, just like that. I was going to say there's some big trade frags coming in, but 3BL are going to be able to take this thing with pretty convincing fashion. And you can see a little bit of frustration coming in right now from TBI, and even right now for 3BL on the screen. They're all together. They're all looking pretty cool, calm, and collected. And just, again, another punch-in, punch-out moment for the former champs.
Yeah, I mean, for 3BL, this should be a guaranteed win for them. Just knowing what they were able to do in the previous season, this is not a team that should be a considerable threat, but it has been at least nice to see, even with this new roster coming in for TBI, a lot of these rounds at least felt competitive and winnable for TBI. There wasn't a lot of rounds I can look back on and be like, there was no chance TBI had to win that round. They just got out-aimed. That wasn't really the case most of the time. There were several rounds, especially when you look at the start of this game, where they actually had the early advantage and then lost it in the later portion of that round. But a lot of that just comes down to you've got to deal with those stars like Slayer and Snare, both of them just having a really, really solid first map here.
Yeah, and that's the biggest thing, right? We talked about this in the beginning of the day, but, you know, I was so excited when, you know, 3BL last season built this full Egyptian team and adding Slayer, because I was like, look, man, when he was on Anubis, he was such a playmaker. He gets to do that again on a team like this, and I felt like that's what 3BL were kind of missing, was somebody to just be aggressive and get in your face and no fear at all. Like, the guy just goes in, he's a fragging machine, so I love to see that. And again, we get to see a good couple moments from him in this game where he was able to do that. But I mean, all in all, like you said, I was really happy to see TBI, despite the scoreline. Like, there was a lot of close rounds. There was some moments of, you know, getting out aimed and they just couldn't land shots. But at the same time, though, like, they did handle themselves in great situations. They kind of maintained their composure. Like, even that last clip there shows it. But I'm happy to see it. I mean, I think this is, you know, the right steps that, you know, TBI need to do to get themselves in a contention of a better showing than what we saw last season, right? And I mean, unfortunately for them, they're going against a heavy hitting team as the first opening match. But you know what? That might be a nice way for them just to improve early on in the season.
Yeah, it can definitely be a lot of valuable information to learn, even if they do lose this one 2-0, which seems likely at this point after the first map. But at the same time, I'm hoping these individuals can keep stepping up as well. I feel like Gainer is a really solid player, and he started off this map looking great, but then he only had one kill in the second half. And for me, it's just, when are they going to get to that level of consistency? Because it seems like TBI historically, they tend to actually lead looking like the stronger team in a lot of the maps they've played, but they can't keep that consistent up to the finish line, and they don't seem to handle when other teams adapt to them right away, how they can continuously counter throughout the match.
Yeah, exactly, right? And I mean, I think we got to see, you know, in the beginning where, like, you know, TBI was able to get a bit of a good start, and then honestly it was just like full speed ahead, right? And 3BL, they're such a scary team, because they, like I said, they kind of look like in the first couple rounds of any game they play, it's a little bit of like getting used to who they're playing and getting a read. And then that's where I just say the IGLing, I just feel like, is so superior, because they adapt so well to their opponents and things like that. I thought TBI did a great job to just, you know, push the boundary a little bit and get themselves some rounds and kind of, you know, wake 3BL up a little bit here. But that was a great thing to see, and the overall stats just show it too, right? Both Snare and Slayer both tied, I think, with a 2.14 KD, which is pretty insane when you kind of put it in perspective, right? But and even their survival rates were dead even as well. So I mean, they all were kind of sitting in a very, very interesting position, especially in the later portion of the game. But either way, that was a quick and easy match here for 3BL, and it's going to be interesting to see what they can do for map number 2. And I think for TBI, like, it's going to be a question if there'll be like GV, where maybe they can rebound a little bit differently.
Yeah, I'm hoping we see a little bit more from them in map number 2, but we are going to take a quick break here before that happens. Hopefully coming out of the break, TBI comes back a little bit stronger and gives us a nice second match on the way, but we'll see you there. As soon as you think you've spotted one, there's another right on top of you there, Spoxy.
Lazarus is just doing what he's doing.
Has to get at least one. Good for one. Good for two. Green's good for three.
But again, he can't find more than one, but it's HCT!
Well, here we are, map number 2 on the way for TBI to maybe get themselves back into this one. 3BL, though, a very, very strong start to this series, a 10-3 map 1, and I don't know about you, Laz, I'm kind of expecting a similar outcome for map number 2.
Yeah, honestly, it's hard to, be a little bit optimistic this way. I do think, like I said, I was really happy to see TBI getting themselves a good lead in the beginning. Things were looking okay, but I mean, you are playing the #1 team. You are playing the best team. You are playing the team that's gone through so much history together. So I think this is going to be a tough one for TBI. I think if they can find themselves a couple more rounds, definitely could be an improvement, but I'm kind of going down the same path as you, whereas I think it's the writing's on the wall already in this one, and that's all respect here for TBI. It's just, again, you're going against a monster, man. You're going against a team that went undefeated, by the way. Again, a team that didn't take a single loss last season, and they're going to try to maintain that streak as much as they can, and they have been preparing, they have been boot camping, they've been doing everything they can to be the dominant team. So I do think this will be a bit of an interesting one, but at the same time, 3BL, assuming they maintain their game plan, it should be smooth sailing for another 2-0 here today.
Yeah, it seems to be the case here. I mean, these guys are just so hard to take down, and even in Season 2, it's going to be hard for me to believe someone's going to take a map or even a series off of this team. So I feel like moving forward, teams got to study these guys a little bit earlier on in the season, because 3BL, they don't seem like they're going anywhere anytime soon from that #1 spot.
Yeah, I don't think so, right? I mean, that's the thing. Like, I think you kind of mentioned in the beginning of the day where it was like, look, like they were a team that did a little bit of restructuring last season. They were the team that, built this full Egyptian team, and adding in, a heavy fragging machine, like I said about Slayer, I think added just a lot more formula here for this group, which is cool. And clearly it's been a really winning recipe, considering that, last season they looked really scary, and they just looked like they took it with full stride. And now Gainer by himself to see if he's going to be able to have some strides. He does take the head of one, maybe a second two. Yeah, why not? He's able to get himself a little bit of fragging abilities here, and again, they're going to start this pace, but look at how fast 3BL just respawn back. They don't even look phased by it, so we're back to a 3-3. Snare's going to take a huge bunch of damage right now, down to 14, but again, now the defense, what do they want to do with this?
Yeah, the tough part about this map is being down 2 defenders leaves most of them in a situation where they're going to have to just anchor and not really have too much rotational support possible. So it really puts a lot of reliance on the individual firing power of these 3 players for TBI to make it happen. Specifically, Dirty in that position on long has to be able to find at least one before going down. If he can't find anything there, it's basically a free A-bomb side for the taking, because right now King doesn't really have an ideal position to help either side of the map contest.
Yeah, and again, the 3-3, still lots of time left here, and 3BL, again, notorious for just going for the fakes, just waiting things out. But they're going to go for the 2-1 split. The double player down long here, keeping Snare by himself in mid, just kind of making some noise, just looking for any lurking players. And now Dirty, and unfortunately he misses the shot. He's going to get eradicated here through the spam, and now Dotson going to be able to get the bomb down. King and Booker remaining to see what they're going to be able to find. Some utility available for King, but again, it's not very much to work with. This is all going to be about firepower. And even Snare just kind of posted up in mid, waiting things out. Booker's taking so much damage. He hasn't been able to see anybody, and he's almost dead. And now just leaving it to him, 3BL, they're going to respawn back through all the chaos, and they get themselves the opening round.
Yeah, it's a bit unfortunate considering Gainer kind of had the perfect start to the round that they needed to get that momentum on their side, but then got Snare, who just immediately can answer back and steal things away for his team. And now they go into it with the lead on the 3BL side of things, but this is a GR-sided map, so TBI really has to win this opening half if they want to show they can take a map in this situation. But with 3BL, you can tell they're pretty fearless in this head-to-head, and it makes it a tougher situation for TBI just knowing how confident 3BL is going to be on the other side of these fights.
Yeah, exactly. No, it's such a good point. Again, just with the map being slightly GR-sided, I mean, this is the thing. Like, you always want to find as many rounds as possible, right? And when you can't, that's when it really, again, it starts to affect you a little bit too. And that mental state of the team is just like, okay, like, look, we're not winning this. This is going to be even worse. And that's the thing. Like, it's hopefully not going to be the situation here for TBI, but that's the thing. If 3BL just going to go on a bit of a tear and find themselves, you know, a huge lead or win the half, I mean, it already kind of puts themselves in a great position when we switch things over. Still arguably one of the best defensive teams in the league. Dirty now playing a little bit more aggressive. Misses another shot now, so this is twice now we haven't been able to see him land that connection with the Snake now coming through, and it's going to be who other than Slayer to just Rambo himself into this, but TBI all of a sudden have been able to pull something out of the hat, and Beba comes alive with the double kill, putting them back into a 3-on-2. Bomb's going to get dropped here with 49 seconds remain, but Snare coming in with the shotgun looking like he wants to do a little bit of work. This thing is still open, Kyle.
Yeah, Snake and Snare, they've got a fighting chance here. Snake able to find another Beva, now left alone. The 2-on-1 Snare hits the running one tap with the Colt to get the job done. And again, even without the advantage in the round, you can't count these guys out. The individual firepower they bring to the table is just enough. But even still, if you're TBI, you're going to have to go back and look at these situations because they've had so many rounds where they clearly had an advantage and just couldn't hang on to it.
Yeah, exactly right. I mean, that's the biggest thing. It just seems like that when they get these good moments where they're winning these duels and they put themselves in number advantages, it just kind of falls apart, right? And that's the thing. And now even look at it, 3BL, we're like, you know what? Okay, hang on. You guys think you're about to win a round? Nah, not happening at all. And now even Horus puts himself with a triple, gets things done with the quad, and now they're going to be able to find another round in their effect, putting a 3-0, and TBI gonna have to pull back on this a little bit and figure out what they want to do differently. Looks like we might have lost a player. They're hanging back, they're waiting. Just trying to see if they're going to maintain it. Okay, maybe we'll come back to it. That's all good, but either way, I love that we're seeing like TBI trying things, but again, it's just these situations where in the mid-late rounds, it just seems like that's where everything's falling apart. Look at this. That's such a chaotic situation.
Yeah, it's so unfortunate for TBI, but I feel like they just have to get that extra cohesion in place if they want to be successful in these late round situations, because the early round is consistently looking actually pretty decent from their perspective. It's just in these rotational positions, they're constantly getting caught off guard and getting into these weird 2v1 mid-round engagements where a player like Snare or Slayer, that's where they thrive and can easily flip things back in favor of 3BL.
Yeah, exactly right. And that's the thing, like those guys are like, I don't know what it is, like Snare, like he looks so calm and collected, right? Like he doesn't even look like he's stressed. Like he's just like smirking. He's like, yeah, okay, you guys want me to try something, I'll try something here. And it's just, that's a comfort zone for him. And that's a really good point you bring up, because him and Slayer are kind of guys that can do that, but Snare is definitely somebody that you always see in the later rounds, just because it seems like he doesn't care. That's where he's going to thrive the most. But I think right now with this little bit of a tech issue, TBI now need to figure out what they want to do differently, right? We kind of saw a little bit of aggression in mid. Again, I didn't love it just because I felt like Gainer was kind of by himself. It was like, hey, Gainer, you need to find multi-kills on your own, no trades. Good luck. Like, please do something big. Whereas right now, I want to see a little bit more cohesion in the team. I want to see a bit more synchronized attacks here. I like this idea of just putting some pressure on this, but I just want to find that trade opportunity here for TBI.
Well, here's their chance to try and find their first round as we return. It is going to be a 3-0 for 3BL so far on the BL side as well of Compound. But right now, they're just running it down towards the B bomb side. It is going to be both Beva and Booker holding on to it for TBI, but Horus, he's already going to hit the first. The trade comes through onto the second. Not an ideal hold coming out of TBI, with a 2-for-1 difference towards 3BL. The Lurk as well, just going to group up for the team to have a 4-on-3 for the post plant. Really smart call here from 3BL. And now the thing nobody wants to do on this map, retake the B bomb site numbers down.
Oh man, it's the absolute worst. And you took the words right out of my mouth. I was like, this position sucks. And now look at it. Even Totson gets aggressive. He finds the double. Oh man, yeah. Again, it's such a choke point, right? Like you only have so much to work with. Like you can throw good utility, I guess, but it's pretty limited, and it's just such a disaster point to get into, and it's never fun. So yeah, TBI unfortunately on the non-fun receiving end of that situation, and 3BL now put themselves at a 4-0 and only 1 round differential here to put themselves in a great position for the half. And now King getting aggressive, seeing what he can do, but he's just going to get annihilated here from Slayer. Gainer does get that trade back. Can he find himself a little bit more? And Horus actually gets the right timing against Dirty. And now it's going to be a 4-on-3. Snare's trying to see what he can bind, but he actually gets caught a little bit in the behind here with a shot to the back of the dome, and we're back to a 3-and-3.
Yeah, honestly, not too bad of a situation here for TBI if they can get a good read on where this bomb's going. Unfortunately, it's been kind of the opposite story. The B bomb site completely free for the taking. Booker, a little bit late to the party, still gets the kill on the Snake. That's a good start for the potential of this retake, but again, it is a B bomb site retake, so even with a one-man disadvantage, 3BL still has a little bit of comfort on being in these pocket positions, but Booker has to put that pressure a little bit sooner than later here. They're already down to 20 seconds on the clock, and there's no real control in the hands of TBI just yet. They're going to go ahead and try and force their way through the smoke here. It's actually going to pay off. Gainer and Booker right away get the 2 headshots needed to get the first round of this map over to TBI.
Yeah, and it finally works out, right? Like, again, when you're in that kind of a retake situation, like we said, when you're down in the numbers, retaking into the B site, never fun. But when you have that number advantage, it can definitely be not too bad of a situation. And there we go, right? We got a little bit of a presentation on that, and TBI finally get themselves back on the board with a 4-1 scoreline now. Single arm going to be used for both sides here. Gainer going to switch up his position now, and TBI actually going to put a little bit more pressure here on B main. So they're going to cross through, coming to connector into mid now. So they've actually put 2 players there. Now leaving it with, if I'm not mistaken, it's going to be Dirty, just kind of posted up with the Alm. So very interesting setup coming from them. 3BL, do they expect this though?
Horus seems mostly prepared that someone could be here, but unfortunately, the shot's not going to connect for 3BL. TBI actually looking good in this opening engagement, finding a nice 2-for-1 Snake, trying to secure a trade here, prevent the off, but it's actually Totson on the backstab who finds both Dirty and Beva. Now they know Booker's alone here. It's going to get them a third kill as well. And again, TBI, they find the numbers and immediately lose them. Gainer able to respond with a kill onto Totson, narrows it down to the 2-on-2, and now it's anybody's for the taking.
Yeah, the situation has really just changed around a little bit here, and all thanks to Gainer to be able to find something now. A 2-and-2. Both these defensive players, again, playing very close together. I love this setup because at least they can get a trade, worst case, or they can just commit to the site together, or again, retake together. So this is perfect. 3BL doing the exact same thing. Still with 45 seconds remaining on the clock. Oh, TBI. Oh, they've been second guessing themselves. Now they're going to cross through spawn. They're kind of just playing in the midway point, right? I mean, they're kind of just waiting to see. So this is kind of putting them in a unique position now. This is all about retake, right? And I mean, 3BL, burning time, coming through long A, just going to wait to see what they can be able to find on this. They do have tons of utility, too. I mean, this is the thing. They could just kind of bombard it into this. They might even just go in dry and just try to see what they can find in this situation. Now the smokes are getting thrown. Plant's going to come through. TBI in a retake.
It's a tough one, but Snake is quite low on HP, so they might be able to take him down quickly and force a 2-on-1. But it's actually Slayer who goes down first. Snake quickly to follow, and TBI is going to be a second round in a row for themselves. I wasn't a huge fan of how they played that there initially, kind of just giving up that side control, but at the very least, hitting some crisp shots on the retake.
Yeah, I agree. Like, I was kind of wondering about that too, and I don't know if I was loving the positioning from TBI. I was kind of like, man, you are really putting a lot of eggs in the basket on this one. You're kind of waiting things out, and I was thinking, like, if they were going to anchor a site together, just kind of have, you know, a really good little bit of a crossfire, that would have been better, in my opinion, but it works out well, right? I mean, they respond back to it. They kind of test the retake scenario, and just more for the timing. So now we've been able to see TBI find themselves 2 rounds in a row. 3BL not going to be guaranteed a dominant lead yet. Still have the upper hand here with the 2-round in their favor, but now it is going to be a question if 3BL want to change the pace, maybe even TBI again just kind of post it up, or they want to be more aggressive. But instead right now they're kind of just doing the 3-1-1. No bait and switch happening towards B main, nothing like that at all. 3BL, they're just grouped together right now, Kyle. I mean, they're just kind of committed to mid, and it seems like they might even just try to go for the split.
That's not a bad call. If they can get through onto the B bomb site and maintain numbers here, it would be a huge way to try and close it out. But this time, TBI doing a good job of keeping true to the hold here, getting a 2-for-1 trade as the C4 works its way into the B bomb site. It is still going to be a successful plant likely in this situation, but TBI, they're already setting up to try and retake this one. The counter utility being thrown, but the smoke screens make it so difficult to feel confident pushing in for control.
What better control right now is Gainer is going to be able to take down Totson. So now the numbers are just looking so good right now for TBI, sitting on the 4-on-2. Snare and Horus, though, the last 2 remaining players from 3BL, surviving. Haven't gone for the plant yet. Still waiting things out, looking to find some bodies, maybe find a duel in their favor. It's going to be the 1-on-1 trade, so now it's all down to Snare. He's not going to be able to. He gets overwhelmed. And just like that, we're at a 4-3 scoreline, and TBI are finally figuring out something right now to get themselves back in this game. And things are looking a little bit bright over here.
Yeah, honestly, a really good response in these last couple of rounds, making sure they can hold on to the advantages when they create them. This time, it's going to be a little hectic in the B tunnels, but actually it's still favorable to the side of TBI. Booker comes in swinging for the double. Gainer almost able to take down Slayer. It's still going to be a 1-on-2, though. Slayer, 29 HP. He already has King on the other side of the smoke to deal with, and King is going to put it to 4 straight rounds for TBI.
Yeah, this is big, man. I mean, like, again, like we were kind of saying, like the writing was on the wall potentially here for 3BL. And look, I mean, the fact that they're, you know, figuring things out on the GR side, they put 4 rounds in a row. again, putting the backs on the boards against 3BL. This is a big thing to see, and now Dirty's making some connections with the Alm. This is what we wanted to see. He's been a little bit quiet, and look at that! It's Gainer with a swing and a double dinger now, taking down 2 heads and looking for more, and even now Dirty's able to find himself another kill, leaving it down to Snake. Just hitting the 2-minute mark. He needs to come alive here for a 1-on-4. Gets himself at least one, but now it's going to be TBI that get themselves a 5-4 half.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, after that 4-0 start, 3BL, you can kind of see it on their faces. They're wondering what just happened. They had so much confidence at the start of this map, came out, won 4 in a row, and now TBI, they've got a real chance to turn things around. But the big question is, can they do it on the opposite side of the map now? Because this is a very tough map to have success on the BL side on, and that is where I have some concerns, because at the end of the day, 4 rounds on the BL side from 3BL is still a pretty good half, all things considered.
Yeah, it is. It really, really is. But again, I think that, you know, that's the biggest thing that we were talking about before the second map started is like, look, if we can see some improvement from TBI, like what we did in the first map, that's a really big thing, because I think, you know, being down 4-0 and then essentially winning out the whole half is a huge amount of resilience. That's not an easy thing to do. So the fact they do it, yes, it's a lot more rounds they probably wanted to give up, but the fact they can put themselves in a lead position, you can see that people are starting to frag out a little bit more. Things were looking a little bit more comfortable. I love that right now, because again, they are the extreme underdogs in this situation. So now it's going to be about how well can they do their attack, and again, how much can we see 3BL kind of play to their game, being on, you know, the GR side, and how much homework has TBI done?
I mean, right now, it's TBI in the driver's seat here. They've got a real chance to steal away a map if they can have a good second half, and it would be a huge momentum boost in the season as well, because if they're able to split this series, there's only one team that hasn't won a map then today, and that's GV, which is a pretty huge implication.
Yeah, it is. It really, really is. So now, yeah, I'm more interested to see, really, like, I want to know the BL side here for TBI, but also, like, again, the thing when you're like a top contending team like this for 3BL is everybody's watching you. Everybody's going to be able to watch your games, learn your little tendencies, do a lot of studying. So again, it kind of makes me go back to like, how much adaptation has 3BL done? How much did they really want to change up? So this is going to be important to see, right? I would imagine they have, because I know they're a team that wants to be the #1 team, and they want to, you know, push to other leagues and other divisions and other competitions, but they want to maintain their domination here. So I'm going to be curious about the homework from TBI, but also, is there much adjustment than what we saw from last season?
Yeah, I think the big thing that's still missing on their BL side was that one shining component they had all of season 1, and that's the difference between not having Master and having Dirty in that place. I feel like Dirty is still a good sniper, but Dirty is not aggressive in the same way, and I feel like at the current level in the West League, your sniper needs to know how to be aggressive, and I feel like Dirty hasn't got that same confidence just yet.
Yeah, I agree with you. Like, I think, you know, it was kind of in the beginning of the first half, it felt like Dirty was playing really passive, and even when he was playing passive, he wasn't making the shots that he needed to. He was missing a lot of opportunities, and that's a big sacrifice, right? Like, when your sniper can't hit a single frag or like land those shots when they need to, it becomes dire, and it becomes, you know, a big snowball that can just build up quickly. And I think we saw that in the first 4 rounds, where unfortunately he was getting tested. He couldn't meet that test. He couldn't hit anything. But then ever since they were coming back in the 5-round consecutive, that's when he started hitting shots. That's when he started getting a little bit more aggressive and supportive with his teammates, and that's what we wanted to see, right? And he was, again, a new player that joined this team, so there was a little bit more on him to see what he can do. And like we said, I mean, it's been the theme of the day is, you know, for some of these teams that went through a massive roster rehaul, there's always a lot of pressure for the players that join the team, right? Like, you're trying to get yourself comfortable. You want to make sure you can perform at a decent level so that it just sets the right tone for the season. So it wasn't looking great at first, but it's definitely improved.
Yeah, I would be curious to know too, just looking at how the shuffle panned out. I was actually surprised to see, with Master going to Anubis, why Hazen maybe didn't go to TBI, because in my mind, like, that's the move they would have made. So I would be curious at some point to get their thoughts on, why Dirty was the choice here. But so far we are seeing, at least from being a passive sniper, he does have a lot of strength that I've seen him bring to the table already, but it is big shoes to fill. And, coming in your first season against the reigning champions, for anyone in that position, it's going to be a tough time.
It's gonna be a rough ride no matter what, right? And I think, like we said, I think the piece we knew about TBI is they were a team that were going to go through a big rehaul. They were going to go through a roster shuffle, but losing Design, losing Master, those are big names, man. Those were some pretty decent big name players, in my opinion, that I was kind of surprised to see, because Master can have a really good arm. He can, again, like you said, it's big shoes to fill, and I agree with you. So I think for Dirty, that's what I was kind of talking about. When you're a new player coming in, you have an expectation to fill, but you also want to make sure you're kind of in the right mental state to perform, because when you don't, man, you can just see so many professional players that just kind of crumble to that. But didn't seem to be the case. It looked like he found himself a little bit back in this game. And talking about being back in the game, we're ready to go. A little bit of a longer break in between halves, but now here we are with a 5-4, and TBI have themselves that slight lead.
It's all about setting the pace here now to kick off the second half for both of these teams. 3BL, they could start it with a tie or being down 2 against TBI. That's where things could get a little bit scary in their hopes of ending today in that number 1 spot. But it's going to be up to TBI to decide how this one happens in the first round. As they go control over the pillars section of the map, it is going to be Totson who just spots them, decides to play it safe, throws the smoke to back off and call for the support on that rotation from Slayer. I like the attention to detail these guys are showing. Even knowing they have been a little bit stronger shot for shot, they're still trying to make sure they always set up those trades when they can.
Yeah, exactly, which is really, really important. The trades are absolutely critical in this kind of a situation too. So couldn't agree with you more, Kyle. But again, 3BL, I was going to say TBI, but I was going to say 3BL kind of putting themselves in a 1-1-3, grouped up on B main, but it is going to be that double stack like you talked about for the trade. So Tots in here in a great position, maybe. Will they be able to find something here? And actually, it's going to be TBI that back off on this. So they kind of joke with it. They kind of tease it, and now they're going to commit to mid. Now they're just going to send this thing off. Now they're going to split things off. But do they want to go left or right? A deep smoke coming in front of B main. Oh, and they're going to commit to it. Yeah, they're about to go into a big firefight right now. The reposition coming in from 3BL could be huge. King coming in. He just sprays himself into this. Gets himself a little bit more. Got 9 HP. Horus able to find something, but TBI, man, look at them. They're able to come alive a little bit here. Gainer now puts himself for a double kill, leaving it all down to Horus. Can't get it done, and Gator will find a triple to keep things moving a little bit here for TBI.
Not a bad round at all, but the more I'm watching this map unfold, I'm becoming a Gainer fan. I gotta say, this guy is just hitting shot after shot. The consistency with his aim is kind of unreal in this second map, and a huge component in why they're able to be in the lead right now, because the entry fragging has been non-stop from this guy on map number 2. So moving forward, 3BL, they've got to start to think about targeting him as an individual, because he's kind of popping off right now.
Yeah, they got to find a way to get rid of him. They got to find a way to isolate him. And yeah, like you said, he's just doing a great job. And it will be King and Booker right now that are going to be the ones that get isolated a little bit here. So now TBI and back of the boards a little bit now with the deficit of losing 2. And now Beva comes in for a swing. And he's actually going to get ultra aggressive. And he will be able to succeed with it with a pistol. Dirty finds himself 1-2. So now still the player advantage right now for 3BL. But Beva does have this site control. Now the bomb should be able to get here easy peasy. But it's a question about how they want to do this post plant right now. And 3BL, they're actually going to swing this despite the bomb not even going to get planted. And they're going to get things done. They're not going to mess around. They're not going to burn the clock. They wanted to find themselves back in this game, and they do.
Yeah, really good aggressive play from 3BL. I don't even think they knew Dirty wasn't actually there yet, but it ended up catching Dirty off guard, not being in position in time there as well. So for 3BL, it's their chance to get right back into the fight here. Now they've got the momentum swing after actually losing 6 rounds in a row, which is pretty crazy to even think 3BL would be in that situation here. But now at least they've regained control for the moment. King going to be spotted out in mid, but What are they doing?
What?
Max face to snare. Not sure you're going to win that one, but at least Dirty on the other side of it gets the kill to answer back against Snake.
Oh man, but look, the snare expect this. Oh man, he almost lands a shot too. Oh man, that was close. That was lucky to be alive in this one too. I don't know what is going on right now. This is just chaotic. But okay, I mean, again, back to a situation where TBI do have the number advantage, but it's not almost irrelevant at this point right now, right? I mean, what do they want to do with this? And they're just going to post up a little bit. Totson, I think he might have just missed the timing here of Beva. Oh, okay, now he knows exactly when players here are ready to play, but TBI are still waiting things out. Post it up, burning the clock a little bit more. 3BL. Putting a little bit more attention here on this B site, and it's a good read so far, Kyle.
Yeah, not a bad gamble towards this B side of the map. It might be what ultimately nets them the round here, but at the same time, TBI, they've got a chance to sneak in. If they can take down Totson pretty quickly here, they have to hit the shots. The flash, perfect. Beva able to find him. Slayer does sneak into the corner position, trying to maybe bait them out. And this one, Horus as well, right there for that extra support. But Slayer, he needs to find at least two from the back of this bomb site spot. Beva early on, able to find one. Slayer can't quite connect on the follow-through. Gainer able to get out with his life for the moment. But it looks like they are still going to try and re-engage here. Horus able to find one in between Slayer and Horus. They've got the pinch play to get it done, and they'll tie it up.
Yes, they will. Yeah, they respond really well to that. Okay, so a little bit of a sigh of relief right now for 3BL fans, because again, this game is going to be tied up, but again, it's still not over, and things have been really nitty-gritty on this. And again, we talked about so much here for 3BL to kind of get themselves back into winning contention, and I don't know if, okay, never mind, I was going to say I don't know if they're going to be able to find something starting things off, because it seems like TBI are the ones that have been setting the pace, but now 3BL, they get a little bit more aggressive and be main, win that opening engagement. Now they can pull on back. Now they can just wait. They can kind of kick back and relax here, and this is now more pressure for TBI to do something quick.
Unfortunately for TBI, though, they're not going to find anything to capitalize on just yet. Slayer doing a good job of using that utility to stall for that rotation for his teammates to get control back over the A bomb site. So there's no real map control possible just yet from TBI unless they go for this fight quickly towards the A bomb site. But Horus, he's holding on to the corner of mid, and he's going to be a tough one to take out.
Yeah, he does have the support of Slayer coming by too as well. So I mean, this bomb is getting close. It's getting in some deep water, some dangerous territory right now. Being on its lonesome like this, I never love positions like this. I mean, yes, Booker is technically close by, but man, if they find the timing of this and get the bomb down, that's going to be so much information, and then TBI have to kind of bounce back to fight for this. Not easy to do. So now just under a minute remaining here. King now going to see if he's going to be able to find this timing against Totson just on the other side of this wall. And now Slayer being super aggressive. He does take down Booker. And now the swing comes in, but Totson's able to at least find himself a duel in his favor. And now the flanks coming in from Slayer. Things are getting worse to wear here for TBI. They're down to one player only. It is Dirty. And he's got the bomb in his hands, but again, he's only got 30 seconds to work with. The numbers are not in his favor. And now they're just going to overwhelm him, and 3BL will get themselves back in a lead here with 7.
Yeah, and that's where things can start to look really difficult, because they may have been able to put up 6 rounds on the board for TBI, but they were all back-to-back. The momentum has been shattered now, and they have to find a way to take it back, because 3BL, they're on the streak now. They're up to 3 in a row, trying to push themselves closer to that win, and you can see the aggression starting to work out again for them. It's going to be a potential 4-for-2 exchange here. Now Dirty again is left alone to try and pick up the pieces, but this is just not working out, to say the least here. But Dirty, living true to his namesake there on that one, hits the one tap onto Horus, and now he's got the A bomb site.
Yeah, he does, but instead of going for the plan, he's actually going to try to just re-aggress on this, and he's just trying to look for any stranglers. He's trying to see what he's going to be able to find. Man, he might be able to find this kill on Slayer. That could change everything, but okay. Things are getting a little bit dirty over here now. What once was a 1-on-3 is turned into a 1-on-1. Patience is a virtue, but Snare's just going to get it done. Puts the Alm into connection, and man, oh man, a tight realm, but 3BL will somehow come through with it. 8-6 now being the score. And it's going to be the rifles here with Dirty Still with the Alm. Now do we see something a little bit differently? A little bit more mid-aggression coming in. 3BL now have to fall on back. And it is just going to be Totson by himself, being a little bit more aggressive with that utility, but just pulls on back. Just getting information, but he has to stay alive. Now he spotted a player. He needs to get out of this, but he gets taken out, and taken out too early.
Yeah, nice follow through from King there, chasing down the headshot, making sure he couldn't get away. And now TBI, they've got a chance to win this one after all. Slayer still standing in their direction towards the B bomb site. He actually gets spotted out early on here, gets the smoke ready to fall back off of, but TBI, they still want to force the issue here over towards the B bomb site. There is a little bit of a double lurk going on, though. Gainer and Dirty both playing towards the mid position, but you can see them slowly starting to group up as well.
Yeah, a little bit of mid control coming back in here for TBI. Just waiting things out. Very interesting setup. And like, I'm kind of wondering, like, you know, Dirty again is just kind of posted up and deep in B main. Now the bomb's going to come with him too. Okay, so it looks like they want to put their eyes on the site here for this B site, right? I mean, they got a minute to work with. But Horus is close with Slayer, so it's not even like it's an open site. You still have to go against Slayer, by the way. Like, let's just blow past that point. But so this is a good setup coming in from 3BL. A little bit more aggression coming in from Slayer. Horus is just kind of in the very far back here to see what he's going to be able to do. A flash just to burn a little bit more time. Nicely timed as well. You can see all those players are blind. So he's just burning the clock. He's just doing some really good time management right now. Now they're going to swing on through. They don't even check him. And look at Slayer's able to find the two. And like I said, Horus comes in to save him. Gets the trade a little bit here. Just doing everything he can to stay alive. The rotates are coming in. The numbers becoming a big factor right now here for the defense. And Booker needing to come alive with multi-kills. Not going to happen. 3BL put themselves on map point now, which is going to be a 9-6. One round done here, and we can have a 2-0.
Yeah, honestly, just a bizarre map, though. You go from a 4-0 3BL to 6 in a row for TBI to now another 5 in a row for 3BL. So a very crazy streak of rounds for both teams going back and forth. But now TBI, under that match pressure, has to show if they've got anything left to try and bring this one back for themselves. Slayer gets a lot of information off of that B connector peak. Now they're going to go ahead and double up with this pressure on Beva. They take him down early, grabbing themselves a nice 5-on-4, and TBI, they have to try and win it now. Backs against the wall.
Yeah, not a great position at all. I mean, like you said, their backs are really against the boards here, and now we're going to have to see what they do. And Snare has a bit of information, goes for the quick scope. He's not able to land the first one, misses another one too. But Slayer's able to help him out. Snare doesn't even care. He just wants to get this thing done. He wants to be done and concluded with this. They want to get this 2-0, but they can't be overzealous yet. But it was not even going to matter. They will be able to put pistols as the final nail to the coffin. 3BL, I think a bit of sigh of relief you can see in some of these players. A little bit of excitement. So now they're going to be able to start the weekend off here with a victory. And a good way to get themselves a 2-0 and get some big points on the board. And honestly, much needed.
Yeah, really impressive effort to bring this one back. I got really nervous when we got to that 6-0 streak coming in from TBI, but then, you know what, 3BL says, hey, why not? We can put up 6 in a row ourselves, and then quickly closes this one out, and it doesn't end up being that close at all in the very end. So for TBI, it's definitely a good learning situation, I'd say, for them at the very least, because when they were hitting their stride in this matchup, it felt like a very, very close game on our hands, but unfortunately, they just don't have that chemistry and that synergy yet to be at the 3BL level.
No, exactly right. And I mean, that's the biggest thing, is that it was really impressive to see them really pushing a boundary here, putting up more rounds. Things were a lot closer. And I agree with you. I think Gainer was, I'm going to be excited to see the stats, because I think Gainer was definitely a player that probably is going to be the MVP, I would imagine, on their side, or I would think he is, just because he was able to find himself in lots of situations, getting a double kill, the odd time with a triple, or even just kind of getting that one kill that's an impact, right? Like getting information or being able to find something to give them an advantage. So I was really impressed to see what he could do, because he had those glimpses last season, but again, they were just in such a rut that they couldn't really show us the diamonds in the rough, right? And now we're starting to see it. Now it's becoming maybe a little bit more of a conversation. And when you play the number one team and you push them this far, I'm more than impressed right now.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, TBI going forward, I feel like they could be a contender to take out some of these teams that are kind of middle of the road at the moment. So it's definitely a position I could see them pulling some bigger wins later in the season if they continue to improve from where they're at now. And I'm hopeful we are going to see overall just like a really close-knit season, because if TBI is the lowest bar right now, that's still a very high bar for the entirety of the league to go up against.
Yeah, I mean, I think it was a big question to see if like this roster shuffle is going to be effective, or if it might be the same thing as what we were seeing. I mean, it's so early to tell, but I think the fact that again, like we're seeing a team that built a whole new roster, they were doing a pretty good job to go. I mean, saying maybe toe to toe, it might be a bit of a stretch, but honestly, pretty close. It definitely was impressive, right? So it just makes me more excited. This should be, if anything, like I know it's not a win for them or going a split, but to be honest, this should be like a good little bit of a win in the sense of just like, look, we had a good game on the second map. We definitely pushed them a lot harder than we thought we were going to. And I mean, 3BL, I mean, again, a bit of a sigh of relief just because they were in a position where their expectation is to probably just win every single match or, essentially dominate. And it was a sweaty game for them.
Yeah, it was definitely a hard-fought match, I think, on both sides. But now the question remains, who's going to pull ahead after day one in that number one spot? And I am curious to get your thoughts. Now you've seen 3BL, you've seen LCK. Is there maybe a team between the two that impressed you more in their opening matchup? I think for me, like in terms of the matchups today, like I think I'm still really pumped to see what Swamp are able to do. I'm excited to see what they can do. I think that answer will probably come after this game, because I kind of have my eye still a little bit on what Anubis is going to do here. Like I still want to kind of see what they can do in this next series and the last series of the day. That's going to be the biggest thing for me. Yeah, honestly, Anubis is another one of those teams that has shuffled quite a bit, and yeah, I think their shuffle could kind of lean either way. It's one of those ones that leaves a lot to be seen in this opening match to decide how that team's actually going to look, because on paper, they made some strong moves, but you never know how the pieces are going to fit together. But at least in this situation, it is going to be Gainer getting the key player for his team here, showing a lot of impact in today's matchup and really putting in the work against 3BL, but Horus going to grab it on the other side here, really stepping up. He had a bit of a shaky start in that first map, but at the end of the day, 3BL still looking very strong and very well-rounded as a team, and that's kind of the difference they've had throughout. They're that team that even when things don't look good, they always find that way to win.
Yeah, exactly. It's so true, right? Like it feels like whenever everything's against them, they just somehow, some way get it done, right? And that's where the grind comes in, and that's always a fun thing to see about a team like 3BL. So really interesting stats that are coming in. And again, I think, Horus, yeah, like I agree, he had a bit of a shaky start, but he got himself back into it in better fashion. But Gainer was the same thing, right? Like, I mean, he was kind of doing a bit of work on the first map, and then now in the second, he was definitely putting himself in a better position to get himself, kind of those extra frags, putting himself in a little bit of a situation. But yeah, I think Horus kind of putting himself in the MVP makes a lot of sense. I was really impressed to see the entries he had, the ability of him just kind of opening up a situation when he needed to, or even just getting those trades, which was so critical, right? Like even that last round, just helping out Slayer, it makes such a difference, right? Because you kind of just slow down that aggression. So I'm very impressed to see what they could do.
Yeah, honestly, 3BL, this should put them in a pretty close-knit race for that number one spot coming out of today. It is going to be interesting to see how they line up against LCK with that round differential, but I have a feeling that's going to be the name of the game for both of these teams throughout the season, is who's going to actually have that round differential in their other matches to pull off that number one spot, because it was really close all season long previously between LCK and 3BL, and it really just came down to those final couple of days, really showing you that even early on, every point is going to matter. And you can already see here, LCK, they've got that lead by 3 rounds of difference, and at the end of the day, that's going to be a win that could pay off dividends later on in the season. So each and every round going to be extremely important to grab, even in these early days.
Yeah, definitely. It's definitely going to be a really good point because, again, it's kind of those like nitty-gritty situations that can make a huge difference near the end of the season, right? So we'll have to see if that's going to be the case. And, you know, we started things off with a 1-1, but it's been essentially 2-0s, which have been very interesting games nonetheless. But we are going to be having our final matches, you can see, with Anubis taking on unKnights, where that's also going to be a bit of an interesting, just a bit of a tale on it. But before we dive into that, I think we are just going to take that little bit of a break. We kind of get these players ready to go on the server, and we'll walk you through it as we get ready to go for the last series of the day. We'll see you in just a few minutes.
They're going to have to be ready to deal with this, and I just don't think they have the positioning to be aware of it, but it may not matter. Raffin gets the quad kill spray down, gets the ace on top of it.
Are you ready for mind-blowing CrossFire action? The second season is here, and you better put your helmet on. A massive prize pool and spots to the regional finals are at stake. Starting from June the 1st, 8 ambitious teams will have 7 weekends, fully packed with intense fights. Who will top the leaderboard and secure spots for the playoffs?
Man, we have only one goal: win all matches.
We will do our best to secure the playoffs.
And who will be eliminated?
The last season wasn't easy for us, but we remain positive and we want to get the best show for our fans.
It's time to break the ice fast and show what we're truly capable of.
Tune in on the 1st of June and support your favorites.
Master right on top of you there, Sloxy.
When HPZ is just doing what he's doing.
Has to get at least one. Good for one. Good for two. Green's good for the third.
But again, he can't find more than one, but it's HPZ.
All right, it's one more match left in our opening day of the West League for Season 2, and it's going to be our runners-up here, unKnights, who kind of surprised everyone in that season finale, taking that second place away from LCK with a huge win and becoming the runners-up. And even a competitive final match there they had against 3BL, so I am anxious to see if they're going to look just as good coming into today against a pretty new roster for Anubis.
Yeah, it feels like Anubis have kind of done a little bit of work ahead of them here. They put themselves in a bit of a, a bit of a shakeup, which I think is also one of those things where I think we saw one of the promotional videos that did talk about it a little bit, where I think that was actually a pretty good thing, just because unfortunately their results just weren't quite the same, right? I mean, we talked about that hasn't on the team before. He's going to be out now, so they've added a couple different players like Masters back in, and Design's going to be able to join this as well. So pretty cool little bit of a lineup, honestly, which I'm kind of excited for. I want to know like how well this can be a functioning team. And the other thing is too is like unKnights, they were kind of a mixed team yesterday or last season, sorry, but they put themselves in fourth place, but they had some ups and downs. But they do have a player like Kiko, which I don't know more about him, but I mean, I'm excited to see what he can do. A young gun maybe to frag out.
Yeah, so actually he got his debut at the Invitational. He actually did end up playing at that event, so he looked pretty good there. He took the place of HCZ, who was not able to attend, so he went there. They did pretty decently. They didn't get any major wins, but they did take a map off of one of the top Chinese teams at that event, so a really good experience to kind of get his feet wet and really prepare him for what he's going to be up against in the West League here. And looking at what this team should offer, I expect them going into a map like Port, especially as the starter, to be a strong favorite in this head-to-head.
Yeah, I think this is going to be a good one, right? I think that I always like a good, a good Port action. And I mean, unKnights have been, a team where honestly, I feel like they've been so impressive on a map like this, just because when they're on the GR side, they look like they have really good timings on the rotates. They seem like they like to aggress when they want to. So it does look like a really good comfort pick for them. So I'm actually really excited. We're going to go right into it right away. But again, this is a big test for Anubis to see what they can do. And already now, man, the gloves are off. They're just going in for a full fight. It's just trades galore. And just like that, we've already lost 4 different players, 2 each. So making it the 3-3.
Yeah, not a bad start either way. The BL going to be feeling a little bit better about those players taken out, though. Design down to half HP. It's going to make it tricky to decide where to move to next. There's nobody directly defending the A bomb site, though. It's just going to be Alucard holding the bridge cross on a much more passive angle, but Master going to take down Beck, trying to sneak back towards that A bomb site, and that is one of the key reasons he was brought onto this team. A very strong reaction time, but Alucard just as quick on the other side of it, able to take down Design.
Yeah, and already now back to the 2-2. What will we find out of this? Bull Snipers alive here for both these teams. Anubis now grouping up here for long A. Smoking to block things off. Alucard not able to get the read, and HCZ tries his best to do something here, but he gets overwhelmed, and now Alucard having to drop the arm. He's going to have the rifle on hand. And he's actually going to go all the way around. He's going to try to come through connector down to long A. I think he's trying to do this as quietly as possible just to not make noise, but we're having a bit of issues right now, but he finally gets it done. It's a bit of a guessing game now for Anubis. And this is going to be tough, right? Because, I mean, one player might be looking out on long here. Now he's going to come in from the high. Look at that shot. He actually takes out the arm, making it down to the 1v1 now. Doom holding as much as he can, but Alucard looking swift on the movement now, but it's just not going to be enough. And Anubis, they will get themselves that first round.
Yeah, really solid opening round from Anubis, especially Doom putting up 3 to kick it off. And honestly, looking like a strong start for these guys. Anubis, they've got a lot more work to do if they want to hold on and grab this first map, because right now you can see unKnights starting to change their setup here, putting a lot more attention on getting these trades on both sides of the map, leaving Beck as that solo lurk in mid, which is pretty much his comfort pocket. Beck always kind of playing that bridge or that lower tunnels position, usually is able to do quite a lot of work from that.
Yeah, I'm so excited to see, again, unKnights again, just a quick little bit of a roster shuffle. Again, one of those teams too, but both these teams actually went through a bit of a rehaul in their own fashion. But I know for Anubis, there was a lot of expectations not met. So for them, I think they want to get back into winning ways. Good way to start things off with the opening round in their favor. But now it's going to be Alucard in a similar position before, familiar territory. Waiting for the jump spot. Nades coming in now. Fully blind. Can he be able to find something? So he's going to stay alive. He does get the opening engagement. Can't get more than one, though. So now Anubis get themselves into a good situation, but it's not looking so good anymore. And Beck able to find himself a double. And they just annihilate it. And it's going to be a triple kill for Beck to end things off here. unKnights respond back in convincing fashion here to a 1-1.
Yeah, unKnights, I'm expecting to have a really strong half. They're a really good GR team, and I would definitely say that I think Kiko coming in for MKZ is an upgrade as well, so it definitely adds a little bit more firepower, I think, into the mix for this team. But on the other side of it, Master, an equally strong addition, I think, for Anubis. If you guys are wondering, Jaguar, Hassam, same player, so only 2 roster changes coming in for them. But this time, again, unKnights shuts it down on the A bomb site. 3 kills already. Alucard picks up the double, probably a triple here if he can land the shot. Yes, he can. Looking for the kill now on to Master. Spots him on the corner box, and Master, there's nowhere to run here. Alucard, good for 4.
Yeah, and this is a really cool thing to see from Alucard, because I think the biggest thing we talked about for last season was, him being on this team. We were kind of wondering, was Alucard going to be, the perfect fit, or was he going to be the right fit? I think in the beginning it definitely wasn't looking like it. I feel like Alucard is kind of that like structured player, and now it's starting to seem like he's just kind of back into and himself fitting the identity of this team, but. And already there, like putting up a quad kill that just locked things down is so impressive. And we talked about the reliance of having a good on player comes into effect. And just like that, it's going to be Master. Makes a nice little bit of a connection, takes down Beck early on. So Anubis will start things off with the opening duel again, but this is a little bit different than what we've seen before. Even with that first engagement, it doesn't even mean that it's been that massive an advantage for them.
Yeah, for unKnights, they still have the map control. For them, that's what they're looking to hold on to. Anubis still has to figure out where they want to make a move and try and execute with this bomb in hand. Right now, they're just playing extremely passive, which is a little bit unusual for some of the players on this lineup, but we'll see if it maybe pays off. I'm wondering if they're trying to take a note from the 3BL playstyle here.
Yeah, maybe. Why not? Take some notes from the dominant team. You could do that. But they were so fun to watch, like unKnights, the 2 seasons ago, right? I mean, I always remember they were like, I think there was even a conversation where they were probably one of the best GR-sided teams, at one point. I don't think last season was definitely that same picture, but I know before it was definitely a scary thing to see with them when they were on the blue. But now being down the number, it's a question if Anubis are going to be able to find something on this. So now grouping up, ready for the plan of attack here into this B site. Nades ready. The execute just about to come through. The anti-flash coming in from Pietro. He's able to find himself at least one. Kiko can only get himself a little bit of retaliation for one as well. So the trades actually work out perfectly here for Anubis. HTZ coming in for the back lines. They might not expect him. Now he has. He's just been barreling on the door, making his presence known, trying to just make as much distraction as possible. Alucard overwhelmed now, leaving it to HTZ for the 1-on-2. 26 seconds remaining, trying everything in his power to find something here. Full HP, no more utility. It's a tough situation. Anubis, they just have to hold on tightly. Fake defuse comes in. Will he be able to find it? No way. He sticks this, and Doom's going to be able to go for the peak, take him out, and there we have it. Once again, we're back to a 2-2.
Yeah, very, very close start here between both of these teams. Master, though, hitting that smoke shot Just a crazy good reaction from him to be able to land that. Now it's going to put that pressure back on the unKnights. It's a GR-sided map, and they really need to maintain that lead if they want to feel comfortable closing out this first half. But Anubis, I like what they're doing here. They're still not afraid to be aggressive when they're ready to be, but they're playing a lot slower than what we've seen in the past from them, and it's actually netting them a lot of early round advantages. This time, though, it's a full grouping towards this B bomb site, so Pietro, he's got to be ready.
Yeah, and he's playing the same position, right? So it's not even a one and done. He's going to play the exact same spot, exact same position for the anti-flash. Now he's going to be able to swing, but he can't even get anything done at all. And instead, it was Kiko that actually does get that first opening duel, but that's it. He's only able to find the one, so Anubis, they might have found a bit of maybe a little bit of a weak point on this, and now the trades are coming back. Still the advantage right now in terms of numbers for Anubis. Alm's still going to be available here from the defensive side of Alucard. Gets a little bit caught here with the bullets, the strays, and now it's all down to him in the clutch. Spots a player potentially just missing it, my goodness. Looking for a little bit more, and now Anubis going to get aggressive, and they will get themselves back in a lead position here.
Yeah, honestly, great stuff so far from Anubis. I really like their approach and how they take control of the map here, especially towards this B side of the map, which they've been favoring quite a bit throughout. So unKnights, they've got to be ready to answer back here. Pietro, though, only going to be good for the one and done. Kiko, a little bit late to try and help with the response, but it doesn't matter because Beck is back in his favorite place, the lower B tunnels control, able to find 2 kills for unKnights. Master and Jaguar trying to sneak away and recover this bomb. Jaguar going to be good for 1, but not really quite enough there. Master takes it down to the 1-on-3. Not going to happen, and unKnights tie it right back up.
Yeah, and this thing is definitely panning out kind of like what we were, I think, a little bit expecting here. Like, this was a really tough one to analyze just because we were both saying, like, look, I think, you know, Anubis have a lot more to prove, I think, just getting themselves in a more stronger position. Now Pietro playing a different position here as well. Playing on top of tower, kind of playing with a different teammate here. So they kind of mix things up a little bit. And Beck actually does start things off nicely, taking out Jaguar. So that's a nice little bit of a pickup, but he gets removed quickly. So again, I like that on unKnights, despite it being a 3-3, they're mixing it up. They're trying things a little bit differently. They're trying to just find, you know, a little bit of an opening. But Anubis, they respond back pretty well. They don't get too flustered here with what's going on.
Yeah, right now, it's going to be Anubis still trying to find that secondary pick in the round. It is going to be a bit of a slower pace again on their end, trying to filter across the map to try and see if anyone's giving them that opportunity. But unKnights playing extremely reserved here, pretty much against the GR spawn wall for the majority of their team. HCZ, the only one with any sort of forward presence, and even then it's just on the top of that A bomb site. So for Anubis, the clock is ticking and they don't really have a whole lot of info to work with, so they're going to have to start taking control towards this B side of the map, which has looked pretty good for them. The 2 rounds they went in for straight executions, they were able to win them, so they definitely need to be a little bit more prepared on the unKnights side for this, but it's really only Alucard to try and put a stop to it.
Yeah, and it's a good switch though, right? Like, again, I think they've been expecting Alucard to keep playing at A, and now Master's just kind of waiting to see if he can find a quick pick, but will they expect Alucard to be here? And I do like that they're switching things up at the B site because, again, it just hasn't been effective with what they had. Both Kiko and Pietro not able to land these, so Alucard does get something started here. Now we get to see the kill feed just raining in blue, and unKnights looking like they might be able to find this round potentially with only 1 casualty, and they will. And Alucard will find himself another frag, leading this here with an 8-3 scoreline for himself. So he is having a field day right now with the Alm, and he's doing so well to kind of kick them into this lead at a 4-3. And Anubis, we have to see something a little bit different now. It seems like it's becoming the same thing over and over.
Yeah, not a whole lot of luck now. Over towards B, I think they're going to have to go for a bit of a split towards A if they want to catch them off guard. But even then, you've got the 2 anchors on both sides of the map doing a great job between Alucard and Beck, making it pretty tough to go either tunnels or long. So maybe some mid control might be in the cards for Anubis, but The big problem with this playstyle as well is if you can't take it slow in the correct way, you might end up bunching up a little bit too much, and that's exactly what happens right into the meat grinder. It's going to be Pietro and Kiko just shutting things down completely, and Beck right there to grab that final kill.
Yeah, what a massive hold coming in, man. I mean, it's just phenomenal. Again, we haven't been able to see a big spray down like this in quite some time, and I think Pietro's just been waiting to see what he can do. And even Kiko, again, like puts himself finding the double as well. So there, again, it talks about, you know, the new player in the block, see what they can do. And now he's going to be able to find himself another 2, maybe almost the 3, not quite, but he does a bit of damage here. So it's a good way for unKnights to react to this. The top fragging abilities coming in, and this is a big advantage right now from unKnights, but again, you still have 3 players alive from Anubis. Master still got the arm ready to go. Oh my, I thought he was going to have Alucard dead to rights, but instead, he's going to pull back on this one. A little bit surprising.
Yeah, they really need to find this pick, especially with Design under 10 HP. It's not a super easy round to recover. It's the final of the half here, and Beck, he is ready to re-engage. He almost finds the kill, but look how low the HP is remaining on these players. Everyone around 10 HP or less on the Anubis side. Meanwhile, Pietro and Alucard fully healthy in this situation. You can tell Alucard, he's just got the pistol out. He knows they are all extremely low.
Yeah, this is a good calm though, right? Because again, you could just kind of rely on the pistol and the rifle here just to make sure you can get the job done. Pietro's able to come in for a big swing, a bit of a drive-by, gets himself that double, perfect timing, gets the bomb down as well. So now Master here with a minute remaining, or just under a minute remaining, but again, he's got a lot of work cut out for him, 12 HP. Not an easy position to be in, and now it's a total guessing game. And unKnights, they're playing this perfectly. They're actually going to double up together, just go for that trade no matter whatever happens. Even if they just sit in B and then, you know, we see that Master goes A, they're just going to have the full retake come into effect. And that's so important because, again, they can just play the numbers. And Master now looking to see where the bomb is. He might just have to commit to this 25 seconds, but oh no. Surely not. No, he's going to the wrong site. Oh no. It's the wrong read, Master. He's just trying to go into it, but it's a full trap, and there we go. unKnights are going to be able to get themselves the first half with a 6-3, and they respond back in great fashion.
Yeah, I mean, at the start of this map, it looked a little bit shaky for unKnights. They were having trouble capitalizing when they needed to, but 6-3 is still a really solid close to this one, but now it's the tougher side, that BL side for unKnights to show us what they can do, and with a roster change, you're usually going to see a little bit more struggle on this side of the map in getting that comfort of understanding how you want to play those picks, how you want to set up those executions. So I think this is the first true test we're going to see for unKnights in the season.
Yeah, I think so too. I mean, the fact they're putting themselves in the lead position is great. And I mean, Anubis, you know, again, they're going to have to be able to figure out something now, right? I mean, being down by 3 like this, but they are on the GR side now, so we'll see if that can be enough for them to feel better. unKnights have been able to show us they can have some creative BL sides, but it'll be a question if that will be the case now here for the new season. And a lot more patience happening in this one, and even HCZ kind of expecting some pretty big mid aggression coming in, which isn't a bad inkling because, again, you still have Dipsy and Jaguar playing close together here. A little bit of a buddy system watching 2 different things. And unKnights have really just taken this and pumped the brakes.
Yeah, a little bit of a slower pace now in the round. Only a minute, though, to work with, so they have to start adding that pressure soon, but you can see they're actually relying on Pietro to maybe find some information. He's going to hear 3 in the B tunnels. That should trigger this A bomb site execution pretty quickly from the remaining players of unKnights. The counter utility starts to come down as well, but Master, he flashes himself. He can't help the push now. That's a huge error, but now the repeat from Design has to be perfect, but it's not going to matter. HCZ mows down to Alucard and Beck. They are left to try and close this one out. Dipsy sneaks onto the top of the bomb site, but there's still 2 players right beneath them.
Yeah, Dipsy, does he expect both to be here? He's able to find the one, but no, he was a bit of a guessing game. Yeah, there it is. That was a little bit of a shake and bake, a little bit of a bait, but that's perfect because again, he turned away at the right time. Alucard finds him. So unKnights will be able to get themselves that first opening round in that second half, sitting at a 7-3. And it was a bit of a grindy one, but they get it done. 3 rounds to go, and they could have this first map done and dusted. But again, Anubis now needing to dig deep here in the strat book to try something a little bit different. Maybe to catch unKnights off guard. Beck has now been able to drop through connector, just waiting on the back certs of long A. Master going to get tested once more. He is able to open things up, and there Anubis are now starting to fill this kill feed a little bit more in their favor. And now Kiko comes in for a nice little bit of a 1-2 hit. Can he be able to find a little bit more? These players now still waiting patiently. Kiko now is able to find himself 2, make it 3, and that's only going to be enough. And there it is, Alucard to get the nail to the coffin, and unKnights again in a grindy round. They will find a second one in a row.
Yeah, honestly, it's a pretty tough one here, and it actually seems like Master's kind of struggling from that A-top position, which is not super common for a strong sniper, but it definitely seems like he's pretty uncomfortable there, because the first round he failed there, he missed that flash, and that really cost them the round. And then there in that one, he almost seemed a little bit flustered because he didn't want to throw the counter flash the second time around and couldn't connect fast enough on those shots. So I do worry a little bit just knowing Master, isn't having the best of times so far in a really key sniping position on this map.
Yeah, exactly right. I mean, it is kind of a good thing to note here. I mean, there is a little bit more for Master to get himself in kind of this roster and feeling a little bit better. But yeah, he's had a couple moments where he's able to get some kills, but then there's also some, chaos happening, and then it just makes it worse. And I feel like that flash he threw was just the worst thing to see, right? Like that's so unfortunate. So it just reminds us it happens to the best of us, right? Like we just have those moments when you're playing, you're like, oh yeah, okay. They're all doing the same thing like me too. So we're all human at the end of the day, but it does look like, if I'm not mistaken, it looks like a couple players might have actually lost connection. I think so. It's a bit of a tech issue, if I'm not mistaken, just looking at the player cams. But again, a good opportunity right now for some discussions to occur. And I think it's going to be really, really important, right? Because I think we're in a pretty interesting scoreline. And I think, again, like we have to see a little bit of a bounce back coming in from Anubis.
Yeah, for Anubis, I feel like they have some really strong components here, but they're kind of struggling more individually than I would have expected at the same time. I feel like Master, he's had some really crisp shots, but positionally, he's felt a little bit out of place at times. Kind of the same thing with Design coming into this team as well. I feel like they're not quite sure where they want to place all of these individuals yet, even though knowing these are all strong riflers, they have a really good core behind this team. It just doesn't feel like they've had enough time to fully develop, whereas unKnights, it's only a one-player change, and so far it seems like Kiko has just only added more firepower to the mix for this team.
Yeah, and I think the fact, like you were kind of talking about before the game started, is the fact that they've actually been able to go to other competitions and play on LAN and, do these things together. It only makes it better, right? And I mean, I know at the time Kiko wasn't like in the team, but like obviously now he is. So it does kind of add that extra piece about like some good experience. And even though it maybe didn't go their way or, the results they wanted, it's still just getting the repetitions and the experience together as a roster. So it is one of those things that I always love to see with any team, no matter whether new or been around for a long time. A LAN is always going to make it so much better, even just about teamwork and cohesion and just that collaborativeness together. So I think that does put unKnights in a really strong position in this. That's what we were kind of been really talking about, but we're finally back at it, folks, and it looks like everything's going to be fine. Everything's going to be in motion here. And we'll have to see if Anubis have been able to use this time in their favor to figure out what they need to do to get themselves back in this game.
Going to have to be a little bit quick here, though, because they are running out of time to make that happen. Already an 8-3 map against them, looking like it should be an unKnights first map for the taking, but there's still a little bit of hope to bring it back here. Master running into trouble again, not landing the shots over on this A bomb side. It's going to be Beck who reapplies that pressure along with Pietro and Kiko starting to slide in as well. But here comes the follow through. Doom rotates in to find himself a nice double kill. But Alucard and HCZ, they're still trying to force the issue. And it is going to be Design who at least gets there in time to save the day. And Anubis are able to take this one.
Yeah, and again, it looked like, for unKnights, they're just like, look, let's just go back to A. Let's go back to the old faithful in this and just kind of hit this site one more time. And at least Anubis now kind of reposition themselves better. They find themselves some better engagements. I mean, Dipsy tries to get really aggressive here just with a quick pick here on the defensive side, but actually that nade just lands right on top of him. He's already down to 54 HP. So that's a really big effect, and already just getting wounded so early on without even seeing anybody. So a great little bit of a start here for unKnights. They probably aren't aware of that, of course, but now they're just kind of posted up, waiting things out, going to take it a little bit more slow. And even Jaguar is kind of pushed up in a pretty aggressive position as well, just to find that quick engagement and get the heck out of there. But what do we see a little bit differently from unKnights? Now creeping through, so kind of inkling a little bit more on that right-hand side of the map, but even you can see Anubis, they have 3 players essentially like on the outskirts of B and 1 in mid, so they have the rotates quick on this one.
That's a pretty nice GR setup, but Jaguar still has to hit this shot. This is going to be a crucial fight for the round. The utility coming in there as well, but this could go really badly if unKnights is not ready for Jaguar to be on this position. But the way they're playing it, they seem to have a keen sense that someone could be on the other side of this angle. They're just kind of strafing back and forth, not actually peeking out onto it just yet. And Pietro, he creeps into it, but still, it's not going to matter. Jaguar able to find one, but at least the trade's there.
Yeah, it's kind of weird. He actually just maintained position. Like, I thought he was going to go for that fight. I thought he would have pulled back on that just to keep the numbers up, reposition themselves, but instead he actually just kind of maintained his spot. He's like, you know what, I'm going to try it again. I'm going to see if they might expect me to drop. It was a bit of a gamble, right? I mean, I get what he was doing, but I just think in this kind of a situation when you're down in the rounds, it's a really ballsy play to go for, but either way he attempts it. But it is back to the 4-4. unKnights getting ready for the B hit. 20 seconds. They have to get going. The jig's up. They have no more options to get out of this. Flash is coming in. Anubis just doing everything they can. You all making a bit of a connection, not able to find a kill. Finally comes in the favor here for unKnights, and Design doing everything he can. The plant's in, so a little bit of time extra here, but is it going to be a case of mattering at all? Because right now unKnights, they need to be able to find something, and now it's just all down to Beck in the tight corner, and he's going to get removed from this problem. And now Anubis again are putting themselves in a position with 2 rounds in a row, and they're making their comeback short and steady as we go.
Yeah, not too bad at all. Anubis looking a lot better on the GR side, but it still is in the back of my mind, if unKnights can get a quick entry towards A, it's still not looking the best for Anubis. But if unKnights can get baited into taking these fights mid and B, it looks a lot more favorable for Anubis. You have Doom, who looks pretty good holding on to this mid-anchor position. You've got Design and Dipsy playing pretty well towards that side of the map as well. So it's really going to come down to what changes unKnights decide to make after that round lost, because if they go back to putting that pressure on A, it's still going to be, I think, a lot for Anubis to try and handle.
Yeah, I think so too. I mean, I think, unKnights were on something a little bit here with this A hit. I think it's just more how they're going to do that, right? Because if they can, catch these defenders off guard and kind of get the rotates a little bit, that's when they can go, right? But instead, you know what? They're just going to throw some utility. They're just going to barrel in. Even right now, Anubis are playing a bit more of a retake situation. Jaguar going to be able to find himself that double. So a great way for the defense to get things moving in their favor. Losing Kiko, losing Beck now unKnights. In a tight position, because now they got the site, sure, but they have to either find some aggression to win some duels, or this post plan has to be phenomenal. I mean, this is not an easy thing to do. There's so many different angles you have to play with. Design's able to get a spam through the smoke, and now things are getting worse for wear right now for any unKnight fans, because you got a 2-on-4, and you don't even have the ball implanted yet, so this is not even making it easy. And it's a good position coming in from Anubis. They're just waiting.
Bomb is going to get planted at the very least here. Alucard going to run into some quick trouble. HCZ and Alucard find one apiece. Alucard gets the double kill. HCZ does as well. And somehow they take it right back into their hands.
I don't even get it. Like, it was a blink of an eye, and all of a sudden I'm just seeing unKnights. They're just unleashing, man, and they now put themselves in the contention here for a map win. They only need one more, and they're done. Now they might even just try to send this full speed ahead. They want to see if they can get the wind in the sails, and now they're just going to go into the A site. Utility just getting flown around, and Alucard will start things off. Design waiting it out as well. A little bit back and forth, and now it will pan out a little bit right now for Anubis, but again, Alucard close. HCZ gets the better angle, but he gets overwhelmed from above. Alucard with so much time on the clock, he might be able to find something. He's just trying to toy with it, but he will get caught with a bullet to the side of the head. And Anubis, they will respond back with their 6, but again, now this is 3 rounds in a row they need to be able to find to push overtime, which would be the second for the day.
Definitely doable here on the GR side of Port, but unKnights, it seems like once they do get the advantage, they are able to hang on to it. They've just been struggling to get that initial advantage on this side of the map. So if you're Anubis, you've got to play a little bit cautious in this one, not really able to afford any early peaks, and would not be surprised to see unKnights try and run it A yet again, just because they've had a pretty good time taking Master out of position. It's just been the other players on rotation that have been the problem. And if they can get to a point where they feel like Master's the only anchor on that A bomb site, it should be a pretty confident one for them to swing on to.
Yeah, exactly. It's such a good point, because I think, they've been able to find that, the A site is the easier one to get into, so why not go back to it, right? It's the old faithful. It's what it's what you want to go for. It's just a matter of they weren't able to really get the frags they wanted in their effect, but now they're just kind of waiting things out. They're trying to keep Anubis on a bit more of a guess, and honestly, it's working out well because Master's the one that's kind of posted up on here. He's able to find himself too, so he's been able to deliver a little bit more. Now Doom, can he be able to stay alive? He will not. It's going to go to the grave. All down to design now. And unKnights have been able to find the timing, maybe, unless some clutch factor comes into big picture for design. He hears one, but Beck's going to eradicate him, and there we have it. We're going to see unKnights able to get themselves started here in the motions, and they're going to be able to find that first map victory.
Yeah, really good execution there to close it out. I was a bit worried because that final round was actually the best hold we've seen from Master on the A-bomb side, so I thought it might fall apart after that. But then you had Pietro just kind of sneaking through the smoke and catching all of the rotators this time around, and it was almost like they didn't even put the attention on Master. They just wanted to kill all the rotators first, and it ended up paying off for them.
Yeah, honestly, really, really impressive. Like, again, I think I'm a little bit more disappointed that Anubis weren't able to find more, but I think they were able to get themselves back in some decent fashion. Like, again, the game was still close. A lot of rounds were right down to the wire, essentially, but I think, unKnights got a pretty good idea of what they did, and I think that's again where some teams react to a mid-round situation, and they did well in this. They said, look, the A site is the best site to hit, it's a matter of how do we hit it. So they kind of just mixed up their strategies just slightly, and whereas I think Anubis weren't really adapting too much, and I think that's kind of what fell apart for them in this opening game.
Yeah, it's I think unKnights in a situation where they're kind of just strong-arming a lot of their rounds. It doesn't feel like they're doing anything super overwhelming from a strategic perspective. They just realize there's 1 or 2 gaps, and then they just continually press into those over and over again until they finally get things across the finish line. And for them, that's been enough here, because shot for shot, they are one of the stronger teams in the league, and when you have that luxury, you can kind of just find 1 or 2 key pain points and just continue to emphasize those. So I'm hoping going into this next map, maybe Anubis is able to create more situations where that's not as easily exploitable, because I felt like strategically they actually looked like the stronger team throughout this match. They were just having trouble in some of these key aim duel areas.
I agree. Yeah, I think Anubis definitely looked a little bit more prepared in terms of strategy and just kind of the overall strategic lens, but I think it was down to the firepower, right? I think we weren't seeing it. They weren't hitting the shots. They weren't putting themselves in great positions to get those duels, where I think that was a little bit better for unKnights, right? And whereas I think we in the past have said something differently, whereas unKnights were always such a creative team in some degree with their defense, and their offense usually felt like a little bit more simplistic in terms of their executes, and that's what we kind of got here. But again, when you have a pretty lethal team with like able to just put up some decent numbers, you can kind of get away with that stuff, right? Whereas I think they're not going to maybe be able to do that against some of the other competition. But honestly, like I said, I think this addition to Kiko only added more, like you said too, and I'm really happy to see what they were able to do. And they were that one team that, you know, made it into top 4 last season, so it's now they're kind of getting back into those winning ways.
And now it's going to be up to them to decide if this is a 2-0 day. If it is, it puts them in that conversation to potentially be a contender for a #1 spot at the end of this first weekend. Currently, LCK and 3BL very close for that #1 spot, but this is another team I definitely expect to be in the mix here. I feel like for Anubis, it would be kind of an upset if they're able to take the second map away.
Yeah, I think, you know, again, like it just makes it, you know, you kind of pull on the heartstrings a little bit too, because I think for Anubis, like they did that bigger roster shuffle, or roster adjustment, I should say, and I think for them, like they just want to be able to find some results. And if you can't even start the, you know, the opening day on the weekend, it could just, you know, again, it could just make things a little bit worse for Wear potentially. Not to say it will, but it always just doesn't really put a good taste in the mouth, right? And I mean, look, we talk about, you know, good taste. I mean, look, Alucard was honestly so impressive for me. Like I was really happy to see someone playing his role, someone that was able to hit shots, someone that was just able to mechanically move around, and just nothing crazy and flashy either. Like that's the best part. Like he was literally just playing really good Crossfire, and he was able to put himself at a 2.25, even like his survival rate with a 0.5. Honestly, I really love that. Like he was the one guy that stayed alive, and that makes such a big difference when you're on that defense. I will say that until my face turns blue, but it is such an important thing, because if you can do that, it just makes your defense that much more of a dominant factor.
Yeah, I mean, Alucard, I think, even looking at the changes coming into Season 2 this year, he's probably one of the strongest additions any team, I think, has made in changing their lineup, and he really took unKnights to a new level. But we are going to take a quick break here and see if they can go the full distance when we return. Is it going to be a 2-0, or is it going to be a potential upset for Anubis? Find out in just a few moments. As soon as you think you've spotted one, there's another right on top of you there, Stoxy.
Just doing what he's doing.
Has to get at least one. Good for one, good for two. Green's good for three.
But again, he can't find more than one, but it's HCP!
Well, it all comes down to this, the final map of our opening day, and it's going to be up to Anubis to decide if they can tie this series or if they're going to join the other two teams that went down 0-2 and start off their season fighting from behind. And I'm pretty hopeful. I feel like Anubis, even though they had a bit of a rough first map, I feel like there's still a lot of potential, and I could definitely see a world where they're able to take a second map here.
Yeah, I think so too. I mean, I think this is honestly, I think this veto went pretty well, right? Because I mean, let's not forget, like the first ban was, you know, Anubis saying no to Ankara, which I think made a lot of sense. And then, I mean, they kind of went with the safe pick of just getting rid of Mexico, which I thought was a bit interesting because I didn't know if they were going to maybe try to do something a little bit different. But the fact that it ends on Black Widow here, I'm actually kind of for it because I think this is a good map where they can do something big. They have been able to do it in the past. So I think, you know, with the leadership that they still have on this team, we're probably going to still see a lot of similarities of their strategies for a map like this, especially for the opening matches. But I think this is not going to be a bad case here. I think it's going to be more about if unKnights, can they maintain a 2-0? Can they get themselves a little bit different on this? I think they've been up and down on this map from what I remember, but they still have been a pretty dominant team. And most of these teams in this league are pretty scary on Black Widow, to be honest. I feel like there's only been the like small group that really just couldn't make it work.
Yeah, I feel like we're going to see a lot more Black Widow this season with the pool of teams we have. It's slowly becoming like one of the stronger maps for many of the teams in the league. So that being said, I think unKnights still does hold a lot of advantages here, but I think the biggest one is going to be that sniper duel on this map. I feel like Alucard, if he can play like he was in map number 1 compared to Master, I think it's a night and day difference right now, and really a key factor in separating these two teams from each other, because across the board, outside of the sniper duel, it felt like the fights were pretty comparable. But when you look at Alucard and Master side by side, that's when things start to look a lot more favorable for unKnights.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, that's the biggest thing too, is like, I think, you know, we're just gonna have to see how the snipers are gonna work out. I do want to see a little bit more to Kiko as well, so I'm gonna be curious, but I think a little bit more eyes are gonna definitely be a little bit on the side for Anubis, just to see what can they do a little bit different, right? I mean, I think Dipsy was a player that can definitely put up some good numbers, and as well as like, I think even Master, just like you were kind of alluding to, is saying like, look, let's get that arm to work, let's figure out what you can do with it. You're somebody that's on this team now, and we need you to kind of pop off. We need you to be able to start things off for us. So there's going to be a little bit more expectation, in my opinion, for this second map and the final one for the day.
Yeah, I think looking at this map as well, it does give some advantages also to the playstyle of Anubis, just knowing Master and Design come from TBI, which is a very BL-sided playstyle team, and now they're on a BL-sided map compared to Port, which is more reliant on you having a good defense. So I do think they should have a better time just knowing functionally this is a map that caters more to their playstyle as a team, but they still have to be ready for those firepower difference makers on the unKnights side. When I think of a player that's going to be tough on this map, I think to Beck. This guy is always like lurking in these corner pocket positions, and he's so difficult to deal with.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, I think it's a good point, because I think the biggest thing that I think we saw from Anubis too is, I think for Hazen, like, he was a player that he started off this season, or last season I should say, where he was doing okay with the it wasn't quite the same. So I think with this upgrade, like we said, I think Master is a really good addition to this, because he can pop off, he can be able to find those connections, and like you said, coming from a team like TBI where they were a bit more BL side and a bit more aggressive, that's what makes this even more exciting for a team like Anubis. Kind of back to their identity of this, you know, like in your face and kind of dirty, you know, game style, and I think that's what I really want to see. So like I said, I think my eyes are a little bit more on Anubis, just to see what they're going to do in this time period, what they're going to do to adapt. And I think unKnights, they're in a great position, because again, when you get the first map, you're going to feel a lot better, that momentum's on your side, the attitude's a lot more positive. So this is about bounce back, and I want to be able to see if Anubis can be able to get themselves out of this situation.
Yeah, it's a good indicator as to where the season might be heading for Anubis. If they can tie here, they're already in the middle of the pack, but if it's a 0-2, they're already fighting from that bottom 3 position, and this would kind of solidify the conversation of maybe who made the better roster changes between them and TBI, because they have traded players for the last couple of seasons back and forth, and I know both of those teams are kind of hungry to prove who's the better of the two.
Ain't that the case? But like you said, the final map of the day, folks, and here we are to see if it's going to be a potential 2-0 or if it could be a 1-1 split. And already now, unKnights have put themselves in some great aggression coming in for map control. Pietro put himself down on long A power position, honestly, because now Anubis either have to deal with him, or they just kind of have to change their game plan, right? So, I mean, this is really good information for unKnights. So now they could honestly lean more of their players into mid and towards B, and already losing Beck this early on might be a bit of a problem. But you can even see unKnights, they haven't really moved a muscle. They're just staying put.
Yeah, really good patience coming out from unKnights, waiting to see if there was going to be a swing somewhere else after that opening pick. But Anubis not really doing too much after it here, slowly grouping up towards potentially a push onto the A bomb side. 4 players now working their way up the catwalk. Really puts that pressure on to Alucard to connect these shots. He's going to be the player kind of alone on the other side of it here, but if you miss that first one, things can get really dicey from this angle.
Yeah, you have to. Oh no, and that's exactly it. You got to be able to hit that shot on that angle. I mean, yeah, it's a decent position, but if you miss that shot, man, you're on out of here. So there we go. And again, Alucard unfortunately can't make the connection. Anubis now in a great position. Gonna get the ball down. They're even gonna regress through this, and look at how much pressure they're putting onto this. Dipsy and Doom able to find both players, leaving it just Pietro by himself in a terrible position here for a 1-on-5, and Anubis strategically look really good. They react well to everything that was coming at them, and they're gonna get that opening round flawlessly, and honestly, it's a job well done.
Yeah, really, really good shots across the board, especially Master and Jaguar with those picks in the round looking really solid. And this is a different Anubis they're going to have to deal with now in map number 2. This time, it's not going to be met with much success. Anubis completely shut down on the B box room push. Dipsy now left alone with the C4, has to try and sneak his way out, but the nades have done so much damage. He's only got 20 HP left to work with. Master just kind of stuck on this mid lurk, gets taken down from Beck as well, and even though it's a good opener, punch back is just as strong from unKnights.
Yep, it's the exact same thing, right? Like, not a single player goes down. HCZ gets taken down to, what, 1 HP? Yeah, so he was on the skin of his teeth surviving, but they come back, they respond back in good fashion, in similar fashion, a little deja vu, kind of. But now Anubis, they're going to have to figure out what they want to do a little bit differently. Double OMS, actually, so Design going to be equipped with it as well. Master getting a little bit more, just waiting for the aggression, and Pietro once again, he's going to get himself down long A. So unKnights, they fight for that map control. It's going to work out in their favor, making it a little bit worse for wear here for Anubis. And again, this is where it gets difficult, right? Because now we're in a position where they have to decide, okay, do we want to fight for this? Do we want to just do what we did before? I mean, whatever, you know, what they did before was perfect because they took it flawlessly. But it's a matter of timing, right? And unKnights now kind of got a little bit more of an inkling on this. And Beck has to stay alive. If he falls down like that, it just kind of pries open so much opportunity for Anubis.
For Anubis, though, it's going to be again trying to contest Alucard. It's what opened up the first round for them to be able to win here, so I'm not surprised to see them doubling back in this direction. Master looking to take the fight again. This time, Alucard, he's going to win on the other side of it. Gets the double kill as well. Doom trying to fight his way out of it. Able to hit the headshot, finally taking him down. Dipsy finds the double connection on the lurk in the mid as well. Make it a triple kill. And now Pietro is left alone. The numbers advantage shattered.
Yeah, this is crazy, man. Dipsy, like, again, there was a lot of conversation about him, and he comes up alive, man. He just takes one big bite and gets 3 of them. So, I mean, huge. And now leaving Pietro, again, just kind of in a top position where he has to go, okay, look, I got to retake, I got to clutch, and I have no control of this at all. And great work coming in. And you can see Alucard started things off really, really well. He was able to play a nice position here, gets the OM to connect, but it just wasn't enough at all. And it comes up to one player just making a huge difference, and Anubis get themselves back to a 2-1, but they're going to have a little bit of a different composition. Now Beck's going to be the one that pushes down long A. They're going to fight for this, and it's going to be a little bit more of a brawl, and Anubis, they're not going to let them have that control so easily now. Beck has been able to slip himself into a different position, but look at Jaguar. Look at Jaguar. He's going to be able to have a free kill, and Kiko, he has no idea at all. So much trigger discipline. Is he going to be able to find this, though? Jaguar in the best position in the world right now. They have no idea he's here. There should be no indication that he's here, Kyle. This is terrifying right now.
Yeah, this is kind of insane, especially because Beck hasn't really checked this corner pocket either, but Beck could be the saving grace here. But Jaguar waits for the perfect moment to strike, takes down both players, and gets control over the B-bomb site. Now Anubis have everything in the cards to try and close this one out. Alucard and Pietro trying to get ready for that retake, but that's the type of round that haunts you for a while.
Yeah, it really is. It's like, and that was such a masterclass, man. Honestly, again, that's probably going to be the round of the series, in my opinion, because again, Jaguar he played that so perfectly, just waiting things out, biding his time, and now we're talking about a position where they can have this round. Master's able to make the connection all down to Alucard. Not an easy thing to do, but he makes one work. Can he be able to find a little bit more? He's going to try to go for the smoke diffuse here. So only got 9 seconds to work with, and yeah, he's going to be done and dusted, and there we go. Anubis will be able to get themselves onto that third, and it all just comes down to mixing things up, pushing long A, using this as a bit of a bait, and just like that, that's what we were talking about. That was the difference maker.
Right now, Anubis, they've just got to hold on to the lead they've created for themselves, and they should be looking at a really strong potential to take this second map, but unKnights, they are hungry to answer back before this one gets too far away from them. You can see already a lot of pressure onto Jaguar early on over towards this B side of the map. He's taken down to about 20 HP. Pietro, HCZ, and Beck all pushing up early on this position, and I'm actually curious to see if Anubis is willing to re-engage that fight.
Yeah, I love that they change it up, but unfortunately it's just the wrong time and the wrong place for it. And now look at Anubis, man. They're just going to go all grouped together, singing Kumbaya. They're ready to go for this hit now, and now Alucard playing a different position, but it's a matter if he can get more than one. He will not. So Anubis now, they only lose one player. It's going to be fine. They're going to get this bomb down. They're going to be able to have better strong positions in the post plant. And unKnights now, look at the positions. They're all over the map. I mean, Beck's coming in for a massive flank, but he has to get moving. I mean, again, time is the essence here. And things are just against them right now. HCZ does give his spot away, and Doom actually does get a bit of information. 20 seconds now. Beck's going to be fully blind, so the backstab, it is maybe going to work out a little bit. Now it's turned itself around, and Jaguar needs to just stay alive. He's able to just make some kind of an inkling. He's just causing the bit of a distraction for the defuse. They're going to stick it. It's all about the timing, and he's going to be able to find it. No way!
Huge round for Anubis there. 4-1 now. Jaguar 8-2. Definitely the MVP after that play so far for his team on map number 2. It's not over just yet, but Anubis, this is one heck of a start to answer back on the second map. Beck as well. He just runs right into a wall of Anubis players. Design just sneaks right past him to kill HCZ. And that is a nice free pick they can fall back with. And they don't even want to re-engage. They know Beck was stuck on the other side of that smoke. And now they're just going to recommit in the opposite direction.
Yeah, they got to get out of this. And now, I mean, Beck's still putting some good pressure on this regardless, and I do like that he's actually... Oh, I was thinking he was going to re-aggress on this, but again, Masters is waiting for him. Beck gives a... Oh my god! A little bit of a hop over the box, and he gets a spam, and now Kiko needs to come alive, and he might be able to. 1-2, yes please. Maybe a third from somebody below, but he won't be able to, but at least he gets the bomb dropped. At least he gets something started here. Alucard with a drive-by with a pistol, all down to Doom. What a crazy round. Just so many pieces happening. Pietro now just tucked away. He should be able to have this dead to rights. There's no way he's going to get checked, and there it is. unKnights, they will respond back with a second round.
Back on the board, at least for the moment, but Beck, really good intuition play there to go for the check in the box. Spray, Kiko as well, holding on nicely for that round, and now pressure is on Beck. This time gets caught with an 8-out. Doom gets the quick kill. And again, we're going to go ahead and cancel out of that A push back into full control over mid. unKnights playing a little bit of an interesting setup, a 1-3-1. Not too common on Black Widow, and this time it kind of cost them leaving Beck alone.
Yeah, I kind of felt like Beck was like, okay, well, if you live, great. If you don't, then we're still going to do what we're doing, Beck. So best of luck to you in your future endeavors. But now Anubis, you know, they kind of waited out. Grouping up on long now. Going to do the 4-1 split, just keeping Dipsy, just spotting just a nice little bit of a quick angle here into mid. Throwing some good utility, just some pop flashes. Is going to make the connection. Now this is where Anubis are just going to swing. Nades are flying. And HCZ, yeah, there's no way you're dodging that. You cannot be Neo in the Matrix in there. You are getting crushed by nades. So Anubis, once again, just showing us some good creative work, get themselves in the site, and look at the positioning once again from unKnights. It just seems like they're in the worst positions in these retakes. They're all split apart. Does look like Pietro's going to try. Nope, I'm going to just be wrong here. I thought he was going to try to make something happen. Dipsy misses a shot. Kiko gets a second crack at it. Not going to matter. And now it's just Anubis putting themselves in the better position here. And there it is. That's going to be another round gained. A 5-2 now in full effect coming in from Anubis Gaming.
Yeah, really good stuff. And it's honestly a huge difference between map 1 and map 2 for this team, but you can tell they've got a lot more prepared on Black Widow than what we saw in map number 1, and it honestly seems like they're even taking some notes from what we saw LCK do earlier today, even with the effectiveness of what 2 OMs can do on this map, because there's just so much lane control you can have that if you've got 2 OMs that can hit the shots, it's so hard to break through.
Yeah, it really is, right? It absolutely is. And I mean, we're going to have to see what's going to be a little bit different. Alucard just looks like deep in thought, right? Alucard on the top middle, just kind of like pondering, thinking, listening. Beck just kind of going over a few things, just talking about a couple pieces, but either way, it looks like the team is in full attention mode right now, and I love this, right? Like, no distractions. Everybody just looks like, yeah, hands up. They're just listening, and this is good, right? Because some teams you see, they're kind of like, players look like they're maybe not paying attention, but these guys look like they're trying to take every single detail in.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot on the line here. If they can somehow pull this one back, they can get a 2-0 still on the day, which is a big difference potentially at the end of it all for a team that, you know, they come in as the reigning runners-up. So there's a lot they want to prove coming into the season to show there's still going to be that continued threat. But for Anubis, this is also a big chance to get in front of some other contenders early on. This will put them in front of TBI and in front of GV coming out of the opening day, which for Anubis could be the start of their climb into that top 4.
Yeah, it definitely could. I mean, now we're going to have to see. Getting a little bit more excited here for Anubis. They're going to have to figure out something a little bit differently, I guess. And I'm curious what unKnights want to do with this, right? I'm curious what their thoughts are. I'm curious what they want to do with this. I mean, I'm a little bit unsure. I really am. I'm not sure what the game plan is going to be on this, because I think they've tried a couple different setups, but it just hasn't panned out well for them. But this is a good moment to figure it out now. And is there anything from your perspective, just from, you know, knowing the map and like knowing the history of it, like, is there anything we want to see differently from unKnights right now?
I feel like unKnights just needs to be a little bit more aggressive in mid. I feel like they play these passive angles that allows Anubis to kind of sneak out and take the fight to them, but I'd love to see more rounds where they maybe push up the catwalk or take that mid ramp control away from Anubis, because giving them that full forward control over mid allows them to have more fluid rotations and fakes if they want to have them, and they can poke and prod a little bit more easily through those double doors. So I think extra pressure in mid's the name of the game here for unKnights.
All right. Well, we're about to find out. 5-2 the score going to be, and Anubis are getting themselves in a great position, but it's a matter if this pep talk from Beck has been able to get themselves in better form, better attention. Anubis still putting a lot more of their bodies towards that A site, putting 4 of them, and actually a good distraction coming in. And I believe that's actually from Jaguar, so he's just kind of causing a little bit, but I think even unKnights have kind of changed up the setup a little bit. Go back to a 1-2-2. So they have a good inkling on this one, Kyle. They might be able to have the read. And it looks like a lot of patience is still happening. Oh, cheeky little boost. I haven't seen that in a hot minute. And Design able to start things off, and Anubis again winning these engagements. Beck now, will he expect somebody here on the top corner? Will he fall? And so much more patience on this one.
Dipsy, though, able to find one onto HCZ. That opens up the opposite side of the map completely. Beck knows he needed to try and find something there. But there's nothing left to be found. Anubis, again, find themselves another round, and unKnights, they just don't have any answers on this GR side of the map, and a lot of it's just due to the versatility Anubis has on this attack. They're doing a great job of throwing fakes. Both these OMs are finding the impact, and on unKnights' side, it just seems like strategically they don't have a lot in the tank either on Black Widow. I mean, almost every round on this GR side, we've seen one player immediately post up on A long, and Anubis uses that to their advantage across the rest of the map. So I hope they make some changes here.
Yeah, I think so too. That'd be nice, but man, just a lot of more patience on this, but and even again, like with Pietro just kind of playing in this position, I feel it's funny because like every time he goes here, like they don't even really entertain it. I think he's been able to do this like 4 times, like maybe 1 out of the 4 they've gone for that fight, and I think it was the time Beck did it too. So now they're going to do a little bit more reliance for him. So he, again, staying alive is important. This is about survival rate, right? Like he has to be able to stay alive as long as possible in this position so that Alucard can kind of assist him, throw in a utility, even just connect the Anubis have put, again, 4 players on this. They're going to have their 1 player just kind of lurked out here. Now they're going to swing. Pietro should have this information. He's able to get 1 and 2. Yes, indeed. But now Alucard getting a little bit overwhelmed on the cat. Will make the connection now. It's going to be Anubis losing these numbers down to 2, and they still have 4 members to go against here from unKnights, but they have lots of time to work with. Maybe they might be able to catch Kiko off guard here, because look at him. Look at how fast he's moving on this. At least he's a little bit prepared. He's doing some damage, and he can get the heck out of here. But he's still going to reaggress. Why not? He wants to go for the fight, and that's going to be the bomb down.
Yeah, Kiko kind of just toying with Master at this point, gets the double to finish this one off. Still a 6-3 half in favor of Anubis. Not a bad way to close out the half at all. And now all they've got to do is get 4 on the GR to solidify the win. But this is where I worry about Anubis, because they're bringing in those players from TBI who had the GR problems throughout all of last season, and that's Master and Design. They're very good when it comes to entry fragging on that BL side. You put them on the defense where they have to play patient, though, that's where these guys struggle.
Oh boy. Oh boy indeed, Kyle. Of course it comes all down to it, right? I mean, such an interesting game. Really is. And again, now we're just seeing more conversations happening. Deep thoughts. And, you know, I've been really happy with Anubis. You know, again, like they're putting themselves in the lead still. They look, again, I think we talked about this on the first map, but it seems like strategically they just seem to be a step ahead. But it kind of feels like their firepower is a little bit more lacking. Now, I think unKnights are, again, really just kicking cylinders up a little bit here. And that's the thing I really, really love to see. The 6-3 scoreline is definitely a big, big note.
unKnights, though, not wasting a lot of time in this opening round of the half, already taking control towards the B box room. It's going to be Doom and Design on the other side, playing it pretty patiently. Just Design playing the counter flash jump spot. Flash is late, doesn't matter. Design gets the double kill anyways. Doom trying to hide here. Still, the trade's looking slightly favorable for Anubis. Beck and Alucard grabbing that late control over the bomb site, but it may not be enough here. Anubis has the numbers already starting to get in store for the retake, but Alucard, the awareness here is going to be everything. Does he know this player is going to be creeping up from that long flank?
Yeah, I mean, surely you wouldn't, right? There's no way that he would expect someone to be like this close like that. Oh, okay, maybe he will. He's got a good inkling. Got a good suspicion on this. And now they're making the presence a bit more known. Beck actually goes for a big swing. He's doing some good damage against Master, but they run out of utility. But they still do have a minute left on the clock. But double player coming in for a flank now, so this could be a problem. Alucard does have, again, that spotty sense is reading it a little bit. Okay, now he's been able to spot it. He gets at least one. Planter able to get something done, and Beck looking for a little bit more, realizing he's just in the 1v1. He's going to go all the way around here. He's just going to play very, very passive, and he's going to toy with the food. And Master now trying to see what we can do with the smoke, and Master just outclasses him once again, and Anubis, they are going to get things kickstarted for themselves again.
Yeah, that's a huge round to take away. It was a little bit of a back and forth here, but honestly, the thing I'm the most surprised of is Design getting away with that opening double kill. It looked like he should have been dead to rights there, but he still takes 2 down with him.
Okay, 7-3. 3 rounds to go, and Anubis might be able to split things off. The double stack coming in from Big Box is huge. And now even able to find another one too, and Beck was getting really aggressive, and Anubis, they're feeding the kills right now. They're doing such a big job, and it's already down to just one lonely player. A quick round, a speed round coming through unKnights. We're getting a little bit desperate, trying something out of the hat. Instead, it just backfires immediately. So Anubis now 2 steps closer to getting themselves some points on the board here, Kyle.
Seems like it might be the way, but a little bit of a misplay there from Dipsy to start off the round. Still nothing too far gone just yet, but now they've got to be a little bit more cautious of their approach might be for the remainder of this one. An 8-3 is still not safe enough for Anubis to feel like they're closing it out. They've got to have each and every round maintained composure up to that finish line. Pico going to be spotted out, though. That's a huge kill to take away for Design. And now they've evened up the numbers. They can poke around a little bit more. And look at this, though. HCZ through the bottom of the catwalk cancels Design out of that position.
Oh, my goodness, man. So they're kind of taking things a little bit slower, which is great. And now Beck might be able to find the timing. But Doom, I don't know, he wins that fight. He had the lower ground. He didn't even have an advantage, and he somehow did. Jaguar now coming in from back. Might be able to find this timing. Yes, indeed. And Alucard not going to read him. Takes down the head of him. In the back of the head, and now that's going to be the bomb dropped. unKnights now losing their bodies. Bodies are hitting the floor. And now it's all down to HCZ, man. Look at how far away he is. Anubis are just planted themselves on this bomb. They're not going to move a muscle. They have the number advantage. This is not an easy thing for HCZ to do. He might be able to catch Master off guard. He will. But again, he's still got 47 seconds to work with. But right now for unKnights, or for Anubis, my apologies, they do need to put themselves in a position where they just play together. They get that trade. They don't spread out too far away. Maybe, just maybe, HCZ might be able to find the timing. He spots Doom, gets the corner of him, spots the shoulder, looking for a bit more. Jaguar getting a bit too aggressive now. They have to go to this. They have to coordinate this properly together, and they at least will. So now we are 1 round away for them to take this map home.
Well, it's time to find out. Is Anubis back in action here? A 10-3 would actually, in differential, put them above unKnights at the end of this series, which would be a huge turn of events, but could be Beck trying to spoil it, but Doom right there with the backstab starts it off. The 4-on-3 advantage. Design adds the pressure. unKnights on the brink of a huge loss here. Alucard down to just 10 HP. HCZ, Alucard, can they do it though? Alucard, it's a huge frag to try and keep things alive, but he's immediately taken down, and now the entire weight of the map is left to HCZ.
Yeah, not a fun feeling. Not a good feeling at all. And HCZ has to do something big. I mean, at least he's got the bomb in his hand this time. At least he can do something a little bit more than refighting for it. I mean, again, he has a free A site, right? I mean, Anubis are essentially just like, look, we're going to play together. We're going to triple set up on this. We're going to just clear up map control. We're going to get all this information so we can be ready for it. I mean, they're being active as well as HCZ, so this is really good. So yes, he is going to get the plant, but already now you can see Anubis. They're already getting some good ground. They're just going to take this as a unit. They're already steps ahead. I mean, look at how far they are. They're already coming through mid. Unless HCZ does something insane where he goes through window and goes all the way to B, like, I don't know, man. This might be, again, the stock against him a little bit here. But even now, waiting things out, what is HCZ going to do for this? This is so important. He's going to re-aggress. He goes for the fight, but he's going to get removed, and Anubis have done it. They've been able to get themselves the 10th round, and it's going to be a 10-3 scoreline, and they're going to be able to split things off for a 1-1 split, which is honestly a really impressive showing considering how much of a blunder the first one was.
Yeah, that is a huge amount for Anubis to pull off. I think it even puts them in the top 4 at the end of our first day, but honestly a huge redemption map for these guys, and they've got to be feeling great about what's on the horizon now, because after the first map I wasn't quite sure what to expect from this new lineup, but they made a lot of strong adjustments coming into this second one. They felt like they were a little bit more prepared on this map as well, and it just felt like a well-oiled machine we were seeing in a team that really didn't feel so new after all.
Yeah, definitely. I'm really glad you said that. It did look like it was a well-oiled machine here. I think Anubis did a good job to get themselves back, and they looked a lot more, just efficient on this, right? It felt like they were able to have full control of this game for the most part. And I mean, honestly, the scoreline says it, right? I mean, I feel like unKnights had some good moments, but it just wasn't enough. And I mean, that's the thing, is we said, I think strategically Anubis actually looked pretty good. It looked like their timings were good. They had a lot of big flanks. That their map control was just a big thing. So I think for unKnights, yes, they were able to split things off, which is great. But I think they're gonna have to go back to the drawing board and kind of see what really went wrong with Black Widow, because I think Anubis, I just can't believe how different they looked on a map like this. Honestly, color me impressed.
Yeah, it might be one to maybe consider banning against them now in the future, because this was a pretty severe difference between map 1 and 2, to be honest. But at the same time, it speaks well to what they've been able to do in the off-season, really preparing to come back even stronger this time around in Season 2. And in my mind, with this strong of a performance, it puts them really strongly in that conversation to be a top 4 team right now, because you saw some of the previous ones kind of fall off a little bit. GV not picking up a single map today, unKnights getting less rounds in this head-to-head, so Anubis might even find themselves in 3rd place, at least 4th at the end of today, and that's a pretty good spot to be after day 1.
Yeah, no, honestly, I think there was, I think we started the first, if I'm not mistaken from memory, the first one was a 1-1, it was 2 zeros, and then back to a 1-1, so pretty interesting day for sure. And like you said, I think, for teams like GB, the fact they weren't able to get things moving for them, that's going to really bite them a little bit. Even just getting a split like that, a 1-1, is huge, just because, again, those points are going to make such a difference in the world. But I just love that we see Anubis look so much more, composed and more of a full package here on this second map. And it just felt like, the additions of design and, kind of putting Master in this, it just looked great. Like, I was really, really wondering how well it would be. And I don't even think it's really a honeymoon phase or anything like that. I think it's actually just showing us that they could potentially be a big threat, and the stats kind of are showing that a little bit here too. And Doom putting himself at overall big numbers, but again, it's Jaguar that honestly for me was just phenomenal. I mean, just kind of maneuvering himself around the map and having some of the second highest survival rate is so critical.
Yeah, honestly, his performance was one of the biggest differences as well, because I believe he was one of the lowest performers for Anubis in the first map. So to see that kind of turnaround from map 1 to map 2 from a lot of these players is really just a good showing of the resilience this team has to turn things back around, even when they have a pretty tough start to the day. So Doom going to be the key player in this one. Of course, Alucard still having a really strong performance. He was probably the only one on unKnights that looked good pretty much all day long, but the problem there is the other key players that we normally expect to see stepping up to the plate for unKnights kind of fell short here in the second map. When you look at players like Beck and Pietro, who are normally very strong and consistent from these anchor positions, they were struggling so much on Black Widow.
Yeah, they really were. Yeah, it didn't really feel like they had much impact at all. And again, Alucard was really impressive for me just across the board. Like even before on port, like he was doing really good work connecting the Yom. Even here, same thing. We caught some really good highlights from him, just getting multitude of frags. But at the same time, there was moments where he couldn't, and you can only do so much as one player, right? It is a team-based game at the end of the day, and I think they're just gonna have to take this back as a drawing board. And like I said, finishing things off with a 1-1. It's not really a defeat, but I think the fact that Black Widow is just not really their showing, not really the performance they were probably looking for, is going to be something they'll do a homework on. Or like you said, maybe they'll just kind of use that as a ban, maybe potentially, if they don't feel like they're getting better at it. But again, I think Anubis are really, really showing us that, like you kind of mentioned as well, is they've done a lot of preparation, and I think it showed. Like, I mean, the first map they were not really there, but this second one was a whole different little bit of a ball game. And as you can see, the games are just kind of spread out nicely, and pretty cool little bit of a situation we see with the leaderboard.
Yeah, overall, it is very, very close amongst these top teams already, but at the end of the day, still a very close spread here. I mean, when you look top to bottom, there's no super clear front runners just yet, but obviously no surprise to see LCK and 3BL kind of leading from the front. I feel like I would say LCK played a little bit stronger, I felt like, in their opening match, just knowing who they were up against. I thought their performance looked a little bit better. But at the same time, that was also, I think, the strongest implication for the day, because if you would have asked me who the bottom two of the day would be, I would have never have guessed GVs in that conversation.
Yeah, man, honestly, that's such a good thing to bring up, because I guess I never would have thought of that either. And that's the thing about GV, man. Like, it's like a hot and cold thing, right? I mean, they can be so red hot, they can be so scary to see, but the fact that they're starting day one here on the bottom in 7th place, like, and honestly, like, what, a one round differential here between TBI and them, like, not something I was ever expecting to see as a conversation. But again, like, we'll see, right? I mean, this is only day one. There's a lot more happening tomorrow. We got that brought up here, and this matchup is going to be really, really interesting, right? I mean, to start things off tomorrow, it is going to be Anubis taking on Lazarus, which that might be a really interesting one just to see. And I guess, again, we'll have that GV3BL, like, historic little bit of a fight. And honestly, I think even the last match of the day, happening as well with Swamp and TBI, that's going to be interesting in itself, just because, again, it's the NA team to take on, a team that's been fully rebuilt. So it's kind of like new team versus new team, and we get to kind of see them, go to the derby.
Yeah, I feel like NA got a pretty good draw for their opening weekend, to be honest, having a kind of 50-50 for today, and then a match where they should be a little bit more favorable going into that second one tomorrow. But still a lot to be decided. It's still very early on in the season, but it's been a pleasure to be with you throughout the first day here, Laz. Appreciate everybody tuning in as well, and we hope to see you tomorrow as the action continues. We'll see you there. They're going to have to be ready to deal with this, and I just don't think they have the positioning to be aware of it, but it may not matter. Raffin gets the quad kill spray down, gets the ace on top of it.
Are you ready for mind-blowing CrossFire action? The second season is here, and you better put your helmet on. A massive prize pool and spots to the regional finals are at stake. Starting from June the 1st, 8 ambitious teams will have 7 weekends, fully packed with intense fights. Who will top the leaderboard and secure spots for the playoffs?
Man, we have only one goal: win all matches.
We will do our best to secure the playoffs.
And who will be eliminated?
The last season wasn't easy for us, but we remain positive and we want to get the best show for our fans.
It's time to break the ice fast and show what we're truly capable of.
Tune in on the 1st of June and support your favorites.